Beyond Chutzpah. On the misuse of anti-Semitism and the abuse of history. Norman G. Finkelstein. To Musa Abu Hashhash and his fellow human rights workers, Palestinian and Israeli, preserving the truth from falsiers. The world is full of evil people and it is important to stand up to evil. Alan M. Dershowitz, Letters to a Young Lawyer. Contents. Preface to the first paperback edition /11. Acknowledgements/LC. Introduction/1. Part 1 The Not So New Anti-Semitism. 1 From Jesus Christ Superstar to the Passion of the Christ/21. 2 Israel, the Jew Among Nations/32. 3 Crying Wolf/66. Part 2 The Greatest Tale Ever Sold. Introduction/89 4 Impurity of Arms/9653 In the Back of the Head/131 6 Israel's Abu Ghraib/142 7 Return of the Vandals/168 8 Blight unto the Nation/190 9 High Court takes the low road/207 Conclusion/221 Postscript, Reconciling Irreconcilables. How Israel's High Court of Justice proved the wall was legal/227 Appendix I, of Crimes and Misdemeanors/273 Appendix II, History of the Israel-Palestine Conflict/299 Appendix III, Peace Process/323 Epilogue, Dershowitz v. Finkelstein, Who's Right and Who's Wrong, by Frank J. Menetres/363 Index/395. 1 Uncontroversial record. Historical record. No aspect of the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict used to arouse more passion than the origin of the Palestinian refugee problem. The mainstream interpretation, put forth by Israeli officials and echoed in the scholarly literature, was that Palestinians left during the 1948 war after Arab leaders, primarily via radio broadcasts, ordered them to clear the Eld for invading Arab armies. Beginning in the late 1980s, Israeli academics, notably Benny Morris, concluded after examining newly opened Israeli archives that this standard interpretation was false. Today there is broad consensus among scholars that Palestinians suffered an ethnic cleansing in 1948, although debate continues on the secondary question of whether or not this ethnic cleansing was premeditated. 1 Just how much narrower the controversy has become is vividly illustrated by the publication of former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami's study Scars of War, Wounds of Peace. 2 Ben-Ami, who is also a respected historian, provides this capsule summary of the reality on the ground during the 1948 war, an Arab community in a state of terror facing a ruthless Israeli army whose path to victory was paved not only by its exploits against the regular Arab armies, but also by the intimidation, and at times atrocities and massacres, it perpetrated against the civilian Arab community. Sifting the evidence, he concludes that in fact Israel premeditatedly expelled Palestinians in accordance with the Zionist philosophy of transfer, which had a long pedigree in Zionist thought. Framed Zionist leader David Ben-Gurion's strategic ideological vision, and provided a legitimate environment for commanders in the Eld actively to encourage the eviction of the local population. Thus, on what was once the most hotly contested question regarding the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, a former Israeli foreign minister situates himself at the pole of the, much narrower, spectrum most critical of past Israeli policy. 3. In this connection it merits taking note of Ben-Ami's reactions in Scars of War, Wounds of Peace on the theory and practice of Zionism, Israel's relations with its Arab neighbors, and the history of the peace process. It is not an exaggeration to say that, although constituting the conventional wisdom among knowledgeable scholars, the former foreign minister's statements on these topics would be considered not just controversial but veritable heresies in U.S. media and public life. 4. Indeed, in a recent interview Ben-Ami, one of Israel's chief negotiators at Camp David in 2000, stated, "If I were a Palestinian I would have rejected Camp David as well." 5. This was the same offer for which Prime Minister Ehud Barak was uniformly lauded in the U.S. media and for the rejection of which Arafat was uniformly vilified. Human rights record. If real controversy on the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict is minimal, it can fairly be said that on Israel's human rights record in the occupied Palestinian territory controversy is non-existent. This is for many reasons quite remarkable. In the RST place, human rights law is a relatively new branch of international law and hence many gray areas remain in its definition and application. In addition, Israel-Palestine is among the areas of the world most heavily monitored by numerous independent human rights organizations. Finally, much of human rights work is vulnerable to human error, what one might call the Rashomon factor. It consists, for example, of observing a demonstration to see which side initiated the clash and the circumstances surrounding it. Did Palestinians initiate the clash, and if so, did they use stones or live ammunition, and were the perpetrators amidst or on the periphery of the assembled crowd? Or did the Israeli soldiers initiate the clash, and if so, were they in a life-threatening position? Did they warning shots, and did they shoot to injure or to kill? In light of all these factors, imprecision of human rights law, multiplicity of monitoring organizations, human fallibility, one might expect that opinions would sharply diverge on Israel's human rights record in the occupied Palestinian territory. Yet, perusing thousands of pages of human rights reports covering very diverse issues in a 15-year period, I came across only one case of one demonstration where two human rights organizations differed on one tiny point. 6. It might be wondered how the claim that Israel's human rights record is uncontroversial can be reconciled with the contradictory accounts of human rights violations typically reported in the U.S. media. An example at the time of this writing will perhaps clarify the point. On June 9, 2006, 8 Palestinian civilians were killed and dozens of others wounded in an explosion on a Gaza beach, the tragic gore of a 10-year-old wailing beside her dead father memorably captured on camera. Whereas the Israeli government denied responsibility, pinning blame on Hamas, an extensive on-site inquiry by Human Rights Watch, HRW, found that the evidence overwhelmingly supports the allegations that the civilians were killed by artillery shells read by the IDF Israel Defense Forces. Subsequent research by HRW, and others, provided fresh evidence of Israeli culpability, while the official Israeli investigation exonerating Israel was based exclusively on information gathered by the IDF and excluded all evidence gathered by other sources. 7. It might be assumed that between an independent non-governmental organization like HRW and the representatives of the Israeli state, any serious journalist would attach greater credibility to the former's endings. This is so not only because Israel is an interested party but also because of its damning track record. The state authorities, including the defense establishment and its branches, respected analyst Uzi Ben-Zaman wrote in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz after Israel disclaimed culpability for the Gaza beach deaths, have acquired for themselves a shady reputation when it comes to their credibility. 8. Although Ben-Zaman reports that even many Israelis distrust official Israeli pronouncements, this skepticism does not extend to the American media. In fact, the media not only credited the Israeli account of the Gaza beach deaths but gave it far greater coverage than HRW's endings. 9. Thus, a case of overwhelming evidence of Israeli culpability at any rate, pending further independent investigation, which HRW called for but the Israeli government rejected, became a controversial incident in which the burden of proof and weight of doubt was put not on a state with a shady reputation for truth-telling but on a respected human rights organization. Indeed, within weeks the Times explicitly absolved Israel of all responsibility because the 8 Palestinian deaths resulted from an explosion that Israel said was not from any shell it read that day. HRW's contradictory endings were no longer even noted. 10.4. Blind deference to a foreign state. Such reporting probably hasn't been matched since the pages of the Daily Worker during Stalin's purges. The same blind deference of the U.S. media to official pronouncements despite contrary authoritative opinion was on display 10 months earlier during Israel's disengagement from Gaza. Israel's announcement that it would withdraw Jewish settlers and the IDF and dismantle settlements won high praise in the American media as a major step toward ending the occupation of Palestinian land. Human rights organizations and academic specialists were less sanguine, however. In a study entitled One Big Prison, the respected Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem observed that the crippling economic arrangements Israel had imposed on Gaza would remain in place. In addition, Israel would continue to maintain absolute control over Gaza's land borders, coastline, and airspace, and the Israeli army would continue to operate in Gaza. So long as these methods of control remain in Israeli hands, B'Tselem concluded, Israel's claim of an end of the occupation is questionable. 11 HRW was yet more emphatic that evacuating settlers and troops from inside Gaza would not end the occupation, whether the Israeli army is inside Gaza or redeployed around its periphery, and restricting entrance and exit, it remains in control. 12. The leading scholarly authority on the Gaza Strip, Sarah Roy of Harvard University, predicted that Gaza would remain an imprisoned enclave, while its economy, still totally dependent on Israel after disengagement and in shambles after decades of deliberately ruinous policies by Israel, would actually deteriorate. 13. This conclusion was echoed by the World Bank, which forecast that if Israel sealed Gaza's borders, the disengagement plan would create worse hardship than is seen today. 14. The dismal aftermath of Israel's much ballyhooed withdrawal from Gaza more than bore out these dire projections. In June 2006, in the course of ongoing Israeli sanctions and mutual armed hostilities, Palestinian militants in Gaza captured an Israeli soldier and demanded the release of Palestinian women and minors in Israeli prisons in exchange for the soldier's release. Israel was holding some 10,000 Palestinians prisoner, hundreds of them women and minors. Rather than negotiate, Israel used the incident as a pretext to launch Operation Summer Rains against Gaza, killing hundreds of people, a majority non-combatants, nearly a quarter children. One Israeli soldier was killed by friendly re. It bombed and demolished civilian infrastructure such as residential and government buildings, bridges, schools, a new emergency hospital, and the airport, read hundreds of artillery shells daily into Gaza. Palestinians read 8 to 9 homemade rockets per day into Israel. Israelis had been killed by these rockets in the previous 6 years, and broke the sound barrier over Gaza, creating sonic booms that caused widespread terror among the population, particularly children. UN Special Rapporteur John Dugard. Israel arrested and jailed tens of Palestinian legislators and ministers to serve as hostages for the release of the Israeli soldier, Meron Benvenisti. It destroyed Gaza's only power plant, a war crime, according to B'Tselem, which left Gaza with catastrophically reduced water supplies, sewage treatment, refrigeration, and medical services, and it sealed off Gaza economically from the outside world, withholding Palestinian customs and tax revenues, and bulldozing workshops, greenhouses, agricultural lands, livestock farms, and irrigation networks, all of which resulted in a precipitous decline in already desperate living standards. Nearly half of Gazans were left unemployed and 80% of Gazan households were left living in poverty. Under brutal economic and military sieges a year after Israel's so-called disengagement, Gaza was dying. Its people are on the edge of starvation. A whole society is being destroyed. There are 1.5 million Palestinians imprisoned in the most heavily populated area in the world, Patrick Coburn, in its worst condition ever. The Israeli army has been rampaging through Gaza. There's no other word to describe it, killing and demolishing, bombing and shelling indiscriminately. This is disgraceful and shocking collective punishment. Frightened children, traumatized by what they have seen, huddle in their homes with a horror in their eyes that is difficult to describe in words. No security excuse can explain the cycle of madness, and no civic argument can excuse the outrageous silence of us all. Gideon Levy. And predictably, Gaza stood poised on the precipice of fratricidal civil war. The experiment was a success. The Palestinians are killing each other, Amira Has-Riley observed. They are behaving as expected at the end of the extended experiment called What Happens When You Imprison 1.3 Million Human Beings in an Enclosed Space Like Battery Hens. 15. Israel's real human rights record illuminates other aspects of the Israel-Palestine conflict as well. After Hamas's electoral victory in January 2006, the United States orchestrated an international boycott of the new government until it renounced violence, battering the Palestinian economy yet further. 16. The demand that Hamas cease attacks on Israeli civilians was surely reasonable. Yet, although several times as many Palestinians as Israelis had been killed since the beginning of the Second Intifada, 17. No comparable demand was put on Israel to renounce violence. One often hears that Hamas's deliberate targeting of civilians cannot be compared to Israel's unintended killing of them. However, human rights organizations report that Israel's use of live ammunition is indiscriminate, HRW, and on many occasions deliberately targeted civilians, Amnesty International, and accordingly conclude that the purported distinction between Hamas and Israeli violence makes no difference, B'Tselem. 18. If Hamas were to declare after blowing up a crowded civilian bus that it had only meant to kill a military officer in the vehicle and not the other passengers, it would rightly be ridiculed. Yet how different is it when Israel drops a one-ton bomb on a densely populated Gaza neighborhood in order to liquidate a Hamas military commander and then declares that the 14 civilian deaths were unintentional. 19. In his authoritative study on the laws of war, Israeli legal scholar Yoram Dinstein observes, indiscriminate attacks differ from direct attacks against civilians in that the attacker is not actually trying to harm the civilian population. The injury to the civilians is merely a matter of no concern to the attacker. From the standpoint of LOIAC, law of international armed conflict, there is no genuine difference between a premeditated attack against civilians, or civilian objects, and a reckless disregard of the principle of distinction. They are equally forbidden. 20. Even if, for argument's sake, we assume that Israel's attacks on civilians are unintentional and accordingly that the worst it can be accused of is reckless disregard of the principle of distinction. It is still the rankest hypocrisy to require of Hamas that it cease violent attacks yet not put a comparable requirement on Israel to cease what is equally forbidden. Legal diplomatic record. The legal diplomatic record registering the terms for settlement of the Israel-Palestine conflict is likewise devoid of controversy. This can be seen in the milestone July 2004 World Court Advisory Opinion on the legality of the wall Israel has been constructing in the West Bank. 21. In order to reach its decision, the court had to render judgment on a cluster of crucial questions bearing on the Israel-Palestine conflict borders, East Jerusalem, and settlements. These are often called the null status issues of the peace process, deferred to the last stage allegedly because they are so complex and contentious. The court found that, based on Article 2 of the United Nations Charter and numerous UN resolutions barring the acquisition of territory by force, Israel had no title to any of the territories it captured during the June 1967 war. Thus, contrary to what Israel's supporters often maintain, this is not disputed territory but, as the court repeatedly stated, occupied Palestinian territory, over which Israel cannot claim an atom of sovereignty and the whole of which has been designated for the exercise of Palestinian self-determination. From this it follows that East Jerusalem, which Israel also captured during the June 1967 war, is not, as Israel proclaims, its eternal and undivided capital and an integral part of Israel. Instead, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory, the court ruled, recalling that UN Security Council and General Assembly resolutions had declared Israel's annexation of East Jerusalem illegal and null and void. 22. Finally, the court cited UN Security Council resolutions that, based on Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, Israeli settlements have no legal validity and constitute a flagrant violation of international law. 23. From which the court itself concluded that Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, have been established in breach of international law. What is most noteworthy about these World Court endings is how little dissent they generated among the 15 sitting judges. Although 14 of these judges ultimately agreed that Israel's construction of the wall was illegal under international law, 6 of them wrote separate opinions expressing disagreement, sometimes sharp, with this or that contention of the majority opinion. Not one of the 14 judges, however, registered any dissent from the key points just cited. On borders, East Jerusalem, and settlements, the allegedly controversial null status issues, the majority opinion and the separate opinions fully concurred. Indeed, even the one judge voting against the 14-person majority condemning the wall, Thomas Bjurgenthal from the United States, was at pains to stress that there was much in the advisory opinion with which I agree. For example, on the crucial question of settlements, he concurred with the majority that they violated the Fourth Geneva Convention and accordingly were in breach of international humanitarian law. The last of the null status issues, the rights of Palestinian refugees, is equally uncontroversial. The United Nations has repeatedly and overwhelmingly upheld the right of return of Palestinian refugees, in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 194, 1948, which resolves that the refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date, and that compensation should be paid for the property of those choosing not to return. A December 2005 General Assembly resolution that passed 161 to 1, Israel, with 11 abstentions, notes with regret that repatriation or compensation of the refugees, as provided for in paragraph 11 of General Assembly Resolution 194, 3, has not yet been effected and reiterates its request for implementation of that paragraph. 24 Similarly, respected human rights organizations have urged Israel to recognize the right to return for those Palestinians, and their descendants, who from territory that is now within the State of Israel, and who have maintained appropriate links with that territory, HRW, and call ed for Palestinians who or were expelled from Israel, the West Bank or Gaza Strip, along with those of their descendants who have maintained genuine links with the area, to be able to exercise their right to return. Amnesty. 25 The broad consensus on the null status issues of borders, East Jerusalem, settlements, and refugees forms the bedrock of the two-state settlement to resolve the Israel-Palestine conflict. As understood by the whole of the international community, apart from Israel and the United States, and this or that South Pacific atoll, such a settlement calls for full Israeli withdrawal from Palestinian territories captured in the June 1967 war, the formation of an independent Palestinian state in these territories in exchange for recognition of Israel's right to live in peace and security with its neighbors, and a resolution of the refugee question that acknowledges the Palestinian right of return. 26 A December 2005 UN General Assembly resolution listed these principles and components for a peaceful settlement of the conflict: inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war, illegality of the Israeli settlements in the territory occupied since 1967 and of Israeli actions aimed at changing the status of Jerusalem, right of all states in the region to live in peace within secure and internationally recognized borders, two-state solution of Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security within recognized borders, based on the pre-1967 borders, withdrawal of Israel from the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, realization of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, primarily the right to self-determination and the right to their independent state, resolving the problem of Palestine refugees in conformity with Resolution 194, 3, of December 11, 1948. The resolution passed 156 to 6, Australia, Israel, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Palau, United States, with 9 abstentions. 27 According to U.S. Ambassador to the UN John Bolton, the General Assembly's overwhelming approval of this and related resolutions on the Israel-Palestine conflict showed why many people say the UN is not really useful in solving actual problems. 28 Truly it is cause for perplexity why the world won't follow the useful lead of the United States and Palau. The peace process looks rather different in light of the two-state settlement reported in the legal diplomatic record. Thus, all sides acknowledge that during the 2000 Camp David negotiations Palestinians agreed to let Israel retain illegal settlement blocks in East Jerusalem and the West Bank in an equal land swap, to divide occupied East Jerusalem with Israel, and to limited implementation of the right of return. Contrariwise, Israel demanded retention of illegal settlements blocks in an unequal land swap, near total control of occupied East Jerusalem, and no recognition of the Palestinian right of return. 29 In relation to the consensus terms of the two-state settlement, Palestinians acquiesced in much less than they were entitled to while Israelis demanded much more. Nonetheless, the received wisdom has been that the Camp David summit collapsed due to Palestinian intransigence. 30 Similarly, after Hamas's electoral victory, the United States set as a condition for suspension of its boycott that Hamas explicitly recognize Israel. The RST and most obvious question, as Danny Rubenstein posed it in Haaretz, is, why should Hamas have recognized Israel if Arafat and the PLO's recognition of it in the Oslo Agreement yielded only suffering and misfortune for Palestinians and the liquidation of their national hopes? 31 In point of fact, however, Hamas officials did issue many statements gesturing toward support of the international consensus for resolving the conflict. 32 Were they truly committed to the conflict resolution on these terms, the United States and Israel could have tested Hamas's pronouncements in negotiations. Even granting the ambiguity of Hamas's stance, 33 It is still cause for wonder why the United States, and the European Union, didn't subject Israel, which has consistently and unambiguously rejected all the terms of the two-state settlement, to censure, let alone a crippling economic boycott. 34 While the Palestinian people were being economically devastated due in part to some Hamas statements calling for Israel's destruction, Israel was given a free hand to dismember not in words but in actions the prospective Palestinian state. It proceeded apace on construction of the wall deep inside the West Bank, annexing some of the most productive land and water resources as well as East Jerusalem and effectively bisecting the West Bank. 35 In addition, it signaled its intention to retain the Jordan Valley as well as a settlement block in the north which would yet again sever the West Bank. 36 The choice for Palestinians, according to The Economist, will be between a Swiss cheese state, comprising most of the West Bank but riddled with settlements, in which travel is severely hampered, or Israel pulling out from up to 40% or 50% of the West Bank's territory unilaterally, while keeping most of its settlements. 37 Small wonder that many Palestinians construed the unilateral demand put on Hamas to recognize Israel as another instance of double standards. Palestinian Prime Minister Ismail Haniyeh complained that Western leaders are not asking anything of Israel. They should be making the same demands of them that they make of us. 38 In this connection it merits notice that, according to Israeli commentator Meron Benvenisti, most Palestinians support a two-state settlement on the June 1967 borders as long as the Palestinian state enjoys all the trappings of sovereignty and is free of settlers, whereas the majority of Israelis who ostensibly support a Palestinian state are vehemently opposed to such a Palestinian state and instead support an entity that will have partial control over about half the West Bank, with no control over the border crossings, immigration policies, water resources, coastal waters, and airspace. 39 Thus, the Palestinian people suffered harsh collective punishment after electing Hamas to power although supporting the two-state settlement, whereas Israelis suffered no punishment although opposing it. In effect, the Palestinian people have been subjected to economic sanctions the RST time an occupied people has been so treated, UN Special Rapporteur John Dugard observed in a September 2006 report to the Human Rights Council. This is difficult to understand. Israel is in violation of major Security Council and General Assembly resolutions dealing with unlawful territorial change and the violation of human rights and has failed to implement the 2004 advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, yet it escapes the imposition of sanctions. Instead, the Palestinian people, rather than the Palestinian Authority, have been subjected to possibly the most rigorous form of international sanctions imposed in modern times. It is interesting to recall, Dugard caustically concluded, that the Western states refused to impose meaningful economic sanctions on South Africa to compel it to abandon apartheid on the grounds that this would harm the black people of South Africa. No such sympathy is extended to the Palestinian people or their human rights. 40. 2. Contriving controversy. Having demonstrated that the actual documentary record is uncontroversial, I devoted the remainder of Beyond Chutzpah to scrutinizing the controversies manufactured by Israel's apologists. I focused on 3 of them: mystication of the conflict, an alleged new anti-Semitism, and proliferation of fraud posing as scholarship. Mystifying the conflict. It is often alleged that the Israel-Palestine conflict is so complex that a knowledge on the order of rocket science is needed to penetrate its mysteries. Its roots are alleged to reach back to the hoary past, or it is said to be grounded in a cosmic clash of religions, cultures, and civilizations. This mystification of a conflict that, judging by the documentary record, is relatively straightforward serves a dual function. First, it rationalizes suspending ordinary moral and legal standards, which supposedly can't be applied because of the singularity of the conflict. Thus, when Robert Malley, an American negotiator at the failed 2000 Camp David summit, was publicly challenged American Samoa to why U.S. aid to Israel continued to owe despite egregious Israeli violations of international law, he replied, "This is really a truly unique conflict." End of discussion. 41. Second, related purpose of this mystification is to preempt the making of obvious analogies, for example, between the fate of Native Americans at the hands of European settlers and Palestinians at the hands of Zionist settlers, and between apartheid in South Africa and Israeli policy in the occupied Palestinian territory. 42. In the case of the apartheid analogy, it is alleged to be not only inaccurate but also anti-Semitic, and those articulating it anti-Semites. 43. This makes for a rather puzzling list of anti-Semites, including B'Tselem, which observes in a recent report that the Israeli Rhodes regime in the West Bank, based on the principle of separation through discrimination, bears striking similarities to the racist apartheid regime that existed in South Africa until 1994, and entails a greater degree of arbitrariness than was the case with the regime that existed in South Africa. 44. The roster of supposed anti-Semites making the verboten apartheid analogy also includes the editorial board of Haaretz, which observed in September 2006 that the apartheid regime in the territories remains intact. Millions of Palestinians are living without rights, freedom of movement or a livelihood, under the yoke of ongoing Israeli occupation, as well as former Israeli Knesset member Shul Amit Alani, former deputy mayor of Jerusalem Meron Benvenisti, former Israeli ambassador to South Africa Alan Little, South African Archbishop and Nobel laureate for Peace Desmond Tutu, and father of human rights law in South Africa John Dugard. 45. Indeed, the list apparently also includes former Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. Pointing to his zashon with Bantustans, Israeli researcher Gershom Gorenberg concluded that it is no accident that Sharon's plan for the West Bank bears a striking resemblance to the grand apartheid promoted by the old South African regime. 46. Sharon himself reportedly stated that the Bantustan model was the most appropriate solution to the conflict. 47. Playing the Holocaust and new anti-Semitism cards to sow confusion about the real historical record and discredit criticism of Israeli policy, Israel's apologists have also played the Holocaust and new anti-Semitism cards. In the first decades of Israel's existence, American Jewish elites, fearful of the dual loyalty bogey, kept the Jewish state at cautious distance. After the June 1967 war, when Israel became the U.S.'s strategic asset in the Middle East, these elites became born-again Zionists and, conveniently discovering the Nazi Holocaust, another subject on which they had hitherto been conspicuously silent, began to exploit it to immunize Israel from criticism. 48. Two dogmas underpin the new Holocaust ideology: first, that Jewish suffering during the Holocaust was unique, and, second, that the Holocaust was the culmination of an eternal Gentile hatred of Jews. Although lacking intellectual content and morally abhorrent, these dogmas came to serve as potent weapons in Israel's ideological arsenal aimed at neutralizing criticism of its policy. In the most bizarre development, Palestinians, and Arabs generally, were either held directly culpable for the Holocaust or seen as lineal descendants of its perpetrators. On the eve of the 1948 war, Ben-Gurion depicted the Zionists' enemies as disciples and even teachers of Hitler, who know only one way of solving the Jewish problem, total destruction, while his stated goal for the Eichmann trial was that it would ferret out the connection between Nazis and some Arab rulers, especially Egyptian President Nasser. Israeli historian Edith Zertel notes that during the trial deeds of Eichmann and other Nazi criminals were rarely mentioned without addition of the Arab Nazi dimension, and Israeli press coverage labeled the Palestinian Mufti of Jerusalem as among the biggest Nazi war criminals, even suggesting that he was the real mastermind of the final solution. According to Ben-Gurion, the Mufti was one of Hitler's close associates in this genocide. A leading Israeli official warned during the trial that 150 meters from the courtroom there is a border, and behind that border thousands of Eichmanns lie in wait, proclaiming explicitly, "What Eichmann has not completed, we will," while for Ben-Gurion the trial's main legacy was to remind Israelis that the hatred that brought about the extermination of 2/3 of European Jewry, who had not sinned or done wrong, this hatred is still simmering among the rulers of our neighboring countries, plotting to eradicate us. Deploring this imposition of the Nazi Holocaust onto the Middle East reality, which harsh and hostile to Israel as it was of a totally different kind, Zertel observes that it immensely distorted the image of the Holocaust, dwarfing the magnitude of the atrocities committed by the Nazis, trivializing the unique agony of the victims and the survivors, and utterly demonizing the Arabs and their leaders. 49 To justify their preemptive attack on Egypt in June 1967, Israeli leaders sounded alarms about the machinations of the new Hitler and proclaimed that for us, Abdel Nasser is Hitler. 50 In the more recent past, Israel's apologists equated Saddam Hussein with Hitler. An opposition to the illegal U.S. war against Iraq with appeasement. 51 In fact, the threat posed by Nasser to Israel in 1967 was on the order of severity of Saddam's in 2003. 52 Now it is the turn of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, and among those leading the charge is Holocaust industry poster boy Daniel Goldhagen. His preeminent role confirms, for those still harboring doubts, the symbiosis between the Holocaust industry and Israel's political agenda. It was for Goldhagen an easy transition from expert on Jews and Nazi anti-Semitism to expert on Israel and Islamic anti-Semitism. On the one hand, his best-selling book Hitler's Willing Executioners wasn't in reality about Jews and the Nazi Holocaust but, as I've shown elsewhere, about Israel and its enemies, and, on the other, he appears to know as much about the latter as he did about the former, substituting in both instances the same vacuous catchphrases like hallucinatory anti-Semitism. For serious analysis. 53 Scrutinizing Hamas's charter, Goldhagen concludes that it is governed by a Nazi-like genocidal orientation to Jews, mimics Nazi textbooks, espouses a hallucinatory anti-Semitism recalling the most extreme Nazi ideologues, is almost classically Nazi and unmistakably Nazi-like, and on and on. To judge by Goldhagen, Hamas might even be worse than the Nazis. The Nazi Party program of 1920 also contained much anti-Semitism, but compared to Hamas' charter, its demonology and prescriptions were tame. 54 Hamas isn't half the problem, however. 4. According to Goldhagen, Hamas is just one tiny link in a vast Nazi-like conspiracy of political Islam to destroy the West. Thanks to him, the protocols of these elders of Araby have now been exposed. We are witnessing the beginning of political Islam's intensifying social and political mobilization into a new multi-pronged, intercontinental intifada, Goldhagen intones in a March 2006 New Republic cover story, an intifada that deploys genocidal rhetoric and proto-genocidal violence, embraces Nazism's hallucinatory anti-Semitism and its murderous logic toward Jews, and aspires to global rule. 55 It is totalitarian, aggressive, conquering, cocksure about its superiority and destiny to rule, intolerant, bristling with resentment, and only tenuously in touch with aspects of reality. Even if true, this would not seem to make political Islam much different from the Bush administration. Trundling forth absurdity after inanity after fantasy, Goldhagen alleges that political Islam's most threatening military development in the early 1990s was Saddam Hussein's ruthlessly secular Ba'athist regime, that Iran secretly orchestrated the widespread Islamic protests against the Danish cartoons just as it was about to be referred to the UN Security Council for possible sanctions over its nuclear weapons program, that if Israel hadn't destroyed Iraq's reactor in 1981, we could never have dislodged nuclear-armed, mass-murdering Saddam from Kuwait 10 years later even if the reactor wasn't producing nuclear weapons, and it was probably Israel's strike that impelled Saddam's attempt to acquire them. 56 And that muck of the Islamic world is in the throes of political Islam, even if much of it is not. It's a big world. Do tell. The really bad news is that Al-Qaeda is not the main problem, according to Goldhagen. Iran is. Iran is the epicenter of political Islam. Political Islam's greatest power. Similarly, the main exponent of political Islam is not Osama bin Laden but Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the president of Iran. In one of those signature Goldhagenisms, Ahmadinejad is said to form a tag team of interlocking support with Hamas. Apart from suffering from the weird delusion that the West has, for centuries, constricted, humiliated, divided, and dominated the Muslim nations, the chief defects of the Iranian president are said to be that he is prone to Holocaust denial and Hitlerian exhortation to destroy Israel. This exercise over Ahmadinejad's Holocaust denial is peculiar considering that Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, the U.S. and Israel's main Palestinian collaborator as well as a breakfast date of Elie Wiesel, wrote his doctoral dissertation, and then published a book, denying the Nazi Holocaust. 57 Beside the Iranian president's alleged exhortation to destroy Israel, Goldhagen juxtaposes his brazen and cocksure pronouncements of the West's impending doom that echo Nikita Khrushchev's bullying prophecy, "We will bury you." If the comparison with the Soviet leader is right, it would seem to belie the literalness of the Iranian president's threat. 58 Nonetheless, dragging in the all-purpose Nazi analogy, Goldhagen warns skeptics to take these threats seriously. Hitler, too, prophesied the annihilation of the Jews, saying that a world war would result in the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. Most treated this as empty bluster. Amidst this terrifying global offensive of political Islam, Goldhagen still espies a ray of hope. He singles out for praise German Chancellor Angela Merkel for bracketing Iran and Nazi Germany in the 1930s and for admonishing the world not to repeat the error of the 30s, the inaction of the Western powers in the face of Hitler's bellicose posture, their dismissal of his menacing words as empty rhetoric. The challenge now, according to Goldhagen, is for the world to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, most likely by destroying its nuclear production facilities. It's hard to say what's more laughable: the extraordinary coincidence that each new Arab/Muslim leader allegedly threatening Israel is Hitler reincarnate, or that the threat posed is routinely compared to the Holocaust while the Holocaust industry simultaneously intones that the Holocaust was unique and any comparison between it and other crimes is a form of Holocaust denial. 59 The new anti-Semitism is a spin-off of the Holocaust industry. Whenever Israel comes under international pressure to resolve its conflict with the Palestinians diplomatically or faces a public relations debacle, its apologists mount a campaign alleging that the world is awash in a new anti-Semitism. As I've demonstrated in part 1 of this volume, the purpose of these periodic extravaganzas is not hard to end. On the one hand, the perpetrators are turned into the victims, putting the spotlight on the alleged suffering of Jews today and diverting it from the real suffering of Palestinians. On the other hand, they discredit all criticism of Israeli policy as motivated by an irrational loathing of Jews. In the RST chapter of this book, From Jesus Christ Superstar to the Passion of the Christ, I pointed to the similarity of the various new anti-Semitism productions such as the Anti-Defamation Leagues, ADLs, repeatedly whipping up hysteria over anti-Semitism in the LM industry. 60 Coincidentally, in his recent memoir, Norman Jewison, the director of Jesus Christ Superstar, likewise took note of this bizarre phenomenon. Jewison, who is not Jewish, begins his memoir with the words, "For as long as I can remember I've always wanted to be a Jew." A highly successful Hollywood director, Jewison eventually directed Fiddler on the Roof, which won him unstinting praise from American Jews and the Israeli government. But when his next LM, Jesus Christ Superstar, opened, Jewison recalls all hell breaking loose. The American release was marred by attacks from the Anti-Defamation League and almost every U.S. Jewish organization. I felt betrayed by many friends, especially after making Fiddler on the Roof. He notes in passing that it was rather similar to the protest over Mel Gibson's more recent The Passion of the Christ. 61 Indeed, the ADL transmogrified both LMS into useful props for another channel production, the new anti-Semitism. Israel mounted the latest revival of the new anti-Semitism after international criticism of its brutal repression of the Second Intifada. Once Palestinian resistance was successfully broken and Israel returned to the good graces of the West, the tantrums about a new anti-Semitism began to abate. A few years ago it was being alleged that Jewish students on U.S. college campuses were literally the target of pogroms. On its face the allegation seemed preposterous. Colleges are so politically correct nowadays that it is hard to be anti-anything, let alone the ultimate taboo, anti-Semitic. In fact, the alleged instances of anti-Semitism turned out on inspection to be either grossly exaggerated or fabricated out of whole cloth. 62 Even its fomenters now openly acknowledge that the hysteria was largely a contrivance. It's a good time to be a Jewish student at an American college, the Chronicle of Higher Education reports. So said Jewish leaders who gathered here Monday and declared that a golden age of Jewishness on campuses and not the apocalypse of anti-Semitism is upon us. Outdoing the Hillel director who hailed the golden age of Jewish students, the AIPAC representative Tiv told the audience that it was a glorious time not only for Jewish student life on campuses, but for the pro-Israel student movement as well. 63 So much for pogroms. Notwithstanding this glorious time, however, Yale University announced in September 2006 the creation of the RST University-based Center in North America for the study of anti-Semitism in order to understand the current manifestation of this disease. According to the center's director, it is too soon to say whether there will be a degree program, 64 but should this come to pass, Yale might consider offering a triple major in Judaic Studies, Holocaust Studies, and Anti-Semitic Studies in a special degree program titled Jewish Naval Contemplation. A few years back it was sacrilege to argue that hostility to Jews had increased due to Israel's ruthless policies and that the best remedy was for Israel to end the occupation. 65 In a feature Haaretz article marking the FTY 8th anniversary of Israel's founding, a leading American Jewish academic now gives expression to the identical analysis. Israel's reckless behavior and insistent identification of all criticism with anti-Semitism, Tony Yude writes, is now the leading source of anti-Jewish sentiment in Western Europe and much of Asia. Any way to take the sting out of rising anti-Semitism in the suburbs of Paris or the streets of Jakarta would be for Israel to give the Palestinians back their land. 66. One also NDS astonishing acknowledgements in a recent study of anti-Semitism by Walter Laqueur, a leading academic stalwart of Israel. 67 Whereas the new anti-Semitism mongers have alleged that virulent anti-Semitism is rampant in the heartland of Europe and the United States and that the threat currently posed to Jews rivals that of Nazi Germany, 68 Laqueur asserts that anti-Semitism in Europe is predominantly Muslim in character. Popular attitudes toward Jews were in fact slightly more favorable in 2002 than they had been in 1991. It is difficult to imagine that anti-Semitism will become a crucial factor on the American political or social scene, and it goes without saying that anti-Semitism today is in no way comparable to the persecutions of the 1930s and 1940s. Whereas the mongers alleged that anti-Semitism is to be found overwhelmingly on the left wing of the political spectrum, and that left-wing and Islamic anti-Semitism, and its concomitant anti-Zionism, are born fundamentally of irrational hatred of Jews. 69 Laqueur writes that it would be an exaggeration to maintain that contemporary anti-Semitism is exclusively or predominantly left-wing in character. Anti-Zionism of the far left is post-racialist, mainly motivated by anti-Americanism and America's support for Israel, and it is absurd to argue that contemporary Muslim anti-Semitism is wholly unconnected with the existence of Israel and the policy of Israeli governments. 70. On a related note, a tenet of Holocaust ideology and the new anti-Semitism mongers is that anti-Jewish and anti-Israel animus arises not because of factual evidence but in spite of it. ADL head Abraham Foxman. 71. Lequeur, however, allows that at times anti-Jewish hostility was predominantly irrational, at other times it was quite rational, and usually there was interplay between these two. 72. He cites many instances where anti-Semitism sprang from economic activities bound to provoke hatred, such as the intermediary role of Jews between exploiters and exploited. 73. Indeed, Lequeur partly ascribes anti-Semitism in the past to the negative features in the character and the physical development of Jews, their morally questionable behavior and lack of good citizenship, and even their sheer numbers, concurring with the Zionist spokesperson in the 1930s that there were 1 million Jews too many in Poland. 74. The irony is that were not Lequeur a prominent Zionist and defender of Israel, these remarks could easily be construed as anti-Semitic. The double irony is that it's probably because he is a Zionist that Lequeur holds these beliefs, Zionist ideology having mirrored anti-Semitic stereotypes and the anti-Semitic belief that Jews couldn't assimilate. New anti-Semitism promoter Bernard Lewis maintains that anti-Semitism in the Arab world derives principally from its feeling of humiliation after having suffered successive military defeats at the hands of Israel. To provide solace to wounded feelings, Arabs imputed a preternatural evil to Jews. The animus directed at Jews, Lewis emphatically concludes, has little or no bearing on the rights and wrongs of the Palestine conflict. 75. Breaking with this orthodoxy, Lequeur acknowledges that Palestinians' hostility to Israel and Jews has been an understandable response to the injustice enacted on them and that, were a just settlement of the conflict reached, Palestinian, and more broadly Arab/Muslim, hostility would largely dissipate. For the Palestinians, the existence of Israel is bound to remain a trauma for as far as one can think ahead, the loss of part of their homeland being the greatest injustice which can be put right only by violence. It is only natural that they will want the state to cease to exist. Once they have a state of their own, however, problems of daily life will loom large and much of their energy will have to be invested in making the state work. The great urge to reconquer what was lost will not disappear, but it will not be pursued as in the days when this was the only issue. The same is true in particular with regard to the other Arab and Muslim countries and the Muslim communities in Europe. Israel and the Jews will remain an enemy. But it is unlikely to remain the only or even the main enemy. Once the Palestinians have a viable state, and once Israel has taken other steps to accommodate Muslim interests such as the internationalization of the holy places in Jerusalem, there is a reasonable chance that Arab anti-Semitism will decrease even though it will not disappear. 76. Yet, despite what he himself has acknowledged, Lequeur still maintains at any rate, on different pages in his book that anti-Semitism has reached near crisis proportions in Europe. He alleges that anti-Semitism has been rampant in France since the 1970s, that the British Labour Party launched anti-Semitic attacks, and that not too friendly attitudes toward Jews extended well beyond. Extremist groups in Europe. 77. Lequeur is most exercised by a diabolical alliance allegedly forged between Islamists and the political left, notably anti-globalists, held together by a mutual loathing of Jews. 78. To substantiate these sweeping claims, 79. Lequeur, like the new anti-Semitism mongers, relies on ambiguous and inconclusive survey results or else innuendo such as the alleged pervasiveness of Holocaust denial in the West. In a book covering 2,500 years in 200 pages, Lequeur devotes fully 6 pages to Holocaust denial. He cites the usual cast of VE kooky characters and the usual 2 kooky periodicals that one regularly NDS in Holocaust industry literature, which wildly innates the reach of Holocaust denial in order to justify yet more Holocaust education. 81. Casting a very wide net, Lequi subs s under the rubric Holocaust denier those who argue that the sole purpose of the Great X publicity given to the Holocaust decades after the event was to provide political help to the State of Israel, that many Jews indeed might have been killed during World War II, but this had nothing to do with Palestinians or the Arabs, and why should the Palestinians suffer and pay the price for crimes committed in Europe, that while the Holocaust had indeed taken place, it had been exploited and instrumentalized by chauvinist Jews to gain international sympathy, to extort money from the international community in compensation for the funds robbed by the Nazis, and also to justify Israeli politics. Even those who have fought for the right of the Holocaust deniers to express their views seem to qualify in Lequi's view as Holocaust deniers. 82 He should perhaps exercise some caution in how far he stretches this definition. In his study he repeatedly states that the total number of Jews killed during the Nazi Holocaust was between 5.1 and 5.9 million. 83 Yet, according to the Holocaust industry, to question whether the Nazis really killed 6 million Jews is already heresy. 84 In fact the Holocaust denier epithet has become the verbal equivalent of spittle, mindlessly expectorated at those critical of Israeli policy. Future generations will undoubtedly wonder how it came to pass that blood descendants of the millions of Jewish martyrs reduced such a colossal chapter in human suffering to a schmate. Lequi's study is also littered with disingenuous, politically partisan assertions. For example, to prove that anti-Israel sentiment on the political left long antedated the June 1967 war and accordingly that Israel's occupation cannot account for the hostility directed at it, Lequi adduces this evidence. Even in the 1950s and early 1960s, there was an identification in Western radical left-wing circles with Palestinian insurgents, which manifested itself in ideological writings as well as the wearing of the keffiyeh and the dispatch of Western terrorists, Carlos the Jackal and members of the Badr Meinhof gang, to training camps in Arab countries. 85. Leaving aside the unlikelihood that many on the political left had even heard of, let alone supported, Palestinians before June 1967, 86 Carlos the Jackal was 11 years old in 1960. There's no record of the direct involvement of such individuals with the Palestinians before the late 1960s if not later. 87 As if to vindicate a central thesis of this book, just after Israel faced another public relations debacle due to its murderous assault on Lebanon in summer 2006, a British all-party parliamentary group led by notorious Israel arster Dennis Max Hain MP, Labour, released yet another report alleging a resurgence of anti-Semitism. 88 To judge by many of the witnesses, example David Cesarani, Lord Yanaer, Emanuele Ottolenghi, Melanie Phillips, and sources, example Memory, Holocaust Educational Trust, cited in the body of the report, much time and money could have been saved had it just been contracted out to the Israel Foreign Ministry. 89 The single novelty of the report, which mostly rehashes fatuous allegations already disposed of in this volume, is the new thresholds in idiocy it breaks. Consider the methodology deployed for demonstrating a new anti-Semitism. The report deems an anti-Semitic incident as any occasion perceived to be anti-Semitic by the Jewish community. 90. This is the school of thought according to which it's raining even in the absence of any precipitation because I feel it's raining. It is the dream philosophy of paranoids, especially rational paranoids, for whom alleged victimhood is politically serviceable. The report includes under the rubric of anti-Semitic incidents not just violent acts and incendiary speech but conversations, discussions, or pronouncements made in public or private, which cross the line of acceptability, as well as the mood and tone when Jews are discussed. The wonder is that it didn't also tabulate repressed anti-Semitic libidinal fantasies. 91 In the category of inherently anti-Semitic pronouncements, the report includes drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, only comparisons of contemporary Arab/Muslim policy to that of the Nazis are permissible, and theories about Jewish or Zionist opinions on American foreign policy, even if Jewish and Zionist organizations boast about this opinions. 92 Much of the evidence of pervasive British anti-Semitism stretches and strains credulity. The lone item listed under the ominous subheading The Blood Libel is a Syrian television series that would be possible for viewers in the UK to see, if they had suitable satellite receiving equipment. 93. The report also cites the warning of the London Assembly Conservative Group that there is a risk that in some political quarters views on international events can, almost subconsciously, lead to subtly different attitudes to, and levels of engagement with, different minority groups. 94. The new anti-Semitism business must be going seriously awry when British conservatives start sounding like Lacan. Finally, it is anti-Semitic for student unions to advocate a boycott of Israeli goods because this would restrict the availability of kosher food on campus. 95. Maybe Israel can organize a Berlin airlift of Geld sh. Although claiming that, in the struggle against anti-Semitism, none of those who gave evidence wished to see the right of free speech eroded, and only in extreme circumstances would we advocate legal intervention. 96. The report recommends that university authorities take an active interest in combating acts, speeches, literature, and events that cause anxiety or alarm among their Jewish students, and it registers disquiet that classic and modern anti-Semitic works are freely available for ordering on the Amazon.com website, and that the United States in particular has been slow to take action in closing down anti-Semitic internet sites. 97. It is at moments like this that even the least patriotic of souls experiences tingles of pride in being an American. Behind the shield of the new anti-Semitism and emboldened by the war against terrorism, Israel's fanatical supporters have indulged in the most egregious racist rhetoric against Arabs and non-Westerners generally. It seems that they envy the Israeli ambience especially congenial to such rants. After publishing a notorious interview with historian Benny Morris, 98. Haaretz published in December 2005 a comparable one with Alain Finkielkraut, who has played the leading role in the French adaptation of the new anti-Semitism, and is regarded in France as a philosopher of comparable stature to Bernard-Henri Lévy, rightly so. 99. In the interview Finkielkraut lamented that France's soccer team arouses ridicule throughout Europe because it was composed almost exclusively of black players. Stressing that we must strive to maintain the language of truth against the current left-wing onslaught against it, he went on to assert that in Israel it is impossible even to jail Palestinian children. 100. That colonialism sought to bring civilization to the savages, that the one and only significant truth about slavery in the West is that the West was the one to eliminate it, and nally, that France did only good to Africans. 101. Especially in Algeria, where as many as 1 million people perished during the independence struggle, and earlier in the French Congo, where the murders were numbered by the tens of thousands. 102. Proliferation of fraud. This book begins by recounting my RST public involvement in the Israel-Palestine conflict when I exposed a major literary hoax, Joan Peters's From Time Immemorial, 1984. Peters's book purported to demonstrate that Palestine had been empty on the eve of Zionist colonization, and that those claiming to be Palestinians had actually entered surreptitiously from neighboring Arab countries in search of economic opportunities after the Zionist settlers had made the desert bloom. An indicator of the book's onions is shown in a recently declassified State Department document in which an official is quoted as saying that Joan Peters has written the RST true account of the roots of the Middle East crisis from time immemorial, in which she definitively proves that there is no historical basis for the national/ethnic concept of a Palestinian. 103. As it happened, this RST true account was in the words of Israel's leading academic authority on Palestinian nationalism a sheer forgery. 104. The fact that the literature on the Israel-Palestine conflict is littered with forgeries is not in itself noteworthy. Nonsense is written on every conceivable topic. What makes the Israel-Palestine conflict unusual is the extent to which these forgeries receive mainstream validation, which in turn makes public exposure of them so difficult. I would surely prefer if it could be said that uncovering the Peters fraud required genuine intellectual talent. In fact, however, the book was so ridiculous that discovering its fraudulence required nothing more than elementary research. The real challenge was not proving the fraud but publicly exposing it, After so many prominent individuals and institutions have sung the praises of, and consequently invested their reputations in, from time immemorial, it was quite the embarrassment that an obscure graduate student had demonstrated it was a threadbare hoax. It took over a year of tenacious activity, and a serendipitous concatenation of events, before the truth was publicly revealed. 105 It has proven equally challenging to expose publicly Alan Dershowitz's The Case for Israel. Demonstrating that it was an academic fraud, which comprises the bulk of this volume, again didn't require any special skill. One merely had to juxtapose what mainstream human rights organizations and historians have written against Dershowitz's fabrications. The real difficulty arose after the text was completed. In his public persona, Dershowitz is a staunch civil libertarian. When IRST began to expose his gross scholarly misconduct, he piously declared that he wouldn't respond with a libel action because he believed so strongly in the First Amendment and full freedom of speech. 106 Nonetheless, seeking to block publication of Beyond Chutzpah, IRST read off a barrage of minatory letters at the University of California Press, subsequently boasting that he told it, "I will own your company," and then recruited reputedly the most powerful law RM in the country, Cravath, Swain, and more, to escalate the pressure. Finally, he implored California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger to intercede with the publisher, but Schwarzenegger refused because of the clear, academic freedom issue it presents. 107, Dershowitz initially denied writing Schwarzenegger, declaring, "My letter to the governor doesn't exist," but when pressed on the issue he explained, it was not a letter. It was a polite note. Ironically, just as he was threatening University of California Press with expensive and time-consuming lawsuits to prevent publication of Beyond Chutzpah, Dershowitz denounced Holocaust denier David Irving, who had sued author Deborah Lipstadt for libel, in these words: "Before Irving lost his case against Lipstadt, several publishers had refused to issue books critical of Irving, out of fear of his bringing expensive and time-consuming lawsuits." That was a chilling of free speech. 108. In addition, as Beyond Chutzpah was going to press and after its publication, Dershowitz embarked on an unremitting campaign of defamation, hurling wild and, frankly, obscene ad hominem calumnies. Disseminating these slanders under such juvenile titles as the Committee to Expose Norman Finkelstein's Close Connections to Neo-Nazism, Holocaust Denial, and his big lie of an international Jewish conspiracy, he asserted that I was a notorious Jewish anti-Semite and Holocaust revisionist, had praised Osama bin Laden, and had been let go from a teaching post due to mental instability. He even threatened to show up, at his own expense, during my tenure process at DePaul University to document the case against Finkelstein. He posted on Harvard Law School's official website the insinuation that my mother was, or I believed she was, a capo who had been cooperating with the Nazis during the Holocaust. Harvard Law School Dean Elena Kagan held that Dershowitz's crude defamation fell within the parameters of what was permissible to post on its website. For the record, my late mother was a survivor of the Warsaw Ghetto, Majdanek concentration camp, and 2 slave labor camps, lost every member of her family during the war, and after the war served as a key witness at a Nazi deportation hearing in the United States and at the trial of Majdanek concentration camp guards in Germany. 109 In a new book, The Case for Peace, Dershowitz embellished on these smears and went on to proclaim that a well-orchestrated conspiracy had been mounted, of which I was one of an anti-Israel triumvirate of ringleaders, to ruin his reputation on account of his outspoken support of Israel. When not denouncing the Chomsky-Coburn-Finkelstein conspiracy hatched against him, Dershowitz derided his critics for trafficking in conspiracy theories. 110. Apart from recycling ad hominem diatribes and conjuring paranoid conspiracy theories, the thrust of the case for peace was to rationalize Prime Minister Sharon's land grab in the West Bank under the guise that Israel was offering Palestinians a 2-state settlement. In answer to the criticism that the fragmented state being offered Palestinians wouldn't be viable, Dershowitz quotes this piece of geopolitical wisdom. Palestinians could yet build a Monte Carlo in Jericho, a Vatican State in Bethlehem, a Luxembourg in Ramallah, a Cyprus in Gaza, a Singapore in Nablus. 111 Didn't he leave out a Disneyland in Rafah refugee camp? In addition, Dershowitz recycled yet again standard Israeli apologetics discredited in mainstream scholarship and human rights reports. 112 And still leaning on from time immemorial as a reference, 113 Dershowitz praises Peters for having contributed an important new element to the debate on the Palestinians, and maintains that her book contained only a relatively small number of errors, which the hard-left version of literary McCarthyism innated, destroying Peters's promising academic career. 114 On a few occasions during the past year Dershowitz did attempt to answer the specific charges leveled against him in this book. For example, he denied having declared at a conference in Israel that Israel was not bound by international law. 115 To demonstrate the inaccuracy of this allegation, he quotes precisely what I said at the conference. Your moral obligation to comply with the letter of the rule of international law is voluntary. It is a matter of choice and a matter of tactic, not a matter of moral obligation or democratic theory. 116 If I might quote the title of his best-selling book, this is not exactly what one would call the best defense. On the other hand, after devoting the past 40 years to defending publicly Israel's generally superb human rights record, it seems that he is no longer able fully to block out reality. Delivering the keynote address at a conference at Israel's Bar-Ilan University, Dershowitz admitted that Israel's human rights record was hardly stellar. 117 Some of Israel's supporters have still refused to concede even this much. Famed Israeli new historian Benny Morris, who came out as a raving anti-Arab racist soon after the Second Intifada began, 118 has continued to insist that during the Second Intifada Israel reacted with praiseworthy discrimination to Palestinian provocations, that most of the Arabs killed were armed Kurds, not civilians, and that Israeli policy was to avoid, so far as possible, harm to non-combatants, and the IDF generally took great operational care to avoid civilian casualties. Readers of this volume can judge for themselves Morris's grip on reality. 119 The task of defending Israel's human rights record was not made any easier after Israeli soldiers serving in the occupied Palestinian territory started to speak out against human rights violations they participated in or observed during the suppression of the Second Intifada. These seemingly unimpeachable witnesses reported standing orders to open on people regardless of whether they were armed or not, or posed any physical threat, including young children, and that Gaza was considered a playground for sharpshooters. One soldier recalled being told, "Every person you see on the street, kill him," and after several incidents when children and teenagers were killed. The attitude in his paratroop unit was "so kids got killed." For a soldier it means nothing. 120 In the meantime, the ghastly killing of a 13-year-old Palestinian girl shot repeatedly in the head even after she lay dead. 121 Found aiding denouement when the Israeli captain charged with the crime was acquitted on all counts, received hefty monetary compensation from the state and a promotion in his rank. 122 And, while Dershowitz was emphatically asserting that Israel was not a racist state, 123 The Knesset let him down again, enacting yet another racist law, B'Tselem, that barred family reunification between Israeli citizens, mostly Palestinians, and their Palestinian spouses living in the occupied Palestinian territory. 124 It must surely be reckoned a victory that despite the brutal pressures exerted on it, University of California Press went ahead and published Beyond Chutzpah, a display of principle for which it was duly commended by the Middle East Studies Association. 125 Nonetheless, it should be borne in mind that the victory was partial. Getting a truly controversial book published is half the problem, the other half is getting it noticed among the tens of thousands of other books put out each year. Under normal circumstances, a book that had garnered so much pre-publication publicity, due to Dershowitz's libel threats, would have had editors scrambling to be the RST to review it. But these circumstances weren't normal. The controversy implicated Israel's egregious human rights record, a senior Harvard Law School professor who had concocted an academic fraud mangling this record, and eminent individuals, institutions, and periodicals that, wittingly or unwittingly, had staked their names singing paeans to the hooks. It was a real scandal. Having real consequences in a real conflict touching on the lives of real people, not just of eminent personalities whose reputations might be tarnished but of the people of Palestine, who daily bear the brunt of the numberless lies that proliferate in the United States. In other words, it was from time immemorial all over again. Unsurprisingly, Beyond Chutzpah did not receive a single mainstream review in the United States. In Israel, both Haaretz and the Jerusalem Post reviewed it, Haaretz quite favorably. 126 I was unable to get on a single mainstream radio, let alone television, program, or publish an op-ed piece on the Israel-Palestine conflict, not from a want of trying and notwithstanding that Israel-Palestine was constantly in the news. 127 Popular as ever, Dershowitz emerged from the affair unscathed, still authoritatively cited and interviewed, his subsequent book The Case for Peace being acclaimed by the Boston Globe as on a par with St. Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica. 128 Although repeatedly approached by third parties to debate me, Dershowitz adamantly refused on the ground that he had a long-standing policy against debating Holocaust deniers, revisionists, trivializers, or minimizers, but would instead debate Noam Chomsky. 129 Several anomalies in his position merit notice. I have written 2 books on the Nazi Holocaust. The first, A Nation on Trial, co-authored with Ruth Bettina Byrne, received glowing praise from the world's leading authorities on the Nazi Holocaust, including Raoul Hilberg, Christopher Browning, and Istvan Dayok, and was named a notable book of the year by the New York Times Sunday Book Review. The second, The Holocaust Industry, was blurbed by Hilberg, the undisputed dean of Nazi Holocaust historians. Referring explicitly to my findings on Holocaust compensation, which Dershowitz claims to find so repellent, Hilberg wrote that he was actually conservative, moderate. His conclusions are trustworthy. I am by no means the only one who, in the coming months or years, will totally agree with Finkelstein's breakthrough. Beyond this, Dershowitz has for many years pilloried Professor Chomsky for Holocaust denial. To cite the most recent examples, in the case for Israel he deplores Chomsky's flirtation with Holocaust denial, 130, and in the case for peace he deplores Chomsky for supporting, praising, and working with Holocaust deniers. 131 The real reason Dershowitz refused to debate me would seem to lie elsewhere. Many academic and literary scandals touching on questions that overlap with those posed in this book received wide media play. A duo of Harvard Law School professors, Lawrence H. Tribe and Charles J. Ogletree, faced credible charges of scholarly malfeasance. It is noteworthy that, although both these professors share the mainstream liberal politics of the New York Times, and although Harvard is held in reverence by the Times, none of these considerations deterred the Times from giving prominent critical coverage to the HLS scandal. 132 A singular omission in the Times reportage, however, was any mention of the copiously documented and far more serious accusations leveled against Dershowitz, who also teaches at Harvard Law School. Defenders of the Holy State get to play by a different set of rules. The Times reporter privately told Dershowitz that she couldn't even understand the charges against him. 133 Again, notice must be taken of just how truly impressive such mental discipline is. It makes one positively wistful for those bygone days when commissars couldn't even understand how Stalin's genius in linguistics could be questioned. Tribe and Ogletree were publicly rebuked, while a popular left-wing professor at the University of Colorado was to be stripped of his teaching post after being charged with scholarly fraud and plagiarism. 134 Yet, although their combined scholarly malfeasances paled beside Dershowitz's, he continues to go his merry way at Harvard. Just since spring 2005, and in addition to his academic derelictions documented in this book, the Public Committee Against Torture in Israel has credibly accused Dershowitz of making blatantly false and utterly preposterous statements. The main national Jewish newspaper Forward reported that not a word is true in the self-promoting passage of a speech Dershowitz delivered. A respected Amherst College professor suggested in a scholarly review of another of Dershowitz's recent books, Rights from Wrongs, that parts of Dershowitz's book are in conflict with one another because they were written by different hands, and senior Harvard Law School librarian Harry S. Martin denied Dershowitz's repeated claim that he, Martin, had exonerated Dershowitz of plagiarism charges. 135 In yet another literary scandal, it was revealed that the author of a book chronicling his redemptive personal odyssey, which became a national bestseller after Oprah Winfrey's selection of it for her book club, had fabricated portions of his life. The Times weighed in with no less than 16 articles in the space of 20 days meditating on the perils of an eroding boundary between fiction and fact, for which postmodernist relativism was held culpable, and of nonfiction straying from objectivity and veracity. One might have thought that this would be a ripe occasion for the Times, Nally, to scrutinize the Dershowitz case. But it was not meant to be. 136 Then it was revealed that a Harvard undergraduate had lifted passages from other literary works in her debut chick lit novel. The Times gave extensive coverage to this scandal as well. Unlike the Times, Harvard's school paper had the temerity to mention that among similar scandals rocking Harvard in recent years was the Dershowitz case. Predictably, Dershowitz read off an outraged letter denying any parallels. 137 In a more comic than textbook case of projection, Dershowitz accused two respected academic authors of a working paper critical of the Israel lobby of precisely the scholarly derelictions leveled against him in this book, a compilation of old, false, and authoritatively discredited charges dressed up in academic garb. The only thing new about it is the imprimatur. These recycled assertions have now been given by the prominence of its authors and their institutional affiliations. The paper is LLED with errors and distortions that should be obvious to any critical reader. Quotations are wrenched out of context. Facts are misstated. Embarrassingly poor logic is employed. His study is so LLED with distortions, so empty of originality or new evidence, so tendentious in its tone, so lacking in nuance and balance, so unscholarly in its approach, so riddled with obvious factual errors that could easily have been checked, but obviously were not, and so dependent on biased, extremist sources, as to raise the question of motive. Along the way, Dershowitz also alleges that the authors cite quotations to their primary sources, when it's obvious that they did not nd the materials there. On at least one occasion, they quote to the primary source incorrectly. Rather than citing to where they actually found the quotation, the authors simply copied a citation without checking the source they were citing. 138 These allegations of Dershowitz were widely and respectfully quoted in the major media and serious journals, it not once being so much as hinted that, even if valid, itself highly doubtful. 139 He should be the very last one leveling them. Since becoming a born-again Zionist after the June 1967 war, Dershowitz has justified each and all of Israel's egregious violations of international law. In recent years he has used the war on terrorism as a springboard for a full frontal assault on this body of law. Appearing shortly after the outbreak of the Second Intifada, his book Why Terrorism Works, 2002, served to rationalize Israel's brutal repression of the Palestinian uprising. 140 In 2006 Dershowitz published a companion volume, Preemption, A Knife That Cuts Both Ways, 141 to justify Israel's preventive use of force against Iran. It is painfully clear from their content that Dershowitz possessed little knowledge of the timely political topics that purported to be the stimuli for his interventions. 142 In reality, each book was keyed to a current Israeli political crisis and sought to rationalize the most extreme measures for resolving it. If Why Terrorism Works used the war on terrorism as a juggernaut to set back the clock on protection of civilians from occupying armies, Preemption used the war on terrorism to set back the clock on the protection of states from wars of aggression. In addition, during the July August 2006 War in Lebanon. Dershowitz penned a raft of op-eds that took aim at the protection of civilians in times of war. The central premise of Dershowitz is that international law, and those who administer it, must understand that the old rules do not apply in the unprecedented war against a ruthless and fanatical foe, and that the laws of war and the rules of morality must adapt to these new realities. 143 This is not the RST time such a rationale has been invoked to dispense with international law. According to Nazi ideology, ethical conventions couldn't be applied in the case of Jews or Bolsheviks. Their method of political warfare is entirely amoral. 144 On the eve of the preventive war 145 against the Soviet Union, Hitler issued the Commissar Order, which mandated the summary execution of Soviet political commissars and Jews, and set the stage for the final solution. He justified the order targeting them for assassination on the ground that the Judeo-Bolsheviks represented a fanatical ideology, and that in these exceptional conditions 146 civilized methods of warfare had to be cast aside. In the GHT against Bolshevism, it must not be expected that the enemy will act in accordance with the principles of humanity or international law. A New York attitude of consideration or regard for international law in respect of these persons is an error. The protagonists of barbaric Asiatic methods of warfare are the political commissars. Accordingly, if captured in battle or while resisting, they should in principle be shot. 147. It was simultaneously alleged that the Red Army commissars, who were assimilated to Jews, qualified neither as prisoners of war protected by the Geneva Convention nor as civilians entitled to trial before military courts, but rather were in effect illegal combatants. 148 plus ca change, plus say la même chose. It is similarly instructive that, although Dershowitz is represented, and represents himself, in the media as a liberal and civil libertarian, the sort of arguments he makes crops up most often at the far right of the political spectrum. For example, in the recent landmark decision Hamdan v. Rumsfeld, the Supreme Court found that the petitioner, a Yemeni national captured in Afghanistan and held in Guantanamo Bay, was entitled, under both domestic statute and international law, to minimum standards of a fair trial, which the Bush administration's commission order, setting the guidelines for military commissions, didn't meet. 149 A centerpiece of Judge Clarence Thomas's dissent was that rules developed in the context of conventional warfare were no longer applicable because, quoting President George W. Bush, the war against terrorism ushers in a new paradigm, and this new paradigm requires new thinking in the law of war. Inasmuch as we are not engaged in a traditional battle with a nation-state, he went on to argue, the court's decision would sorely hamper the president's ability to confront and defeat a new and deadly enemy. It's hard to know where Thomas, and Bush, ends and Dershowitz begins. The main thrust of preemption is to justify an Israeli assault on Iran's nuclear facilities. Although the book purports to the lofty goal of constructing a jurisprudence for criminal intent prior to commission of an actual crime, Dershowitz's range of historical reference is pretty much limited to the Bible and Israel, and it is plainly not the Bible that is uppermost in his mind. 150 To justify the Israeli assault on Iran, Dershowitz sets up Israel's attack on Egypt in June 1967 as the paradigm of legitimate preemptive war and its attack on Iraq's nuclear reactor in 1981 as the paradigm of legitimate preventive war. 151 His argument seems to be that if the legitimacy of the June 1967 attack is beyond dispute and the legitimacy of the 1981 attack has come to be seen as beyond dispute, then the legitimacy of a preventive war against Iran should also be beyond dispute. Before analyzing this argument, it is instructive to look at the current legal consensus on preemptive and preventive war. Dershowitz asserts that an accepted jurisprudence doesn't exist. 152 In fact, however, there is an enduring consensus, which recent events haven't shaken. In 2004, a high-level UN panel commissioned by the Secretary-General published its report on combating challenges to global security in the 21st century. The report reaffirmed the conventional understanding of Article 51 of the UN Charter, which prohibits the unilateral use of force by a state except to ward off an armed attack or if a threatened attack is imminent, no other means would deflect it and the action is proportionate, the latter commonly denoted preemptive use of force. 153 The report went on to prohibit the unilateral use of force by a state to ward off an inchoate armed attack, or what's commonly denoted preventive use of force, reaffirming that the Security Council is the sole legitimate forum for sanctioning the use of force in such a circumstance. For those impatient with such a response, it explained, the answer must be that, in a world full of perceived potential threats, the risk to the global order and the norm of non-intervention on which it continues to be based is simply too great for the legality of unilateral preventive action, as distinct from collectively endorsed action, to be accepted. Allowing one to so act is to allow all. 154. Although Dershowitz puts forth Israel's attack on Egypt in June 1967 as the paradigm of preemptive use of force, as a matter of both fact and theory this claim is patently untenable. The scholarly consensus is that an Egyptian armed attack was not imminent, while it is far from certain that diplomatic options had been exhausted when Israel struck. 155 Dershowitz himself acknowledges that it is not absolutely certain that Egypt would have attacked, and that Nasser may not have intended to attack. 156 He nesses this with the assertion that Israeli leaders reasonably believed that an Egyptian attack was imminent and potentially catastrophic. 157 Yet, apart from some transparently self-serving public statements of Israeli leaders, there isn't a scratch of evidence to sustain this claim either. Again, Dershowitz himself cites, in an endnote, the acknowledgement of former Israeli Prime Minister Begin, who was a member of the National Unity Government in June 1967, that Israel had a choice. The Egyptian army concentrations in the Sinai approaches do not prove that Nasser was really about to attack us. We must be honest with ourselves. We decided to attack him. 158 Even if for argument's sake it were true that Israeli leaders honestly erred, how can resort to preemptive force on the mistaken belief that an attack was imminent constitute the paradigm of legitimate use of preemption, or, to use Dershowitz's coinage, how can a false positive be the paradigmatic case? Rather the contrary, if the June 1967 war were the paradigm of preemption, it would undercut the legitimacy of any such resort to force. Dershowitz seems not to be aware that he has made a case not for but against preemptive war. Dershowitz next nominates Israel's attack on the Iraqi nuclear reactor as paradigmatic of legitimate use of preventive force. 159 He mounts his case from multiple angles, sometimes implicitly, sometimes explicitly, but always unconvincingly. In the RST instance, Dershowitz puts preemptive war at one pole of a continuum and preventive war at the opposite pole. 160 Although asserting that the distinction between preventive and preemptive military action is important, and that there are real differences between these concepts, 161 He more often than not uses the terms interchangeably. For instance, he goes back and forth depicting the 1981 Israeli attack on Iraq's nuclear reactor and the 2003 U.S. attack on Iraq both as preemptive and preventive uses of force. 162 By collapsing the distinction between them, whereby not even AEAS Hop separates the two poles on his continuum, Dershowitz in effect legitimizes preventive war as preemptive war by another name. In like manner he redeems preemption so as to include preventive use of force. Preemption is widely, if not universally, regarded as a proper option for a nation operating under the rule of law, at least in some circumstances, for example, when a threat is catastrophic and relatively certain, though non-imminent. 163 If this is preemption, one wonders what prevention would be. In addition, although acknowledging that the UN panel explicitly ruled out preventive use of force, Dershowitz nonetheless maintains that it has come to be seen as legitimate. To demonstrate this, he alleges that Israel's 1981 attack on Iraq's nuclear reactor has become recognized as the proper and proportional example of anticipatory self-defense in the nuclear age and the paradigm for proportional, REA. Sonable, and lawful preventive action in the emerging jurisprudence of preventive military actions, notwithstanding the lack of imminence and certainty of the Iraqi threat to Israel. 164 He bases this resounding conclusion on a single article in Foreign Affairs which would certainly seem to have justified Israel's bombing of the Iraq reactor. 165 Plainly the import of the UN panel's endings pales by comparison. Finally, invoking a philosopher's wisdom that no one law governs all things, 166 Dershowitz maintains that although preventive war might be illegitimate for all other states, it remains a legitimate option for Israel. This is because the UN, which is the court of last appeal for inchoate armed threats, is biased against it. Accordingly, unlike all other states, Israel cannot be held accountable to international law or, put otherwise, international law might apply to everyone else but it doesn't apply to Israel. It cannot expect the United Nations to protect it from enemy attack, and with regard to international law and international organizations, it lives in a state of nature. 167 To demonstrate the U.N.'s inveterate hostility to Israel, Dershowitz specifically cites Russia's and China's veto power in the Security Council, which has allegedly blocked action supportive of it. 168 Yet, not once in the past 20 years, 1986 to 2006, has Russia or China used the veto for a Security Council resolution bearing on Israel. On the other hand, the United States has exercised its veto power 23 times during the past 2 decades in support of Israel. 169 Moreover, due to the U.S. veto, Israel has been shielded from any UN sanctions, although the Security Council has imposed them on member states on some 20 different occasions since 1990, often for violations of international law identical to those committed by Israel. 170 Not for the RST time Dershowitz has turned reality on its head. On a related note, Dershowitz correctly observes that Israel was not condemned by the Security Council in June 1967, 171 although its resort to force violated the UN Charter, an armed Egyptian attack having been neither actual nor imminent. The Security Council and General Assembly were both divided on how to adjudicate responsibility for the war. This would seem to suggest that far from being an inherently hostile forum, the United Nations has in fact granted Israel special dispensations. More generally, as former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami observes, it was Israel's policy of creeping annexation that shifted world opinion against it. Neither in 1948 nor in 1967 was Israel subjected to irresistible international pressure to relinquish her territorial gains because her victory was perceived as the result of a legitimate war of self-defense. But the international acquiescence created by Israel's victory in 1967 was to be extremely short-lived. When the war of salvation and survival turned into a war of conquest, occupation, and settlement, the international community recoiled and Israel went on the defensive. She has remained there ever since. 172. Insofar as the professed goal of Dershowitz's book is not descriptive but normative, i.e., to devise ideal laws and institutional arrangements for combating terrorism, it is curious that he doesn't propose reconfiguring the Security Council to mitigate its alleged bias. In this regard, another of his claims merits attention. The UN report fails to address the situation confronting a democracy with a just claim that is unable to secure protection from the Security Council and that reasonably concludes that failing to act unilaterally will pose existential dangers to its citizens. 173 Yet, the high-level panel report explicitly addresses this concern and devotes one of its 4 parts specifically to proposals for reforming the Security Council as well as other UN institutions, noting preliminarily that one of the reasons why states may want to bypass the Security Council is a lack of confidence in the quality and objectivity of its decision-making. But the solution is not to reduce the Council to impotence and irrelevance, it is to work from within to reform it. Not to end alternatives to the Security Council as a source of authority but to make the Council work better than it has. 174. The reason Dershowitz prefers to shunt aside the Security Council rather than reform it is not hard to end. it is difficult to conceive any configuration of the Security Council that would approve Israel's periodic depredations of neighboring Arab countries. Finally, Dershowitz justifies ignoring the Security Council's strictures on the use of preventive force because its anachronistic, mid-20th century view of international law doesn't take into account the threat posed by nuclear annihilation. 175 It seems he forgot about the Cold War. Apart from the alleged biases of the United Nations, Dershowitz defends Israel's unilateral right to prevent its neighbors from acquiring nuclear weapons, apparently on the ground that conventional nuclear deterrence strategy is anchored in the mutually implied threat of inflicting massive civilian casualties. However, Israel's neighbors know, according to him, that it would never indiscriminately target civilian population centers. 176 Lest there be any doubt on this score, he quotes former Prime Minister Begin, "That is our morality." 177 Lebanese civilians witnessed this morality for themselves in 1982 and witnessed again in 2006 the actions of the most moral army in the world, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert. The infeasible right of Israel to wage war as it pleases would seem to grant it very broad license, if there's just %% likelihood that Israel might face a compelling threat in 10 years, according to Dershowitz, it has the right to attack now, and apparently regardless of whether this potential threat emanates from a currently non-antagonistic state. 178 This would seem to mean that no place in the world is safe from an Israeli attack at any moment. In Dershowitz's mind, this is the essence of a realistic and moral jurisprudence on war. After the outbreak of hostilities between Israel and Lebanon in July 2006, Dershowitz used the war on terrorism to target yet another branch of international law, the protection of civilians during armed conflict. Before analyzing his allegations, it is necessary to look RST at the factual picture. In August 2006, Human Rights Watch, HRW, released a report devoted mainly to Israel's violations of the laws of war during the RST 2 weeks of the conflict. Its central endings were these: over 100 Lebanese had been killed, overwhelmingly civilians, and up to 1,000 homes damaged or destroyed. In dozens of attacks, Israeli forces struck an area with no apparent military target. Israel attacked both individual vehicles and entire convoys of civilians who heeded the Israeli warnings to abandon their villages, as well as humanitarian convoys and ambulances that were clearly marked, while none of the attacks on vehicles resulted in Hezbollah casualties or the destruction of weapons. In some cases, Israeli forces deliberately targeted civilians. No cases were found in which Hezbollah deliberately used civilians as shields to protect them from retaliatory IDF attack. On some limited occasions, Hezbollahs have attempted to store weapons near civilian homes and have red rockets from areas where civilians live. The pattern of attacks during the Israeli offensive, HRW concluded, indicates the commission of war crimes. 179 Contrariwise, Dershowitz repeatedly alleged in numerous op-ed pieces 180 that Israel typically takes extraordinary steps to minimize civilian casualties, while Hezbollah's typical tactics were to live among civilians, hide their missiles in the homes of civilians, read them at civilian targets from densely populated areas, and then use civilians as human shields against counterattacks. He adduced no evidence to substantiate these claims, all of which were atly contradicted by HRW's endings. 181 In addition, Dershowitz juxtaposed the indisputable reality that Israel uses pinpoint intelligence and smart bombs in an effort to target the terrorists against Hezbollah, which targets Israeli population centers with anti-personnel bombs that spray thousands of pellets of shrapnel in an effort to maximize casualties. Yet, HRW documented Israel's use in populated areas of artillery red cluster munitions with a wide dispersal pattern that makes it very difficult to avoid civilian casualties and a high failure rate such that they injure and kill civilians even after the attack is over. 182 Finally, Dershowitz deplored not only the actions of Hezbollah but also of the UN peacekeepers on the Lebanese border who have turned out to be collaborators with Hezbollah. Shouldn't he have gotten some credit for a job well done after Israel killed 4 of these collaborators in a deliberate attack on a UN compound? the new kind of warfare in the age of terrorism, according to Dershowitz, underscored the absurdity and counterproductive nature of current international law. He claimed, for example, that this body of law fails to address contingencies such as the ring of missiles from civilian population centers. International law must be changed, he intoned, and it must become a war crime to re-rockets from civilian population centers and then hide among civilians, while those using human shields should incur full and exclusive responsibility for foreseeable deaths in the event of an attack. Yet, such a scenario is hardly new and the law has hardly been silent on it. Use of civilians as a shield from attack is a war crime, but it is also a war crime to disregard totally the presence of civilians even if they are being used as a shield. 183 Dershowitz further declared that it should, of course, already be a war crime for terrorists to target civilians from anywhere. It of course already is a war crime. He alleged, however, that you wouldn't know it by listening to statements from some UN leaders and human rights groups. Wasn't his real objection, however, that they didn't denounce only the targeting of civilians by terrorists but the targeting of civilians by states as well? International law, Dershowitz alleged, was based on old rules written when uniformed armies fought other uniformed armies on a battlefield far away from cities, whereas nowadays well-armed terrorist armies like Hezbollah don't belong to regular armies and easily blend into civilian populations that recruit, finance, harbor and facilitate their terrorism. But these conditions are scarcely novel. In his writings, Dershowitz has often cited Michael Walzer's 1977 study Just and Unjust Wars. He surely knew, then, that Walzer devoted the chapter on guerrilla war 184 to these issues. Consider this passage. If you want to GHT against us, the guerrillas say, you are going to have to GHT civilians, for you are not at war with an army, but with a nation. In fact, the guerrillas mobilize only a small part of the nation. They depend upon the counterattacks of their enemies to mobilize the rest. Their strategy is framed in terms of the war convention. They seek to place the onus of indiscriminate warfare on the opposing army. Now, every army depends upon the civilian population of its home country for supplies, recruits, and political support. But this dependence is usually indirect, mediated by the bureaucratic apparatus of the state or the exchange system of the economy. But in guerrilla war, the dependence is immediate. The farmer hands the food to the guerrilla. Similarly, an ordinary citizen may vote for a political party that in turn supports the war effort and whose leaders are called in for military brands. But in guerrilla war, the support a civilian provides is far more direct. He doesn't need to be briefed, he already knows the most important secret, he knows who the guerrillas are. The people, or some of them, are complicitous in guerrilla war, and the war would be impossible without their complicity. Guerrilla war makes for enforced intimacies, and the people are drawn into it in a new way, even though the services they provide are nothing more than functional equivalents of the services civilians have always provided for soldiers. If the questions Dershowitz posed on the laws of war were not original, it must be said that his answers were, at any rate, coming from someone who claims to be a liberal. He wrote, for instance, that the Israeli army has given well-publicized notice to civilians to leave those areas of southern Lebanon that have been turned into war zones. Those who voluntarily remain behind have become complicit. In fact, Walzer pondered precisely the scenario in the context of the Vietnam War where, according to the rules of engagement, civilians were to be given warning in advance of the destruction of their villages, so that they could break with the guerrillas, expel them, or leave themselves. Any village known to be hostile could be bombed or shelled if its inhabitants were warned in advance. By the dropping of leads. In Walzer's judgment, such rules could hardly be defended in view of the massive devastation wrought. In the event that civilians, duly warned, not only refuse to expel the guerrillas but also refuse to leave themselves, Walzer went on to stress. So long as they give only political support, they are not legitimate targets, either as a group or as distinguishable individuals. So far as combat goes, these people cannot be shot on sight, when no raid is in progress, nor can their villages be attacked merely because they might be used as rebases or because it is expected that they will be used, nor can they be randomly bombed and shelled, even after warning has been given. To be sure, Walzer wrote this in the context of Vietnam. Like Dershowitz, he became a born-again Zionist after the June 1967 war and accordingly has applied an altogether different standard to Israel. Whereas Dershowitz plays the tough Jew, Walzer's assigned role has been to stamp as kosher every war Israel wages, but only after anxious sighs. Thus, while HRW was deploring Israel's war crimes, Walzer opined on cue that from a moral perspective, Israel has mostly been Preface LXV. Acting legitimately, and that if Israeli commanders ever faced an international tribunal, the defense lawyers will have a good case. 185 Dershowitz purports to make the case that the laws of war need to be revised in the new age of terrorism. In fact, his real concern is an old one. A standard tactic of Israel in its armed hostilities with Arab neighbors has been to enact massive, indiscriminate civilian casualties, and Dershowitz's standard defense has been to deny it. 186 But the credibility of human rights organizations that have documented these war crimes is rather higher than Dershowitz's, which is why he so loathes them. 187 He now uses the war on terror as a pretext to strip civilians of any protections in time of war, dragging the law down to put it on level with Israel's criminal practices. The main target of Dershowitz's reassessment of the laws of war has been the fundamental distinction in the laws of armed conflict between civilians and combatants. The preservation of this sharp dichotomy, Yoram Dinstein has written, is the main bulwark against methods of barbarism in modern warfare. 188 However, ridiculing what he deems the increasingly meaningless word civilian and asserting that, in the case of terrorist organizations like Hezbollah, civilianity is often a matter of degree, rather than a bright line, Dershowitz proposes to replace the civilian-combatant dichotomy with a continuum of civilianity. Near the most civilian end of this continuum are the pure innocents, babies, hostages, and others completely uninvolved. At the more combatant end are civilians who willingly harbor terrorists, provide material resources and serve as human shields. In the middle are those who support the terrorists politically, or spiritually. 189. He imagines that this revision won't apply to Israel because the line between Israeli soldiers and civilians is relatively clear. But is this true? Israel has a civilian army, which means a mere call-up slip or phone call separates each adult Israeli male from a combatant. Israeli civilians willingly provide material resources to the army. During the 2006 war, Israel reckoned as legitimate military objects, and deliberately and indiscriminately targeted, Lebanese power grids, transmission stations, water and sewage treatment plants, hospitals, commercial enterprises, residential properties, offices, shops, roads, bridges, petrol stations, private and commercial vehicles, ambulances, seaports and airports. 190 In which case all Israelis residing in the vicinity of such Israeli infrastructure constitute human shields. Israel's recent brutal assault on Lebanon, like its past wars during which massive war crimes were committed, enjoyed overwhelming political and spiritual support from the population. 191 If the media were to adopt the continuum he has proposed, Dershowitz wreaked during the Lebanon War, it would be informative to learn how many of the civilian casualties fall closer to the line of complicity and how many fall closer to the line of innocence. It would seem, however, that on his spectrum nearly every Israeli would have been complicit. In light of the revisions Dershowitz seeks in international law, his reasoning begins to verge on the bizarre. He asserted that inasmuch as the Lebanese population overwhelmingly supports Hezbollah, there were no real civilians or civilian casualties in Lebanon during the recent war. It is virtually impossible to distinguish the Hezbollah dead from the truly civilian dead, just as it is virtually impossible to distinguish the Hezbollah living from the civilian living. If this be the case, however, it is hard to make out the meaning of Dershowitz's praise of Israel for having only targeted Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon. Didn't he just say that all of the Lebanese were Hezbollah? Similarly, he condemned Hezbollah for targeting Israeli civilians. But Israelis were no less supportive of the IDF than Lebanese were of Hezbollah. Doesn't this mean that Hezbollah couldn't have been targeting civilians in Israel because there weren't any? These are of course quibbles next to the shocking fact that Dershowitz had sanctioned the mass murder of Lebanese. 192. It remains to consider Dershowitz's own location on the continuum of civilianity. Israel could not have waged any of its wars of aggression or committed any of its war crimes without the blanket political and military support of the United States. Using his academic pedigree, Dershowitz has played a conspicuous, crucial, and entirely voluntary public role in rallying such support. As this book amply documents, he has for decades grossly falsified Israel's human rights record and abetted and sanctioned its commission of egregious human rights violations. In preemption, Dershowitz goes so far as to boast of having vicariously participated in a targeted assassination while visiting Israel. I watched as a high-intensity television camera, mounted on a drone, zeroed in on the apartment of a terrorist. I watched as the camera focused on the house and the nearly empty streets. It seems, however, that he missed the climactic scene. I was permitted to watch for only a few minutes, and no action was taken while I was watching because the target remained in the house. 193. One wonders whether Dershowitz carefully inserted these weasel words because, as he well knows, targeted assassinations constitute war crimes, and he might otherwise be charged as an accessory to one. In preemption, Dershowitz observes that there can be no question that some kinds of expression contribute significantly to some kinds of evils. In this context, he recalls that the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda handed down life sentences to Hutu radio broadcasters for inciting listeners to hatred and murders. 194. He also recalls the highly pertinent case of Nazi propagandist Julius Streicher. Although Hitler had stripped this self-styled Zionist and expert on Jews of all his political power by 1940, and his pornographic newspaper Der Stürmer had a circulation of only some 15,000 during the war, the International Tribunal at Nuremberg nonetheless sentenced Streicher to death for his murderous incitement. 195. On his continuum of civilianity, Dershowitz would appear to fall in the proximity of the Hutu radio broadcasters and Streicher less direct in his appeal, more influential in his reach. If he doesn't meet their fate, it is because justice is usually victor's justice, and, for all his claims to Chutzpah, Dershowitz always keeps his enger cocked in the air, checking which direction the winds are blowing. For those who use a moral compass to position themselves in politics, the perils might be greater, but so are the rewards of knowing that, if we haven't managed to bring humankind a step closer to a more just world, at any rate we will have resisted those seeking to drag it deeper into the abyss. Norman G. Finkelstein. October 2006. New York City. 1. Introduction. 1 New York, Harper & Row, 1984. Were, scientific proof that Golda Meir had been right after all, there was no such thing as Palestinians. As it happened, from time immemorial was a colossal hoax. Cited sources were mangled, key numbers in the demographic study falsified, and large swaths plagiarized from Zionist propaganda tracts. Documenting the hoax and the rather more onerous challenge of publicizing these endings in the media proved to be a turning point for me. From then on, much of my life has, in one fashion or another, centered on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Looking back after 2 decades of study and reaction, I am struck most by how uncomplicated the Israel-Palestine conflict is. There is no longer much contention among scholars on the historical record, at any rate for the foundational period from the RST Zionist settlements in the late 19th century to the creation of Israel in 1948. 3. This wasn't always the case. For a long time 2 acutely divergent narratives on the Israel-Palestine conflict coexisted. On the one hand, there was the mainstream, or what one might call, with considerable accuracy, the Exodus version of the past, basically the heroic, official Zionist tale immortalized in Leon Uris's best-selling historical novel. 4. On the other hand, beyond the margins of respectable opinion, a small dissenting body of literature challenged prevailing wisdom. To take one indicative example, the mainstream Israeli account maintained that Palestinians became refugees in 1948 because Arab radio broadcasts had instructed them to eat. Yet already by the early 1960s, Palestinian scholar Walid Khalidi and Irish scholar Erskine Childers, after examining the archive of Arab radio broadcasts from the 1948 war, concluded that no such official Arab exhortations had been given. 5. But revelations such as these had little or no impact on mainstream opinion. Beginning in the late 1980s, however, a steady stream of scholarly studies, mostly by Israelis, dispelled much of the Zionist mythology enveloping the origins of the conflict. 6. Thus, it was now conceded by all serious scholars that the Arab radio broadcasts were a Zionist fabrication and that the Palestinians had been ethnically cleansed in 1948, and scholarly debate now focused on the much narrower, if still highly pertinent, question of whether this cleansing was the intentional consequence of Zionist policy or the unintentional byproduct of war. Ultimately, on this and related issues, the dissenting narrative, proving closer to the truth, displaced the official Zionist one while, after heated polemics, a broad scholarly consensus on the historical record crystallized. A similar process of displacement and simplification occurred, coincidentally at just about the same time, on human rights questions. Up until the late 1980s, two fundamentally connecting claims were put forth regarding Israel's human rights record in the occupied territories. The official Israeli contention, echoed by mainstream media, was that Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza benefited from the most liberal and benign of occupations. However, a handful of dissidents, mostly Israeli and Palestinian human rights activists like Israel Shahak, Felicia Langer, Lit Semel, and Raja Shihadeh, charged, for example, that Israel systematically ill-treated and tortured Palestinian detainees. Only a small number of independent human rights organizations existed back then, and these few either whitewashed or maintained a discreet silence on Israel's egregious human rights violations. It was notable indeed, a scandal of sorts that Israel's torture of Palestinian detainees became known to a wider public, if still largely ignored, not on account of a human rights organization like Amnesty International but due to an investigative study published by the London Sunday Times. 7. At the end of the 1980s, as I said, things started changing. 8. Israel's brutal repression of the largely nonviolent Intifada, which erupted in late 1987, proved impossible to conceal or ignore, while new human rights organizations, both local Israeli and Palestinian as well as international, started springing up, and older, established ones stiffened resistance to external pressures. In the course of preparing the chapters of this book devoted to Israel's human rights record in the occupied territories, I went through literally thousands of pages of human rights reports, published by multiple, earthly independent and highly professional organizations: Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, Public Committee Against Torture in Israel, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, each holding its own autonomous staff of monitors and investigators. Except on one minor matter, I didn't come across a single point of law or fact on which these human rights organizations differed. In the case of Israel's human rights record, one can speak today not just of a broad consensus as on historical questions but of an unqualified consensus. All these organizations agreed, for example, that Palestinian detainees have been systematically ill-treated and tortured, the total number now probably reaching the tens of thousands. Yet if, as I've suggested, broad agreement has been reached on the factual record, an obvious anomaly arises: what accounts for the impassioned controversy that still swirls around the Israel-Palestine conflict? To my mind, explaining this apparent paradox requires, of all, that a fundamental distinction be made between those controversies that are real and those that are contrived. To illustrate real differences of opinion, let us consider again the Palestinian refugee question. it is possible for interested parties to agree on the facts yet come to diametrically opposed moral, legal, and political conclusions. Thus, as already mentioned, the scholarly consensus is that Palestinians were ethnically cleansed in 1948. Israel's leading historian on the topic, Benny Morris, although having done more than anyone else to clarify exactly what happened, nonetheless concludes that, morally, it was a good thing, just as, in his view, the annihilation of Native Americans was a good thing, that, legally, Palestinians have no right to return to their homes, and that, politically, Israel's big error in 1948 was that it hadn't carried out a large expulsion and cleansed the whole country, the whole land of Israel, as far as the Jordan of Palestinians. 9. However repellent morally, these clearly can't be called false conclusions. Returning to the universe inhabited by normal human beings, it's possible for people to concur on the facts as well as on their moral and legal implications yet still reach divergent political conclusions. Noam Chomsky agrees that, factually, Palestinians were expelled, that, morally, this was a major crime, and that, legally, Palestinians have a right of return. Yet, politically, he concludes that implementation of this right is infeasible and pressing it inexpedient, indeed, that dangling this, in his view, illusory hope before Palestinian refugees is deeply immoral. There are those, contrariwise, who maintain that a moral and legal right is meaningless unless it can be exercised, and that implementing the right of return is a practical possibility. 10. For our purposes, the point is not who's right and who's wrong, but that, even among honest and decent people, there can be real and legitimate differences of political judgment. This having been said, however, it bears emphasis that at any rate, among those sharing ordinary moral values, the range of political disagreement is quite narrow, while the range of agreement quite broad. For the past quarter century, the international community has held to a consensus on how, basically, to resolve the Israel-Palestine conflict, a two-state settlement based on full Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza and full recognition of Israel within its pre-June 1967 borders. Apart from the United States, Israel, and, usually, this or that South Pacific atoll, the United Nations General Assembly, in a rare and consistent display of near unanimity, annually reaffirms this formula. A 1989 General Assembly resolution, Question of Palestine, effectively calling for a two-state settlement and withdrawal of Israel from the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, passed 151-3, the only dissenting vote apart from those of the United States and Israel being cast by the island state of Dominica. 15 years later, and notwithstanding sweeping geopolitical changes, an entire social system disappeared in the interim while many new states were born. The consensus continued to hold. A 2004 General Assembly resolution, Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine, that stresses the necessity for a commitment to the vision of the two-state solution and the withdrawal of Israel from the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, passed 160-6, the dissenting votes apart from the United States and Israel's being cast by Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, Palau, and Uganda. 11 were debate to focus solely on real areas of disagreement. The conflict could probably be resolved expeditiously if not to the liking of Israeli and American elites. Most of the controversy surrounding the Israel-Palestine conflict is, in my view, contrived. The purpose of contriving such controversy is transparently political, to deter attention from, or distort, the actual documentary record. One can speak of, basically, three sources of artificial disagreement: 1. Mystification of the conflict's roots, 2. Invocation of anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, 12, and 3. On a different plane, the vast proliferation of sheer fraud on the subject. In this introduction I will discuss each of these in turn. The bulk of this study focuses on the second and third points. The Israel-Palestine conflict is often said to pose questions of such unique profundity or complexity as to defy conventional analysis or resolution. It's been variously cast as a cosmic clash of religions, cultures, civilizations. Even normally sober observers like Israeli writer Meron Benvenisti used to contend that its essence was a primordial, irreconcilable, endemic shepherd's war. 13. In fact, such formulations obfuscate rather than illuminate. No doubt, the conict raises thorny theoretical and practical problems, but not more so than most other ones. It is also perfectly amenable to comparative analysis, bearing in mind, as always, the limits to any historical analogy. The obvious reason Israel's apologists shun such comparisons and harp on the sui generis character of the Israel-Palestine conict is that, in any of the roughly comparable cases, the Euro-American conquest of North America, the apartheid regime in South Africa, Israel comes out on the wrong side in the analogy. 14. Serious analysis of the Israel-Palestine conict rarely makes resort to ponderous explanations, if for no other reason than because its origins are so straightforward. In 1936, a British Royal Commission chaired by Lord Peel was charged with ascertaining the causes of the Palestine conict and the means for resolving it. Regarding the aspirations of Palestinian Arabs, its final report stated that the overriding desire of the Arab leaders was national independence, and that it was only to be expected that Palestinian Arabs should envy and seek to emulate their successful fellow nationalists in those countries just across their northern and southern borders. The British attributed Arab anti-Jewish animus to the fact that the Jewish claim over Palestine would deny Arabs an independent Arab state, and to Arab fear of being subjugated in an eventual Jewish state. It concluded that there was no doubt the underlying causes of Arab-Jewish hostilities were the desire of the Arabs for national independence, secondly their antagonism to the establishment of the Jewish national home in Palestine, quickened by their fear of Jewish domination. Eschewing airy formulations like Benvenisti's primordial, irreconcilable, endemic shepherd's war and, again, pointing up the manifest sources of the turmoil in Palestine, the Commission wrote, nor is the conict in its essence an interracial conict, arising from any old instinctive antipathy of Arabs towards Jews. There was little or no friction between Arab and Jew in the rest of the Arab world until the strife in Palestine engendered it. And there has been precisely the same political trouble in Iraq, Syria, and Egypt, agitation, rebellion and bloodshed where there are no national homes. Quite obviously, then, the problem of Palestine is political. It is, as elsewhere, the problem of insurgent nationalism. The only difference is that in Palestine Arab nationalism is inextricably interwoven with antagonism to the Jews. And the reasons for that, it is worth repeating, are equally obvious. In the RST place, the establishment of the national home for Jews involved at the outset a blank negation of the rights implied in the principle of national self-government. Secondly, it soon proved to be not merely an obstacle to the development of national self-government, but apparently the only serious obstacle. Thirdly, as the home has grown, the fear has grown with it that, if and when self-government is conceded, it may not be national in the Arab sense, but government by a Jewish majority. That is why it is difficult to be an Arab patriot and not to hate the Jews. 15. The injustice enacted on Palestinians by Zionism was manifest and, except on racist grounds, unanswerable. Their right to self-determination, and perhaps even to their homeland, was being denied. Several sorts of justification were supplied for the Zionist enterprise as against the rights of the indigenous population, none of which, however, withstood even cursory scrutiny. Belief in the cluster of justifications put forth by the Zionist movement presumed acceptance of very specific Zionist ideological tenets regarding Jewish historical rights to Palestine and Jewish homelessness. For example, the historical rights claim was based on Jews having originated in Palestine and resided there 2,000 years ago. Such a claim was neither historical nor based on any accepted notion of right. It was not historical inasmuch as it voided the 2 millennia of non-Jewish settlement in Palestine and the 2 millennia of Jewish settlement outside it. It was not a right except in mystical, romantic nationalist ideologies, implementation of which would wreak and have wreaked havoc. Reminding fellow Zionists that Jewry's historical right to Palestine was a metaphysical rather than a political category and that, springing as it did from the very inner depths of Judaism. This category is binding on us rather than on the Arabs. Even the Zionist writer Ernst Simon was emphatic that it did not confer on Jews any right to Palestine without the consent of the Arabs. 16. Another sort of justification conjured away the injustice enacted on the indigenous population with the pretense that Palestine was, nearly, vacant before the Jews came. 17. Ironically, this argument has proven to be the most compelling proof of the injustice committed. It is a backhanded admission that, had Palestine been inhabited, which it plainly was, the Zionist enterprise was morally indefensible. Those admitting to the reality of a Palestinian presence yet functioning outside the ideological ambit of Zionism couldn't adduce any justification for Zionism except a racist one, that is, in the great scheme of things, the fate of Jews was simply more important than that of Arabs. If not publicly, at any rate privately, this is how the British rationalized the Balfour Declaration. For Balfour himself, we deliberately and rightly decline to accept the principle of self-determination for the present inhabitants of Palestine, because the question of the Jews outside Palestine is one of world importance and Zionism was rooted in age-long traditions, in present needs, in future hopes, of far profounder import than the desires and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs who now inhabit that ancient land. For Cabinet Minister, and the RST British High Commissioner of Palestine during the Mandate period, Herbert Samuel, although denying the indigenous population majority rule was in at contradiction to one of the main purposes for which the Allies were acting, it was nonetheless permissible because the anterior Jewish presence in Palestine had resulted in events of spiritual and cultural value to mankind in striking contrast with the barren record of the last 1,000 years. And for Winston Churchill, testifying before the Peel Commission, the indigenous population had no more right to Palestine than a dog in a manger has the right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time, and no wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, or at any rate, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. 18. The point is not so much that the British were racists but rather that they had no recourse except to racist justifications for denying the indigenous population its basic rights. Pressed to justify what was done, they became racists not from predilection but from circumstance. On no other grounds could so arrogant a denial be explained. If only because of its eminent provenance and frequent quotation, one last argument merits consideration. The Marxist historian Isaac Deutscher put forth, in the form of a parable, less a justification than a largely sympathetic ex post facto explanation for Zionism's trampling of Palestinian rights. A man once jumped from the top floor of a burning house in which many members of his family had already perished. He managed to save his life, but as he was falling he hit a person standing down below and broke that person's legs and arms. The jumping man had no choice, yet to the man with the broken limbs he was the cause of his misfortune. If both behaved rationally, they would not become enemies. The man who escaped from the blazing house, having recovered, would have tried to help and console the other sufferer, and the latter might have realized that he was the victim of circumstances over which neither of them had control. But look what happens when these people behave irrationally. The injured man blames the other for his misery and swears to make him pay for it. The other, afraid of the crippled man's revenge, insults him, kicks him, and beats him up whenever they meet. The kicked man again swears revenge and is again punched and punished. The bitter enmity, so fortuitous at RST, hardens and comes to overshadow the whole existence of both men and to poison their minds. 19. This account gives Zionism both too little and too much credit. The Zionist denial of Palestinians' rights, culminating in their expulsion, hardly sprang from an unavoidable accident. It resulted from the systematic and conscientious implementation, over many decades and despite vehement, often violent, popular opposition, of a political ideology the goal of which was to create a demographically Jewish state in Palestine. To suggest that Zionists had no choice or, as Deutscher puts it elsewhere, that the Jewish state was a historic necessity 20 is to deny the Zionist movement's massive and, in many respects, impressive exertion of will, and the moral responsibility attending the exertion of this will, in one rather than another direction. The expulsion of Palestinians did not come about on account of some ineluctable, impersonal objective force compelling Palestinians to leave and Jews to replace them. Were this the case, why did the Zionists conscript, often heavy-handedly, the Jewish refugees after World War II to come to Palestine and oppose their resettlement elsewhere? Why did they stimulate, perhaps even with violent methods, the exodus of Jews from the Arab world to Palestine? Why did they call, often in deep frustration and disappointment, for the ingathering of world Jewry after Israel's establishment? If Zionist leaders didn't make the obvious amends after the war of allowing Palestinians to return to their homes and sought instead to fill the emptied spaces with Jews, it's not because they behaved irrationally, but rather, given their political aim, with complete rationality. Deutscher, of course, knows all this. Indeed, he acknowledges that from the outset Zionism worked towards the creation of a purely Jewish state and was glad to rid the country of its Arab inhabitants. 21. To claim that Zionist leaders acted irrationally in refusing to remove or assuage the grievance of Palestinians, 22 then, is effectively to say that Zionism is irrational, for, given that the Palestinians' chief grievance was the denial of their homeland, were Zionists to act rationally and remove it, the raison d'etre of Zionism and its fundamental historic achievement in 1948 would have been nullied. And if seeking to rid the country of its Arab inhabitants was irrational, how can the positive upside of this goal, a Jewish state, have been a historic necessity? It's equally fatuous to assert that Palestinians act irrationally when they blame the Zionists for their misery and not accept that they were the victim of circumstances over which neither of them had control. It's only irrational if Zionists bore no responsibility for what happened. Yet Deutscher is nearly breathless in his praise for the achievements of the Zionists in Palestine. The emergence of Israel is indeed a phenomenon unique in its kind, a marvel and a prodigy of history, before which Jew and non-Jew alike stand in awe and amazement. 23. Isn't it pure apologetics to sing paeans to the summoning of material and moral energy that made possible such undoubtedly real accomplishments, yet deny, in the name of historic necessity and fortuitous circumstances, that any real responsibility is incurred for the dark underside of them? 24. The self-same concentrated will, meticulous attention to detail, and lucid premeditation that created Israel also created its victims. Although in violation of the indigenous population's elementary right and in contradiction of avowed international principle, a second socio-economic entity, in addition to the native Palestinian Arabs, came into existence in Palestine and, inevitably, demanded its right to self-determination. Unlike the prior Zionist claim to Palestine, based on an imaginary historical right, this one seemed to be grounded in generally accepted criteria of right. The Jewish settlements now comprised a vital, organic, distinct community. The creation of this community, however, had been contingent on the resort to force, without the steel helmet and the gun's muzzle, Moshe Dayan, of the Zionist settlers, crucially supplemented by the foreign bayonets, David Ben-Gurion, of the British Empire in the form of the Mandate. A proto-Jewish state could never have come into being. 25. The question of at what point a claim acquired by might becomes one anchored in right is complicated, indeed probably insoluble on an abstract level. The intuitive argument that a moral legal threshold has been crossed when a new generation, born on the land, stakes its claim on the basis of birthright poses as many questions as it resolves. Doesn't this give incentive to hold out as long as possible in deons of international law and public opinion? This, of course, was the essence of the Zionist approach. If sufficient facts were created on the ground and sufficient time elapsed, hard reality could not be reversed. This brings to the fore a related consideration. The United Nations crowned the Zionist movement with legal title to more than half of Palestine some 30 years after Zionist settlers began in earnest, in the wake of the Balfour Declaration and despite overwhelming indigenous opposition, to create, dunam by dunam, goat by goat, facts in Palestine. Yet more than 30 years have elapsed since Jewish settlers began creating facts in the West Bank and Gaza. Haven't these by now acquired legitimacy as well? In any event, when the Peel Commission RST proposed in 1937 partitioning Palestine on the ground that a distinct Jewish entity had crystallized, Palestinian Arabs rejected the legitimacy of a Jewish claim founded on force over and against the rights of the indigenous population, as they did in 1947 when the United Nations General Assembly raided the partition resolution. Although officially opposing the Peel recommendation and officially accepting the UN recommendation, in fact the Zionist movement was rather more ambivalent in both instances. 26 It's not hard to see the argument on their side. 27 Although in hindsight it's also not hard to see the imprudence of rejecting partition. Complex as this conflict over rights emerging out of forcible Zionist settlement is at the abstract level, it found practical resolution after resurfacing in moded form following the June 1967 war. Confronted by the inescapable reality of Israel's existence and lacking viable political options, Palestinians cut the theoretical Gordian knot in the mid-1970s by effectively conceding legal title to some 80% of their historic homeland. Apart from the refugee question, the only truly complicated element of the Israel-Palestine conflict was thus overcome. Yet this resolution remains provisional and fragile. If Israel has created new facts on the ground in the occupied territories that preempt a two-state settlement, a new complication of the conflict will have arisen. But it won't be on account of a primordial, irreconcilable, endemic shepherd's war or historic necessity or fortuitous circumstances. Just as the prior conflict originated in conscious, willful Zionist denial of basic Palestinian rights, so the intractability of a new conflict will originate in the same premeditated injustice, indeed, in denial of even a severely attenuated form of Palestinian rights. Benny Morris, although approving the ethnic cleansing of Palestine and nearly pathological in his hatred of Palestinians, 28 nonetheless anchors Palestinian opposition to Jewish settlement in a perfectly rational, uncomplicated motive. The fear of territorial displacement and dispossession was to be the chief motor of Arab antagonism to Zionism. 29 What's remarkable about this formulation isn't so much what's said but, rather, what's not said. There's no invoking of Arab anti-Semitism, no invoking of Arab fears of modernity, no invoking of cosmic clashes. There's no mention of them because, for understanding what happened, there's no need of them. The obvious explanation also happens to be a sufficient one. Indeed, in any comparable instance, the sorts of mystifying clichés commonplace in the Israel-Palestine conflict would be treated, rightly, with derision. In the course of resisting European encroachment, Native Americans committed many horrendous crimes. But to understand why doesn't require probing the defects of their character or civilization. Criticizing the practice, in government documents, of reciting Native American atrocities, Helen Hunt Jackson, a principal defender of Native Americans writing in the late 19th century, observed, Teehee Indians who committed these atrocities were simply ejecting by force, and, in the contests arising from this forcible ejectment, killing men who had usurped and stolen their lands. What would a community of white men, situated precisely as these Cherokees were, have done? 30 To apprehend the motive behind Palestinian atrocities, this ordinary human capacity for empathy would also seem to suffice. Imagine the bemused reaction were a historian to hypothesize that the impetus behind Native American resistance was anti-Christianism or anti-Europeanism. What's the point of such exotic explanations unless the obvious one is politically incorrect? Of course, back then, profound explanations of this sort weren't necessary. The natives impeded the will of progress, so they had to be extirpated, nothing more had to be said. For the sake of mankind and civilization, Theodore Roosevelt wrote, it was all important that North America be won by a masterful people. Although for the indigenous population this meant the infliction and suffering of hideous woe and misery, it couldn't have been otherwise. The world would probably not have gone forward at all, had it not been for the displacement or submersion of savage and barbaric peoples. And again, the settler and pioneer have at bottom justice on their side. this great continent could not have been kept as nothing but a game preserve for squalid savages. 31 It was only much later, after the humanity of these squalid savages was radied in any event, formally, that more sophisticated rationales became necessary. In the case of the United States, the hideous woe and misery enacted could be openly acknowledged because the fate of the indigenous population was, figuratively as well as literally, in large part a dead issue. In the case of Palestine it's not, so all manner of elaborate explanation has to be contrived in order to evade the obvious. The reason Benny Morris's latest pronouncements elicited such a shocked reaction is that they were a throwback to the 19th century. Dispensing with the ideological cloud-making of contemporary apologists for Israel, he justified dispossession on grounds of the conflict between barbarians and civilization. Just as, in his view, it was better for humanity that the great American democracy displaced the Native Americans, so it is better that the Jewish state has displaced the Palestinians. There are cases, he baldly states, in which the overall, null good justifies harsh and cruel acts that are committed in the course of history. Isn't this Roosevelt speaking? But one's not supposed to utter such crass things anymore. 32 To avoid outraging current moral sensibilities, the obvious must be papered over with sundry mystifications. The elementary truth that, just as in the past, the chief motor of Arab antagonism is fear of territorial displacement and dispossession of fear, the rational basis for which is scarcely open to question, indeed, is daily validated by Israeli actions, must, at all costs, be concealed. To evade the obvious, another stratagem of the Israel lobby is playing the Holocaust and new anti-Semitism cards. In a previous study, I examined how the Nazi Holocaust has been fashioned into an ideological weapon to immunize Israel from legitimate criticism. 33 In this book I look at a variant of this Holocaust card, namely, the new anti-Semitism. In fact, the allegation of a new anti-Semitism is neither new nor about anti-Semitism. Whenever Israel comes under renewed international pressure to withdraw from occupied territories, its apologists mount yet another meticulously orchestrated media extravaganza alleging that the world is awash in anti-Semitism. This shameless exploitation of anti-Semitism delegitimizes criticism of Israel, makes Jews rather than Palestinians the victims, and puts the onus on the Arab world to rid itself of anti-Semitism rather than on Israel to rid itself of the occupied territories. A close analysis of what the Israel lobby tallies as anti-Semitism reveals three components: exaggeration and fabrication, mislabeling legitimate criticism of Israeli policy, and the unjustified yet predictable spillover from criticism of Israel to Jews generally. I conclude that if, as all studies agree, current resentment against Jews has coincided with Israel's brutal repression of the Palestinians, then the prudent, not to mention moral, thing to do is end the occupation. A full Israeli withdrawal would also deprive those real anti-Semites exploiting Israeli policy as a pretext to demonize Jews and who can doubt they exist, of a dangerous weapon as well as expose their real agenda. And the more vocally Jews dissent from Israel's occupation, the fewer will be those non-Jews who mistake Israel's criminal policies and the uncritical support, indeed encouragement, of mainline Jewish organizations for the popular Jewish mood. I began this introduction recalling the from time immemorial hoax, since a main reason so much controversy swirls around the Israel-Palestine conflict is the vast proliferation of sheer fraud masquerading as serious scholarship. Although imperfect, a mechanism for quality control nonetheless exists in intellectual life. In practice it usually takes the form of a sequence of skeptical questions. If someone quotes a book putting forth an altogether aberrant thesis, he or she is usually asked, where does the author teach, or who published the book, or who blurbed the book, or what sorts of reviews did it receive in the main professional journals. The answers to these questions generally provide a more or less accurate gauge of how much credence to put in the publication. It is one of the egregious features of the Israel-Palestine conflict, however, that these mechanisms of quality control function barely, if at all. 34 The book's author can teach at a RS-tier rank university, and the book itself can be published under a prestigious imprint, receive lavish blurbs as well as reviews in prominent mainstream publications, and yet still be complete nonsense. The most recent addition to this genre and the subject of the second part of this book is the bestseller The Case for Israel by Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. 35 It can fairly be said that the case for Israel surpasses from time immemorial in deceitfulness and is among the most spectacular academic frauds ever published on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Indeed, Dershowitz appropriates large swaths from the Peters hoax. Whereas Peters falsified real sources, Dershowitz goes one better and cites absurd sources or stitches evidence out of whole cloth. The core chapters of the present book juxtapose the endings of all mainstream human rights organizations about Israel's human rights record in the occupied territories against Dershowitz's claims. I demonstrate that it's difficult to end a single claim in his human rights chapters or, for that matter, any other chapter of the case for Israel that, among other things, doesn't distort a reputable source or reference a preposterous one. The point, of course, is not that Dershowitz is a charlatan. Rather, it's the systematic institutional bias that allows for books like The Case for Israel to become national bestsellers. Were it not for Dershowitz's Harvard pedigree, the praise heaped on his book by Mario Cuomo, Henry Louis Gates Jr., Elie Wiesel, and Floyd Abrams, 36 the favorable notices in media outlets like the New York Times and Boston Globe, 37 and so on, The Case for Israel would have had the same shelf life as the latest publication of the Flat Earth Society. The purpose of Beyond Chutzpah is to lift the veil of contrived controversy shrouding the Israel-Palestine conflict. I am convinced that anyone confronting the undistorted record will recognize the injustice Palestinians have suffered. I hope this book will also provide impetus for readers to act on the basis of truth so that, together, we can achieve a just and lasting peace in Israel and Palestine. Us truths about Israel, truths its friends need to convey, its enemies need to confront, and the chattering classes need to learn before they venture forth with pronouncements about Israel that are simple, easy, and wrong. Dershowitz makes the case, November 26, 2003. Both these reviews appeared well after evidence had been widely disseminated demonstrating that Dershowitz's book was rubbish. Part I. The not-so-new anti-Semitism. We currently face as great a threat to the safety and security of the Jewish people as the one we faced in the 1930s, if not a greater one. Abraham Foxman, National Director, Anti-Defamation League. 1. From Jesus Christ Superstar to the Passion of the Christ. The latest production of Israel's apologists is the new anti-Semitism. Just as Palestinians renewed their resistance to occupation and Israel escalated its brutal repression of the revolt, there was a vast proliferation of books, articles, conferences, and the like alleging that in the words of Anti-Defamation League, ADL, National Director Abraham Foxman, we currently face as great a threat to the safety and security of the Jewish people as the one we faced in the 1930s, if not a greater one. As it happens, the allegation of a new anti-Semitism is neither new nor about anti-Semitism. 30 years ago, ADL national leaders Arnold Forster and Benjamin R. Epstein published to great fanfare a study entitled The New Anti-Semitism, and less than a decade later ADL national leader Nathan Perlmutter, with his wife, Ruth Ann Perlmutter, put out The Real Anti-Semitism in America, alleging yet again that the United States was awash in a new anti-Semitism. 2. The main purpose behind these periodic, meticulously orchestrated media extravaganzas is not to GHT anti-Semitism but rather to exploit the historical suffering of Jews in order to immunize Israel against criticism. Each campaign to combat the new anti-Semitism has coincided with renewed international pressures on Israel to withdraw from occupied Arab territories in exchange for recognition from neighboring Arab states. Forster and Epstein's The New Anti-Semitism came to serve as a template for subsequent productions. A few chapters of this book are given over to the anti-Semitic ravings of mostly marginal, right-wing extremists in the United States, while a larger space is devoted to deploring anti-Semitism in the African American community. To highlight the pervasiveness of this new anti-Semitism, Mainstream institutions are also subject to random, more or less preposterous accusations. Newspapers like the Washington Post and New York Times for being soft on anti-Semites, and the LM industry for producing animated features like X-rated Fritz the Cat, which had a tasteless synagogue sequence, and The Crunch Bird, which used Jewish dialect and ethnic caricature for a vulgar joke and which won an Academy Award in 1972. 3. The periodic brouhahas over the new anti-Semitism show continuities even in any details. A main item in Forster and Epstein's bill of indictment was Norman Jewison's just-released cinematic version of Jesus Christ Superstar. From an anti-Semitic stage production he created an even more anti-Semitic LM, they charged. The anti-Semitic stage production was co-written by Andrew Lloyd Webber, who went on to create such scandalously anti-Semitic Broadway musicals as Cats, a coded allusion to cats, while Jewison had just produced and directed the screen adaptation of Fiddler on the Roof. Webber and Jewison are castigated for perpetuating the lie that the Jews, collectively, killed Christ and ignoring the new, ecumenical interpretation of the crucifixion, instead following the old, primitive formulation of the Passion Play, the spirit of which was discarded by Vatican II. The biased rendering of the biblical protagonists is said to be irrefutable proof of the LMS anti-Semitic thrust. Superstar represented, after all, a very free adaptation of the New Testament story. The malevolent image of the street mobs of Jerusalem and of the priests was preserved intact, and once again they were assigned major blame for the crucifixion. At the same time, the authors of Superstar chose to whitewash the character of Pontius Pilate, exonerating Pilate of blame in the condemnation and trial of Jesus and thereby heightening the responsibility assigned to the Jewish priesthood. Fast forward to 2004. The assault on Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ struck identical notes. Frank Rich of the New York Times, for example, charging, "There is no question that it rewrites history by making Caiaphas and the other high priests the prime instigators of Jesus' death while softening Pontius Pilate, an infamous Roman thug, into a reluctant and somewhat conscience-stricken executioner." 4. Abraham Foxman was said to have been appalled at the potential anti-Semitic fallout of Gibson's LM. But the primary target audience of Passion was exactly those Christian fundamentalists with whom ADL has been aligned for years. For instance, Ralph Reed of the Christian Coalition frequently addressed ADL meetings. Why the selective indignation against Gibson? Apart from the obvious fact that, as faithful supporters of Israel, the Christian Coalition gets a partial pass. 5. Could it be that ADL's national director almost literally stole a page from an old book, seizing on Passion to whip up hysteria about the new anti-Semitism? Foxman, who read the RST salvos against Gibson's Passion and thereafter dominated this theater of war, is prominently listed on the acknowledgments page of Forster Epstein's The New Anti-Semitism. The crisis of Passion was a win-win situation. If Gibson caved in, it would broadcast the message not to mess with Jews, and if he didn't, it would prove the omnipresence of anti-Semitism. Already before the LMS release, Foxman was capitalizing on it for his accusations of anti-Semitism. The 2003 ADL audit of anti-Semitic incidents highlights, in early 2003 Mel Gibson announced the making of his forthcoming LM, The Passion of the Christ. What followed was a nearly year-long controversy that elicited hateful anti-Semitic emails and letters to ADL and other Jewish organizations, as well as journalists, religious leaders, and those who commented critically on the LM, and the hate mail was an indication of the anti-Semitic feelings that were stirred as a result of the Jewish concerns about the LM. 6. Plainly, Foxman's condence wasn't misplaced that journalists, ever on the lookout to expose yet new manifestations of anti-Semitism, would take the bait, and pundits and columnists, ever on the lookout for causes to champion but only if against a phantom enemy, would fearlessly lead the charge. Each of them, the New Republic's Leon Wieseltier, the New York Times's Frank Rich, Vanity Fair's Christopher Hitchens, the Washington Post's Charles Krauthammer, elbowed the next, vying for the title of chief slayer of the Gibson Dragon. Even if one believes the worst accusations leveled against Passion by ADL that it's every bit as anti-Semitic as Superstar, how much courage did it take to denounce Gibson in these publications, and for their audiences. Reversing cause and effect and feigning wounded innocence, Rich piously accused Gibson, not ADL, and its media adjuncts, of ring the opening volley and looking for a brawl. It was testament to the sheer idiocy of this controversy that the heart of it was Gibson's biblical scholarship. Before passion, whoever thought that Gibson had even the clue of an idea in his head? The punditry was on a par with periodic learned disputations on the deeper meaning of Michael Jackson's latest lyrics. 7. The principal, indeed, the real target of Forster and Epstein's new anti-Semitism was criticism directed at Israel after the October 1973 war, when new pressures were exerted on Israel to withdraw from the Egyptian Sinai and to reach a diplomatic settlement with the Palestinians. This hostility against Israel, it was alleged, is the heart of the new anti-Semitism. It was said to both spring from anti-Semitism and constitute its ultimate form. The only answer that seems to T is that Jews are tolerable, acceptable in their particularity, only as victims, and when their situation changes so that they are either no longer victims or appear not to be, the non-Jewish world NDS this so hard to take that the effort is begun to render them victims anew, their emphasis. 8. The possibility that criticism of Israel might have sprung from Israel's intransigence, its refusal to withdraw despite Arab offers of peace, was too absurd even to consider. Apart from the usual bogeys like the United Nations, the Soviet Union, and the Arab world, 9. The alleged proof of a resurgent anti-Semitism was that even Israel's traditional allies in Western Europe and the United States were given to tweeting outbursts. For example, in the United Kingdom fewer people agreed that Israel should hold all or most of the territory it occupied in June 1967, and a British Guardian article reported that Israel was using ignoble subterfuges to confiscate Palestinian land. In Germany, a Stern magazine article alleged that terror and force were used by the Jews in the compulsory founding of their state in 1948. In Latin America, the danger of a new anti-Semitism was particularly worrisome in Argentina, where a left-wing spokesman called for a just peace in the Middle East based on the evacuation of all the occupied territories, and his supporters were proclaiming the right of the Palestinians to self-determination. 10. In the United States, the threat of a new anti-Semitism emanated, according to Forster and Epstein, from the radical left, such as the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party, the Stalinist American Communist Party, and the Maoist Progressive Labor Party, even if their combined constituency could have comfortably fit into a telephone booth. In addition, it was alleged that sectors of the religious and peace community had succumbed to the anti-Semitic temptation. For example, the line had been crossed when a liberal Protestant clergyman sermonized that now oppressed become oppressors, Arabs are deported, Arabs are imprisoned without charge, and when the National Council of Churches called for the recognition of the right of Palestinian Arabs to a home acceptable to them, which must now be a matter of negotiation. A publication of the American Friends Service Committee, Quakers, had also crossed the line when asserting that Egypt and Israel were equally guilty for the outbreak of the June 1967 war, which, if anything, demonstrates a bias in favor of Israel, that Israel should as a first step commit itself to withdraw from all the occupied territory, a strictly Arab reading of the UN Security Council's resolution of November 22, 1967, in fact, this reading of Resolution 242 was the consensus of the international community, including the United States, and that American Jews should horror of anti-Semitic horrors, reject simplistic military solutions, and encourage calm and deliberate examination of all the issues. 11. The occasional public mention of an American Jewish lobby mobilizing support for Israel, or, even more rare, of U.S. hypocrisy in the Israel-Arab conflict, was likewise adduced by Forster and Epstein as prima facie evidence of anti-Semitism. For example, a Washington Post story claimed that the influence of American Jews on American politics is quite disproportionate to their numbers in the electorate, and that they lobby on Capitol Hill and often they have had direct access to the White House, and a CBS News commentary accused the United States of a double standard in regard to Middle East terror. 12. In the face of this overwhelming accumulation of evidence, who, except a die-hard Jew hater, could doubt the lethal danger of a new anti-Semitism? By the time Nathan and Ruth and Perlmutter published The Real Anti-Semitism, 1982, American Jewish elites had gravitated yet further to the right end of the political spectrum. Accordingly, as compared to the new anti-Semitism, the space in the real anti-Semitism given over to anti-Semitism on the right contracted, while that devoted to anti-Semitism on the left, a label that designated not the left but anyone to their left, expanded. For Forster and Epstein, the radical left today represents a danger to world Jewry at least equal to the danger on the right. But for the Perlmutters, the danger emanating from the left loomed much larger, and, it bears repeating, not just the radical but even the moderate left, reaching well into the mainstream. We have not discussed the right, not because it is not of concern to Jews, they explained at one point, but rather because that danger is so well known by Jews. 13 Yet the likelier reason for this relative silence on the right was that American Jewish elites had now aligned themselves with, indeed, more and more belonged to the right, apart from its lunatic fringe. Domestically, as institutionalized anti-Semitism all but vanished and American Jews prospered, the bonds linking Jews to their erstwhile natural allies on the left and among other discriminated against minorities eroded. American Jewish elites increasingly acted to preserve and protect their class, and even white, privilege. Internationally, as Israel's political intransigence and brutal occupation alienated public opinion and its alignment with the right in the United States, as elsewhere, deepened, American Jewish elites found themselves increasingly at odds with the political center and in league with the right. The Perlmutters charted these developments with remarkable, if morally repugnant, candor. Classical anti-Semitism of the type that targeted Jews simply for being Jewish, according to the Perlmutters, no longer posed a potent danger in the United States. The Klansmen and the neo-Nazis are today no more than socially scrawny imitations of their once politically meaningful forebears, while uptown, the very fact of whispered anti-Semitism is testimony to its low estate. A new type of anti-Semitism, however, had replaced it. This real anti-Semitism was defined by the Perlmutters as any challenge inimical to Jewish interests. If not subjectively driven by animus toward Jews, it was nonetheless objectively harmful to them. Essentially, this book's thesis is that today the interests of Jews are not so much threatened by their familiar nemesis, crude anti-Semitism, as by asemitic governmental policies, the proponents of which may be free of anti-Semitism and indeed may well literally count Jews among some of their best friends. Practically, this meant pinning the epithet anti-Semitic on domestic challenges to Jewish class privilege and political power as well as on global challenges to Israeli hegemony. American Jewish elites were, in effect and in plain sight, cynically appropriating anti-Semitism, a historical phenomenon replete with suffering and martyrdom, on the one hand, and hatred and genocide, on the other, as an ideological weapon to defend and facilitate ethnic aggrandizement. Unchallenged and unchecked, real anti-Semitism, the Perlmutters warned, can lose once again classical anti-Semitism. In fact, the reverse comes closer to the truth. It is the mislabeling of legitimate challenges to Jewish privilege and power as anti-Semitism that breeds irrational resentment of Jews, more on which later. 14. Given that the domestic power of American Jewish elites was RMLY entrenched, the club of anti-Semitism was mainly wielded to assail Israel's critics. Israel, according to the Perlmutters, was indisputably the overriding concern of Jewry, the issue central to our beings, but only if it was a Sparta like Israel in thrall to the United States. 15. From the mid-1970s this Israel was coming under attack. When the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, joined the international consensus supporting a two-state settlement, pressures mounted on Israel to follow suit, or, in the Perlmutters' twisted logic, Israel had been cornered in the public relations cul-de-sac of peace. To head off this PLO peace offensive, Israeli strategic analyst Avner Yaniv's phrase, Israel invaded Lebanon in June 1982. 16. The Perlmutters were at pains to acknowledge that, although nonetheless murder's accomplices, Israel's critics were mostly not motivated by anti-Jewish animus. If they took exception to Israeli policy, it was on account of their being either misguided dupes of trendy third world ideologies, like opposition to racism, sexism, and imperialism, or grubby opportunists anxious about the price of Arab oil. 17. One possibility the Perlmutters didn't entertain was that Israel might be in the wrong. Real anti-Semites didn't just include usual suspects like the National Council of Churches, which called on Israel to include the PLO in its Middle East peace negotiations, and the United Nations, which has become an arena for vicious assaults on Jewish interests such as supporting a two-state settlement. Rather, deemed by the damage, however indirect, they might inflict on Israel, anti-Semites, in the Perlmutters' lexicon, was a catch-all for, among others, those wanting to scuttle the Electoral College in the name of democracy, which would diminish the clout of American Jews, concentrated in swing states, and concomitantly diminish Jewish influence over Middle East policy, those calling for peaceful resolution of conflicts and cuts in the military budget, on account of which nowadays war is getting a bad name and peace too favorable a press plainly a disaster for Israel, those opposing nuclear power, which would increase the West's dependency on OPEC oil and our economy's thraldom to recycling petrodollars, and on and on. Scaling the peaks of absurdity, the Perlmutters suggest that even the New York Times is guilty, if not of outright anti-Semitism then of Holocaust denial. 18. Like the Forster-Epstein study, the real anti-Semitism focused obsessively on anti-Semitism in the black community. The worst of Jewish sins, according to the Perlmutters, was that they have tended to care more for mankind than the world has cared for Jews, a disposition arising from God's disproportionately generous gifting of Jews with brimming empathy. The problem, in short, was that Jews were too wonderful for their own good. And nowhere had the generosity of Jewry been more manifest than its doting role in the nourishment of the infant NAACP and Urban League, its lawyers, strategists, and activists in behalf of racial justice. Except for black ingratitude, how then to account for poll data cited by the Perlmutters showing an escalation of African American hostility toward Jews? 19. In fact, as even the real anti-Semitism suggests, if obliquely, black Jewish tensions sprang in part from class conflict over initiatives supporting the disadvantaged, like affirmative action, which American Jewish organizations prominently opposed, in part from a lack of lockstep support for Israel in the black community, and in part from the uncorking of an ugly, just barely repressed, racism among many Jews. 20. On the last point, consider the Perlmutters' explanation that New York Jews had grown conservative because their upper Manhattan neighborhoods were no longer safe from criminals after dark, fear and LTH, it seems, grow thick where music, art, theater, libraries, and liberal constituencies thrive. Fear and LTH, to whom could that be referring? In order to make amends and return to the good graces of Jews, according to the Perlmutters, it was incumbent upon the black to lend no surprises here Israel greater support, loud, clear, repeated condemnations of the United Nations offenses against the Jewish people, loud, clear, repeated contradictions of the National Council of Churches, skewed reports on the Middle East, delegations to Washington supportive of Israel's security. 21. Repellent as they were, the Perlmutters plainly couldn't be faulted for lack of consistency. And by this reckoning, the religious right no longer gurred as anti-Semitic, because it had pledged support for the Holy State. Fundamentalist intolerance is currently not so baneful as its friendship for Israel is helpful. How little the real anti-Semitism had to do with the genuine article and how much with criticism of Israeli policy could be gleaned from the Perlmutters' preference for the Christian right, which was steeped in anti-Jewish bigotry but pro-Israel, as against liberal Protestantism, which was free of anti-Jewish bigotry but anti-Israel. Why then do we feel more comfortable today with the Reverend Bailey Smith, leader of the Southern Baptist Convention, who has seriously declared, with all due respect to those dear people, my friends, God Almighty does not hear the prayer of a Jew, than we do with the socially conscious National Council of Churches? After all, the Southern Baptists have yet to disclaim the charge of deicide against me, while member organizations of the National Council of Churches acquitted me even while the Vatican Council II's jury was still out. The answer lies not in their measures of anti-Semitism, but in their political postures. Christian professing religious attitudes, in this time, in this country, are for all practical purposes, no more than personally held religious conceits, barely impacting the way in which Jews live. Their political action, as it relates to the security of the State of Israel, impacts us far more meaningfully than whether a Christian neighbor believes that his is the exclusive hotline to on high. On this criterion, Jerry Falwell of the Moral Majority and Pat Robertson of the Christian Broadcasting Network likewise passed muster. Although their fundamentalist theology reeked of anti-Semitism, it was of no account so long as they gave backing to a militarized Israel. Let's praise the Lord, the Perlmutters counseled, borrowing the title of a World War II hit, and pass the ammunition. Indeed, they didn't just praise the Christian right but exonerated it as well. Rarely has a religious persuasion been as broadly smeared as have fundamentalists. As excoriations of Zionism have served to camouflage raw anti-Semitism, so have swollen hyperboles descriptive of the moral majority and the religious roundtable beclouded the image of fundamentalists. Little as can be said for the claims of this analogy, the Perlmutters do deserve credit for clearly and accurately aligning, in the analogy's terms, Zionism, at any rate, their brand of it, with the moral majority. 22. Finally, apart from lavishing praise on Israel, in order to get on the Perlmutters' A-list of ding anti-Semitism, one had to be tough on crime. Our violence-ridden times are ripe for considering as a priority the defense of the victim, oppose affirmative action. That reverse discrimination has been arbitrarily punitive of individual whites is self-evident, and favor an aggressive U.S. military posture as well as a sharp increase in the military budget, to more credibly deny expansionist Soviet threats to world peace. On this last point, the Perlmutters took note of the seeming irony that ADL sounded more like a conservative defense organization than a Jewish human rights agency. 23. It wasn't at all ironic, reacting its elite Jewish constituency, ADL had in fact become a bastion of reaction. Like the new anti-Semitism, the foreword to the real anti-Semitism acknowledged the input of Abraham Foxman. By the time he succeeded Nathan Perlmutter as head of ADL, Foxman was a veritable impresario of new anti-Semitism productions. As Israel headed toward a new crisis in fall 2000, he knew exactly which strings to pull and what buttons to press. What each thing is when fully developed, Aristotle observed in the Politics, we call its nature. In this sense, the latest revival of the new anti-Semitism reveals its true essence. Although Abraham Foxman's Never Again? The threat of the new anti-Semitism, 2003, included standard props, like chapters on right-wing loonies, danger on the right, violence and extremism in the American heartland, and African Americans, troubled alliance, the rift between American blacks and Jews. As the production hit the road, all pretenses were dropped that it was about anything except Israel. In addition, the distinction between real and classical anti-Semitism was discarded. In the real anti-Semitism, the Perlmutters had demonized anti-Semites, making of them merely Gentiles with contrary interests. But as Israel's illegal and immoral policies came under closer scrutiny, the only defense available was to redemonize critics, claiming they were classical Jew haters. Finally, whereas in the original new anti-Semitism marginal left-wing organizations like the Communist Party and the Socialist Workers' Party were cast as the heart of the anti-Semitic darkness, in the current revival Israel's apologists, having lurched to the right end of the political spectrum, cast mainstream organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch in this role. 2. Israel. The Jew among nations. 32. The dominant trope of the new anti-Semitism is that Israel has become the Jew among nations. Israel has fast become the Jew of the world. Phyllis Chesler. The new anti-Semitism, Israel, in effect, is emerging as the collective Jew among nations. Mortimer B. Zuckerman. The new anti-Semitism, if classical anti-Semitism was anchored in discrimination against the Jewish religion, the new anti-Jewishness is anchored in discrimination against the Jews as a people and the embodiment of that expression in Israel. Erwin Koteler, Human Rights and the New Anti-Jewishness, the State of Israel, has been transformed into the Jew of the nations. Gabriel Schoenfeld, The Return of Anti-Semitism. 1. As with the new anti-Semitism, Israel's apologists have merely recycled this representation of Israel as the collective Jewish victim of anti-Semitic prejudice. In their 1982 study, the Perlmutters pointed up the transformation, from anti-Semitism against Jews to anti-Semitism the object of which is the Jew's surrogate, Israel, while in his 1991 autobiography Harvard Law School professor Alan Dershowitz, decrying the newest form of anti-Jewishness, explained that it is impossible to understand why Israel receives the attention, most particularly the criticism it does receive, without recognizing that Israel is the Jew among the nations. 2. In any event, the reasoning is that, since Israel represents the Jew among nations, criticism of Israel springs from the same poisoned well as anti-Semitism and therefore is, by definition, anti-Semitic. And since the last major outbreak of anti-Semitism climaxed in the Holocaust, those currently criticizing Israel are fomenting a new Holocaust. Very quickly, Foxman portends in Never Again, the actual survival of the Jewish people might once again be at risk. The transparent motive behind these assertions is to taint any criticism of Israel as motivated by anti-Semitism and inverting reality to turn Israel, and Jews, not Palestinians, into the victim of the current siege. Chesler. 3. The chief political and ideological advantage of playing the anti-Semitism card, however, was succinctly, if unwittingly, put by one of Israel's most vigorous apologists, Harvard professor Ruth Wissa. In the case of the so-called Arab-Israel conflict, she explained, to permit the concept of anti-Semitism into the discussion is to acknowledge that the origins of Arab opposition to the Jewish state are to be located in the political culture of the Arabs themselves, and that such opposition can end only if and when that political culture changes. 4. It displaces fundamental responsibility for causing the conflict from Israel to the Arabs, the issue no longer being Jewish dispossession of Palestinians but Arab opposition to Jews, and fundamental responsibility for resolving it from Israel ending its occupation to the Arab world ending its irrational hostility toward Jews. Although Israel's apologists claim to allow for criticism of the occasional Israeli excess, what is termed legitimate criticism, the upshot of this allowance is to delegitimize the preponderance of criticism as anti-Semitic, just as communist parties used to allow for criticism of the occasional Stalinist excess, while denouncing principled criticism as anti-Soviet and therefore beyond the pale. In fact, belying all the hysterics, in places like the United States and Germany, Israel receives virtually no sustained criticism. The allegation of a new anti-Semitism is being used to silence the tiny percentage of media coverage that manages to escape ideological control. In places like Britain, where coverage of the conflict is clearly better, for all the complaints of its being pro-Arab and anti-Semitic, serious media analysis still shows a very pronounced bias in favor of Israel. 5. For her part, Phyllis Chesler, in The New Anti-Semitism, barely disguises that alleging a new anti-Semitism is simply the pretext for defending Israel. Copying pro-Israel websites, she devotes 8 pages to a brief history of Arab attacks against Israel, 1908 to 1970s, but nary a word to Israeli attacks against Arabs, and 4 pages to recent Arab terrorism against Israel, but nary a word to Israeli terrorism against Arabs. There have been 9 major Israeli wars of self-defense in the last 5 years, according to Chesler, but apparently none in which the Arabs were defending themselves from Israeli attack, even though her count includes, among multiple dubious examples, the 1956 Israeli invasion of Sinai, the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, and the 1987 and 2000 Palestinian revolts against Israel's occupation. Reaching to the outer limits of legitimate criticism, she does allow that perhaps, it may be argued, Jews or individual Israelis ought to bear some moral responsibility for the Sabra and Shatila massacres. Although confessedly not a military insider and expert, Chesler concludes that Israeli control of the borders, checkpoints, and roads right down to the sea and to the river in the West Bank and in Gaza are probably now essential for Israel's safety, yet she fails completely to consider what the Palestinians might require for their safety, or just to survive. 6. A contrived scandal erupted in November 2003 after the European Monitoring Centre on Racism and Xenophobia, EUMC, was accused of suppressing an incendiary report on anti-Semitism in the European Union. World Jewish Congress President Edgar Bronfman declared the European Commission guilty of anti-Semitism for its having censored the report, although the EUMC is institutionally autonomous. In its defense, the EUMC maintained that the report it had commissioned but didn't distribute, Manifestations of Anti-Semitism in the European Union, was biased and lacking in empirical evidence. EU Foreign Policy Chief Javier Solana concurred that it did not meet the criteria of consistency and quality of data. 7. In fact, the data assembled in the Manifestations report, the standards it used to measure anti-Semitism, and the conclusions it reached barely rose to the comical. It was, nonetheless, by far the most intensive, minute cataloging of the new anti-Semitism to date, which was one reason Israel's apologists touted it. Especially because it focused on the peak period of this new anti-Semitism, the claim that Jew hatred was running rampant in Europe effectively stood or fell on the report's findings. A product of the Center for Research on Anti-Semitism, Zentrum für Antisemitismusforschung ZFA, at Berlin's Technical University, Manifestations bore the typical earmarks of Germany's public culture on all matters regarding Jews and Israel. If Germany was once the European hotbed of anti-Semitism, it has now become the hotbed of philo-Semitism. On the one hand, politically correct, utterly cynical public officials and media ferret out anti-Semites where a smattering are to be found, resembling nothing so much as the medieval witch hunts, and on the other, Israel's apologists, holding Germany in thrall, exploit the Nazi horrors to strike down any criticism of Jewish leaders or Israel, sting public discourse and stoking private resentment. 8. This isn't the first time German public opinion has been manipulated into getting a phantom new anti-Semitism. In 1981, as pressures mounted on Israel to negotiate a two-state settlement with the Palestinians, the Union of Jews and Christians issued a declaration entitled On the Danger of a New Anti-Semitism at the German Evangelical Church Day. It cautioned that signs of a relapse into hostility towards Jews are currently on the rise, alleging in particular that behind the criticism of the Israeli government, the old anti-Semitism is visible. 9. Likewise, the red thread running through the German-authored Manifestations report was the equating of criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. The tradition of demonizing Jews in the past is now being transferred to the State of Israel. And the sharp criticism of Israeli politics across the entire political spectrum was adduced as proof of the threatening nature of the new anti-Semitism. Consider this convoluted example listed under forms of anti-Semitic prejudice. While the historical victim status of Jews continues to be acknowledged, for many Europeans it no longer transfers to support of Israel. Israeli policies toward the Palestinians provide a reason to denounce Jews as perpetrators, thereby qualifying their moral status as victims that they had assumed as a consequence of the Holocaust. The connection between anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli sentiment lies in this opportunity for a perpetrator-victim role reversal. In other words, although Europeans recognize Jewish suffering in the Nazi Holocaust, they are still anti-Semitic because, believing that Jews can also be perpetrators, they won't automatically support Israel. In addition, the report tabulated under the heading Prevalent Anti-Semitic Prejudices the assumption of close ties between the US and Israel, as well as the belief that Jews have a major influence over the USA's allegedly biased pro-Israel policies and the belief that Israel has perpetrated apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. 10. A sampling of the study's breakdown of anti-Semitic incidents in European Union countries eshes out what the new anti-Semitism really means. It should be noted that the data assembled in Manifestations came mainly from the period when sympathy for Palestinians and hostility toward Israel peaked, during Israel's Operation Defensive Shield, March-April 2002, which culminated in the siege of Jenin refugee camp. Belgium. During a pro-Palestinian demonstration, front windows were shattered and an Israeli egg burnt, Ireland. The Israeli embassy has received a number of hate telephone calls in the last month. Spain. Many young Spaniards consider support of the PLO a crucial qualification for being identified as progressive or leftist. Italy. During the Communist Party Congress, a number of objects explicitly referred to Palestine. The Palestinian Ag, a book by the representative of the Palestinian National Authority, PNA, in Italy, and the key, the traditional Arab headgear, Netherlands. Greta Thunberg, wife of European Central Bank President Wim Duisenberg, has hung a Palestinian egg from her balcony. Portugal. The Israel embassy has received slanderous calls and internet messages with offensive content. Finland. Pro-Palestine movements have distributed their leaflets on many occasions. Some of these leaflets have asked people to boycott Israeli products to help attain peace in Israel. 11. If virtually any criticism of Israel signals anti-Semitism, the sweep of the new anti-Semitism, unsurprisingly, beggars the imagination. Apart from usual suspects like Arabs, Muslims, and the Third World generally, as well as Europe and the United Nations, Chesler's rogues gallery includes Western-based international human rights organizations, academics, intellectuals, Western anti-capitalist, anti-globalist, pro-environment, anti-racist, and anti-war activists, progressive feminists, Jewish feminists. American Jewish feminists stopped being for women's rights in America and began being for the rights of the PLO. European and left and liberal American media like Time magazine, the Associated Press, Reuters, The Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, New York Times, British Guardian, Toronto Star, the BBC, NPR, CNN, and ABC, as well as many Israelis like the late Yeshayahu Leibowitz of Hebrew University, an Orthodox Jew and one of Israel's most revered intellectuals. And anyone who denies that this is so, Chesler throws in for good measure, is also an anti-Semite. Small wonder that Chesler sees a world awash in Nazi-level anti-Semitism. It's as if Hitler's brown shirts have returned from the dead, in greater numbers, and are doing their dirty Kristallnacht work every day, everywhere. Even in the United States, the new anti-Semitism is so pervasive that those daring to criticize it wear the yellow star. Amid these absurd dilations, Chesler juxtaposes the Eastern propensity for hyper-exaggeration against her own Western standard of truth-telling and objectivity. To convey the amplitude of the new anti-Semitism, she lets loose a barrage of strange similes and metaphors. There is a thrilling permissibility in the air, the kind of electrically charged and altered reality that acid trippers or epileptics may experience just prior to a seizure. Doctored footage of fake Israeli massacres has now entered the imagination of billions of people. Like pornography. These ideas can never be forgotten. It's as if the political equivalent of the AIDS virus has been unleashed in the world. To be a Jew is to live dangerously, on the margins, with an open, circumcised heart. Acid trippers, epileptics, pornography, AIDS, circumcised heart. One begins to wonder whether Chesler's magnum opus, Women and Madness, was autobiographical. 12. The media also get chastised by Chesler for their obsessive focus on Israeli treatment of Palestinians, which is a distracting luxury. Rather, she counsels that they should focus attention on the major problems that affect the majority of the world's population. Of course, the obsessive focus of America's most prosperous ethnic group on its supposed suffering and persecution isn't a distracting luxury. 13. Chesler is a picture of sobriety, however, next to commentary editor Gabriel Schoenfeld. According to him, we are past Kristallnacht in America and well into the final solution. The plain fact, he reports, is that something unprecedented is taking place. Jews in the United States are being targeted for murder. His Black Book of Anti-Semites doesn't just include the familiar environmentalists, pacists, anarchists, anti-globalists, and socialists. The mainstream British and European press, Le Monde, The Economist, as well as French television news and the BBC, liberal to left organizations like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, New York Times columnist Maureen Dowd and Hardball host Chris Matthews, and so on. He also counts as anti-Semites those using the term neoconservative, because it is a thinly veiled synonym for Jew. Leaving aside the dubious assumption that use of this term carries the alleged imputation, and leaving aside that the founders of the neoconservative movement were overwhelmingly Jewish, proudly so, if the appellation neoconservative is anti-Semitic, what does that make the Jewish neoconservatives clustered around commentary who appropriated it and who typically use it to distinguish themselves? 14. But what puts Schoenfeld's account in a special class is the extraordinary spectrum of Jews he tabulates as anti-Semitic. Indeed, according to Schoenfeld, the new anti-Semitism emanates mainly from the political left, and it is Jews who dominate this anti-Semitic left. In other words, the juggernaut of the new anti-Semitism is largely a Jewish contingent, and again, left-wing Jews are in the vanguard of the new anti-Semitism. However absurd, it is all the same unsurprising to see Noam Chomsky classified as an anti-Semite in Schoenfeld's book. Chomsky became the bête noire of Israel's apologists after proving to be the most principled and effective Jewish critic of Israeli policy. It begins to raise eyebrows, however, when the likes of Rabbi Michael Lerner of Tikkun magazine and Daniel Boyarin, a leading academic guru in Jewish studies in the United States, Schoenfeld's description, get the same treatment. But one truly begins to worry about Schoenfeld's mental poise when he questions the bonity of Leon Wieseltier, the fanatically pro-Israel literary editor of the fanatically pro-Israel New Republic. Doubting the imminence of another final solution, Wieseltier has committed the sin of being, if not an outright anti-Semitism denier, at any rate an anti-Semitism minimizer. It seems the revolution is devouring its children. 15. An anthology edited and introduced by Ron Rosenbaum, Those Who Forget the Past, The Question of Anti-Semitism, stands on a moral and intellectual par with Chesler's and Schoenfeld's musings. 16. The journalist Alexander Coburn once quipped about a neoconservative periodical that it arrived on the doorstep already wrapped in cobwebs. Something similar can be said about Rosenbaum's collection. Written just before or after the Iraq War, many of the book's contributions already made, on the book's mid-2004 publication date, for an embarrassing read. Daily Telegraph columnist Barbara O'Meal sings paeans to 16,000 Daisy Cutter bombs for giving a needful nudge to the Arab/Muslim world's intransigence. Vanity Fair journalist Marie Brenner, adducing French opposition to the U.S. attack on Iraq as ultimate proof of a pervasive anti-Semitism which clarifies what the hysteria about a new anti-Semitism is really about, reports that the French stubbornly disapproved even when the citizens of Baghdad openly embraced American forces. Albeit only for a week, if that long. To demonstrate the Nazi mentality of Daniel Pearl's captors, writer Thane Rosenbaum focuses on the prurient, hard-porn qualities of the video recording his beheading, and especially the humiliation Pearl was made to suffer on camera. Would he now also care to ruminate on what the photographs and videos from Abu Ghraib prison tell us about the mentality of those who held Iraqis captive and those who approved the interrogation methods? Playwright and screenwriter David Mamet, another eminent authority on anti-Semitism selected for inclusion in Rosenbaum's anthology, explains that the world is in debt to the Jews because, Israel not in 1981 bombed the Iraqi nuclear reactor, some scant weeks away from production of nuclear bomb material, all New York, God forbid, might have been ground zero. Except that the Iraqi reactor wasn't making nuclear weapons, it was probably the Israeli bombing that induced Saddam to embark on a nuclear weapons program, and Iraq had nothing to do with the attack on the World Trade Center. Debt cancelled. According to contributor Robert Wistrich of the Hebrew University, Saddam's Iraq provided a sinister confirmation of the Nazi outlook pervading the Arab world in its determination to develop weapons of mass destruction and its readiness to use them, while Saddam's defeat fortunately eliminated the specter of deadly weapons in the hands of a ruthless dictator. Except that no weapons of mass destruction were found, and such a weapons program had long been abandoned. 17. Finally, speaking of cobwebs, writer Cynthia Ozick, in the afterword to Rosenbaum's anthology, does yet another reprise of her signature role. The afterword begins on the dramatic note, "We thought it was nisht. The ovens are long cooled. The cries of the naked. The deportation ledgers. We thought it was nisht. Naively, foolishly, stupidly, hopefully, ahistorically, we thought that the cannibal hatred, once quenched, would not soon wake again. It has awakened. She thought it was nisht? Has Ozick forgotten that in the original production of the new anti-Semitism, she already sang a variation of the same tune, All the World Wants the Jews Dead? That was the title of her widely heralded 1974 Esquire article. Has she forgotten that her Esquire article began with the same invocation of Nazi death camps, that she proceeded to castigate the Arabs who, marching in Hitler's footsteps, were out to murder all the world's Jews, including herself? Cairo and Damascus, which hold the torches, are on the far end of the globe. Yet they mean me. How she then roundly indicted the rest of the world, and even fellow Jews, for their complicity and silence. Has she even forgotten her outraged peroration, Palestinian refugees, political tacticians, national liberationists, Olympic terrorists, and terrorists of the air? Destroyers of 49 peaceful lives in a single post-war spring. Shooters of 13 mothers and babies at Kiryat Shemona. Murderers of. Does this ancient diva, rolled out for every new anti-Semitism production, really not remember that she's reading from a hoary script? 18 The heart of anti-Zionist anti-Semitism, Rosenbaum maintains in his introduction, is denial of these irrefutable facts. Jews want to live in peace, but 3 wars in which Arab states tried to drive them into the sea, and a terror campaign by Palestinians who reject the idea of a Jewish state, have left Israelis with the tragic choice between self-defense and self-destruction. 19 Rosenbaum takes special pride in injecting the prospect of a second Holocaust in the new anti-Semitism debate. Every European nation was deeply complicit in Hitler's genocide, and for the most part, Europeans volunteered, his emphasis. Not only Germans but all Europeans, according to Rosenbaum, were Hitler's willing executioners. Now Europeans are willing to be complicit in the murder of the Jews again. Indeed, they began plotting the second Holocaust from shortly after World War II. Imposing on Jews a state apart, Europeans conspired to get the surviving Jews reminders of European shame off the continent, and leave the European peoples in possession of the property stolen from the Jews during the war. Let us put to one side the irony that it used to be an argument against Zionism, not one made by its defenders, to point up the common ground it shared with anti-Semitism of wanting to segregate Jews from Europe. Consider instead the central thesis. Before Rosenbaum came along, who would have guessed that the main impetus behind Israel's creation wasn't Jews longing for a homeland but Europeans longing to expel them and to keep their stolen property, no less? The party didn't end there. It wasn't Zionists but non-Jewish Europeans who sought to found a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Europeans purposely located Israel in an indefensible sliver of desert in a sea of hostile peoples. And there's yet more. These Europeans purposely made Israel too small to accommodate Jews and Palestinians, so the Jews would expel the Palestinians, so the Palestinians would hate the Jews, so the Semites would murder each other and blame the Jews. And if that weren't enough, Europeans have now embarked on covertly exterminating the remnant Jewish community on the continent as they allow their own Arab populations to burn synagogues and beat Jews on the street for them, his emphasis. Rosenbaum isn't sanguine about Israel's survival, on account of its inordinate restraint. Although he does feel bad for the plight of the Palestinians, he believes that, to avert another Holocaust, not just the suicide bombers, but their families as well should suffer the exact same fate of the people the bombers blow up. The tragedy, alas, is that Israelis won't do that. That is, contrary to Rosenbaum's bidding, Israel won't indiscriminately murder men, women, and children, and that is why there's likely to be a second Holocaust. All is not lost, however. When a nuclear weapon is detonated in Tel Aviv, Israel will sooner, not later, launch a nuclear retaliation against Baghdad, Damascus, Tehran, perhaps all 3. This time around, damn it, Jews will teach the Goyim a lesson they won't soon forget. The unspoken corollary of the slogan "Never Again" is, and if again, not us alone, his emphasis. It's an irony totally lost on Rosenbaum that these bedtime fantasies are interlarded in a volume edited by him ridiculing the paranoid conspiracy theories and bloodlust yearnings for revenge rife in the Arab world. 20. Not to be outdone, in his contribution to the Rosenbaum collection, Philip Greenspun, an MIT expert on software and web applications who has apparently never published a book or article on Israel, his essay, one of the two longest, consists almost entirely of URL references, condensely puts forth these theses. The establishment of Israel was the centerpiece of a global conspiracy to kill the Jews. Europe initially created Israel as a concentration camp for Jews. But historically most concentration camps for Jews have eventually turned into death camps, and certainly there is no shortage of people worldwide trying to effect this transformation. In Europe, these not-so-closeted Nazis prominently include academics supporting a cultural boycott of Israel, the proof being that they are an echo of 1930s Germany, in which university professors joined the Nazi Party at a rate double that of the general population. In the Arab world, reality is yet more terrifying. If we assume that the percentage of Muslims who really buy into what their leaders are telling them about Jews is equal to the percentage, 33, of German voters who opted for Hitler in 1932, that works out to more than 400 million Jew-hating Muslims. If we assume, turning to our shores, the only reason the United States supports Israel, according to Greenspun, is from fear of being swamped by Jewish immigrants. Yet a critical mass of Americans also wants the Jews dead. This is shown by the combined facts that about half of Americans hold some of the same beliefs about Jews espoused by the Nazi Party, and that Hitler was able to hold power in Germany with only 33% of the vote in 1932 and 44% in 1933. It is symptomatic of the paranoid mind that every event is construed as yet another link in some grand conspiracy. But paranoia has crossed a singular threshold when those calling themselves Zionists construe Israel's founding as the centerpiece of a grand anti-Semitic conspiracy. In a similar frame of mind, columnist Nat Hentoff professes that, if a loudspeaker goes off and a voice says, "All Jews gather in Times Square," it could never surprise me. 21. The consequences of the calculated hysteria of a new anti-Semitism haven't been just to immunize Israel from legitimate criticism. Its overarching purpose, like that of the war against terrorism, has been to dictate criticism of an unprecedented assault on international law. Herein lies the greatest danger. In crucial respects, the Iraq War marked a watershed, principled refusal to participate in a war of aggression. Surely a major lesson to be drawn from Hitlerism was equated with, of all things, Jew hatred. Thus, the global movement opposing the United States' illegal preventive war against Iraq, which Israel and mainstream Jewish organizations cheered on, stood accused of anti-Semitism of a type long thought dead in the West. Even prominent American poets deploring the war and Israel's occupation were chastised for playing on the edges of 1930s-style anti-Semitism. And, as the German people courageously refused to be browbeaten into supporting Washington's criminal aggression, the German branch of the Israel lobby, explicitly comparing Saddam Hussein to Adolf Hitler, used the occasion of Holocaust Remembrance Day to denounce German opposition to the war on Iraq, and later urged support for necessary wars. 22. Likewise, the new anti-Semitism has been deployed to undermine the most basic principles of human rights. The great moral issue facing the world at the dawn of this millennium, Alan Dershowitz declares, is whether Israel's attempt to protect itself against terrorism will result in a massive increase in worldwide anti-Semitism. Of course, with marginal exceptions, no one contests Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. The criticism springs from its gross violations of human rights in the name of terrorism. The epithet of anti-Semitism is being used by Dershowitz, however, not just to dictate criticism of these gross violations but to legalize them. For, in the name of Israel's defense and incredibly the rule of law, he has advocated a massive rollback of a century's progress in humanitarian and human rights law. Maintaining that human rights law and rhetoric have become powerful weapons selectively aimed at Israel, Dershowitz goes on to proclaim that time has come for the United States to insist that the international law of war be changed and for the United States to lead the GHT to revise archaic international laws and conventions, in particular, the Geneva Convention. Indeed, in a shocking pronouncement at an Israeli conference, he asserted that Israel isn't at all bound by international law. Israelis are obliged to follow the rule of law that exists in the democracy called Israel the way I am obliged to follow the rule of law in the democracy called the United States. Your moral obligation to comply with the letter of the rule of international law is voluntary, it is a matter of choice and a matter of tactic, not a matter of moral obligation or democratic theory. Furthermore, Dershowitz explicitly lends support to political liquidations. The virtue of targeted assassination is precisely that it is targeted and tends to avoid collateral damage and collective punishment. It strengthens civil liberties, not those of the Israelis, but those of the Palestinians. Collective punishment such as the automatic destruction of a Palestinian village after each terrorist attack, home destruction, is entirely moral, among the most moral and calibrated responses. Torture such as a needle being shoved under the entrails, I want maximal pain, the most excruciating, intense, immediate pain, and ethnic cleansing. Political solutions often require the movement of people, and such movement is not always voluntary. It is a fifth-rate issue, analogous in many respects to some massive urban renewal. To be sure, when Palestinians violate international law, Dershowitz is much more protective of it. Palestinian targeting of Israeli civilians, he opines, is never acceptable. It violates the Geneva Accords, it violates the international law of war, and it violates all principles of morality, unlike shoving a needle under someone's entrails. 23. The poisoning of public discourse on human rights by apologists for Israel is not con to the United States. The most appalling and shameful example is Germany. Michael Wolfsohn, a staunch German Jewish supporter of Israel and professor at the University of the German Armed Forces, maintained on German television, as a means against terrorists, I do consider torture, or the threat of torture, legitimate. Yes, I do. He subsequently cited Dershowitz, whose support of torture has been widely reported in Germany, as one of his inspirations. When the German Minister of Defense rebuked him, as did many others, Wolfsohn, as well as the main spokesman for German Jews, alleged that he was the victim of anti-Semitism. In a full-page statement published in Germany's most influential newspaper and entitled J'accuse, Wolfsohn, invoking memory of the Holocaust and his own imagined persecution, members of the federal government have thrown one of their citizens, and a Jew at that, to the wolves, proclaimed that Theodor Herzl was right. Jews weren't safe anywhere except in a state of their own, and that whereas the main lesson of the Holocaust for Germans was never again to be a perpetrator, the main lesson for Jews is never again to be a victim, which for Jews signifies that any means is legitimate in the name of self-defense. Leaving aside that Zola's original J'accuse was in defense of a Jew innocent of the charges leveled against him, it's hard not to savor or not to be revolted by the ironies of this episode. A Jewish professor at a German war college defending the use of torture is publicly reprimanded, after which the Jewish professor, wrapping himself in the mantle of the Holocaust, accuses of anti-Semitism those Germans deploring his advocacy of torture and, explicating the lessons of the Holocaust, declares that while the Holocaust forbids Germans and everyone else from being perpetrators, it entitles Jews to do as they please. 24. Things are scarcely better elsewhere. In Canada, the chairman of the B'nai B'rith Institute for International Affairs, acknowledging that Israel resorts to terror tactics against Palestinians, maintained they were acceptable. Terror is an option to be used by states in order to prevent deaths. Acts that take place in Gaza and the West Bank, you might want to classify them as terrorists sponsored by the state. But when that is being done to prevent deaths, are we going to say that that is wrong? 25. Meanwhile, in France, an October 2004 report solicited by the Interior Ministry and getting wide media play contrived a bizarre new category, anti-Semitism by proxy, l'antisemitisme par procuration. it deemed proxy anti-Semites as those who haven't themselves committed, or directly manipulated or openly incited anyone to commit, an anti-Semitic act, but whose opinions, words, or sometimes simply silence lend support to such violence. The main perpetrators of such mute anti-Semitism are alleged to be radical anti-Zionists who denounce the policy of Sharon while favoring dissident Jewish voices and who believe Palestinian refugees have a right to return to their homes. This is a direct throwback to the darkest days of Stalinism, when those criticizing the Soviet regime were, by virtue of this fact alone, branded objective abettors of fascism, and dealt with accordingly. Indeed, in a truly terrifying passage, the report recommends criminalizing any accusations of racism or apartheid against Israel as well as comparisons thereof. In the situation that we currently find ourselves in, they have major consequences which can, by contagion, endanger the lives of our Jewish citizens. It is legitimate to legally ensure that they won't be thrown around lightly. Apart from punitive sanctions, the report recommends more Holocaust education, in particular, emphasizing the singular, universal, and unique character of the Holocaust. One day it's the uniqueness and universality of theological absolutism, the next day it's the uniqueness and universality of Marxism-Leninism, now it's the uniqueness and universality of the Holocaust. The one constant is the totalitarian cast of mind, and attendant stigmatizing of dissent as a disease that must be wiped out by the state. 26 To combat the new anti-Semitism, Chesler declares, we must fight the big lies and educate the ever-increasing crowd of naive and misinformed students. Most of the new anti-Semitism is devoted to refuting these big lies. For example, Jews can justly lay claim to the land of Israel, she asserts, because they pray to and for Jerusalem and Israel 3 times a day while in exile. Does this mean that if Native Americans, in exile not from 2000 but a mere 200 years ago, prayed to and for Chesler's home, she would forfeit title to it? In addition, God promised the land to the patriarch Abraham and to all the other Jewish patriarchs and matriarchs. Lest there be doubts, she appends an endnote to prove this. Many Palestinians. They, their parents, and their grandparents, too, according to Chesler, were actually born in Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria. Never mind that all serious scholars dismiss this Zionist fairy tale. She reports that Hamas was launching terrorist attacks even prior to Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967. Never mind that Hamas wasn't founded until the late 1980s. The Israeli army, according to Chesler, is one of the most civilized in the world. Never mind that the former head of Israel's secret police, Avraham Shalom, publicly lamented, with respect to Israeli conduct in the occupied territories, that we are behaving disgracefully. Yes, there is no other word for it. Disgracefully. Israeli soldiers have not targeted Palestinian women and children, she states, and the majority of Palestinians who have been killed in the last 3 years have been armed, male, soldiers and, male, suicide bombers. Never mind the reports of respected human rights organizations copiously documenting that Israeli soldiers routinely and with impunity resort to excessive, disproportionate, indiscriminate, reckless, as well as deliberately targeted firepower against Palestinians posing no danger to them, leading to many casualties, a large proportion of whom are children, and that the vast majority of Palestinians killed during the Second Intifada have been unarmed civilians and bystanders. Chesler goes on to assert that, during Operation Defensive Shield in the spring of 2002, climaxing in the siege of Jenin refugee camp, Israeli soldiers neither targeted ambulances and medical personnel nor looted Palestinian property. That it was Palestinian terrorists, not Israelis, who used Palestinian civilians as human shields, and that no Israeli tank deliberately ran over a wheelchair-bound Palestinian. Never mind that, on each one of these claims, human rights organizations uniformly found contrariwise. Israel is not an apartheid state, Chesler insists. Never mind not only that the apartheid analogy is a commonplace in Israeli political discourse, but that Chesler herself cites a most excellent colleague from Israel stating that we are becoming like South Africa. What's new about the new anti-Semitism, according to Chesler, is that for the RST time it is being perpetrated in the name of anti-racism, anti-imperialism, and anti-colonialism, her emphasis. Never mind that, in the same breath, she castigates the United Nations resolution from 3 decades ago that equated Zionism with racism, imperialist ideology, and apartheid. She assails Noam Chomsky on the grounds that the quotations he cites from Israeli sources do not sound right or in context to 50 Part I. Me. Case closed. 27. Lastly, Chesler silences any lingering doubts on the Arab refugee question by recalling that or Jewish Arabs from Arab lands such as India, silences any lingering doubts on Israel's commitment to democracy by rhetorically asking, if Israel is a racist apartheid country, why did it absorb dark and olive-skinned Arab Jews from India, and silences any lingering doubts about her own support of Arab rights by lauding the bravery of Arab and Muslim intellectuals, artists, and political dissidents like Aung San Suu Kyi, who happens to be the Buddhist Nobel laureate from Buddhist Burma. Before embarking on the prodigious labors of this tome, judging from the acknowledgements, her every body part cried out in Christ-like agony. Shouldn't Chesler RST have consulted the Idiot's Guide to the Middle East? 28 other treatises on the new anti-Semitism allege the same big lies about Israel. In a New York Magazine cover story, Craig Horowitz decries the grotesquely distorted language like apartheid used to depict Israeli policy, as well as the outrageous, ambivalently anti-Israel behavior of the United Nations. For example, he points to the UN's recent condemnation of Israel merely for building a fence to keep out suicide bombers, although eventually it might also keep in Israel as much as half of the West Bank. Pondering Daniel Pearl's murder on Salon.com, Columbia University journalism professor Samuel G. Friedman refers to the dogma of Pearl's captors that the United States has given Israel unconditional support. Where could they have gotten such a bizarre notion? And refers to scenes of Palestinian children killed by Israelis as supposed victims. Holocaust historian Omer Bartov bewails in The New Republic poisonous rhetoric that portrays the Israeli operation in Jenin as a war crime, although that's exactly how Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch portrayed it, and rhetoric that proclaims that Zionism is ethnic cleansing, although that's exactly what Zionism was in 1948, according to many of Israel's leading historians. Tom Gross, a highly touted British monitor of media anti-Semitism, likewise heaps scorn on the tales of Israeli war crimes in Jenin. Claiming both to have read the human rights reports on Jenin and to base his media criticism on them, he asserts that Israeli destruction was limited to one small area of the camp, although Amnesty and HRW both reported that 4,000 people, or more than a quarter of the camp population, were rendered homeless by Israeli destruction, most of which was enacted after the killing had already ceased. Singing the praises of the good and moral forces that operated in Jenin and our combat ethics, David Zangen, an IDF medical officer who served in Jenin, avows, in testimony that Rosenbaum found so fascinating, that at no stage was medical care withheld from anyone, although both Amnesty and HRW found overwhelming evidence that Israel blocked medical and humanitarian aid to the camp for over 10 days. Meanwhile, New Republic editor-in-chief Martin Peretz, who previously acclaimed Joan Peters's from time immemorial as all a scholarship destined to change the mind of our generation and the history of the future, rages against hysterical, Israel-hating lies such as that Israelis destroyed homes in Jenin just for the hell of it. Except that an Israeli bulldozer operator in Jenin afterward boasted for an Israeli newspaper, "I wanted to destroy everything. I begged the officers to let me knock it all down, from top to bottom. For 3 days, I just destroyed and destroyed. I found joy with every house that came down. If I am sorry for anything, it is for not tearing the whole camp down. I had plenty of satisfaction. I really enjoyed it." After publication of this article, the IDF awarded the bulldozer operator a citation for outstanding service. Schoenfeld denounces a Hezbollah leader's anti-Semitic depiction of the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, according to which Israelis committed massacres, destroyed houses, wiped out entire villages, and founded a state of their own on land stolen through acts of slaughter, terrorism, violence, and cruelty, although that's exactly what Israeli historians like Benny Morris have documented. Cynthia Ozick denounces the Hitlerian big lie that Israel violates international law and the hallucinatory notion that Israel colonizes the occupied territories and victimizes Palestinians. It's hard not to admire the mental discipline that can completely shut out reality. Media mogul Mortimer Zuckerman, in a cover story for U.S. News and World Report, sets straight the historical record regarding Israel. Besides deploring the fact that Israel is being accused of ethnic cleansing and apartheid, he recycles hoary Zionist myths such as that when the Jews arrived, Palestine was a sparsely populated, poorly cultivated, and wildly neglected land of sandy deserts and malarial marshes, that there's nothing to suggest that the id of the Palestinians was not voluntary in 1948, and that in fact, those who were urged to do so by other Arabs, that news reports, and even Palestinian testimony and writings established the fact that groups like Fatah, Hamas, and Islamic Jihad used women and children as shields during the Gding in Jenin, and that the Israelis exercised great restraint during the battle, and on and on. Zuckerman even conjures up the laughable claim that the Fourth Geneva Convention, drafted originally in response to the atrocities of the Nazi regime, was designed to protect people like diplomats and visitors subjected to a military occupation, and apparently not civilian populations. Leaving to one side that the formal title of this convention is Fourth Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war, and that Article 4 makes explicit that its prime concern is indigenous populations, let's just consider Zuckerman's logic, that, in light of the massive Nazi atrocities committed against civilian populations during World War II, legislators convened at Geneva in 1949 to draft protections for the likes of diplomats and visitors. 29. If combating the new anti-Semitism means exposing the big lies about Israel, it also entails exposing the mainstream media, which are said to be the main purveyors of these lies. The EUMC's Manifestations report repeatedly alleges the anti-Semitic undercurrent of European news coverage of the Israel-Palestine conflict, pointing, for example, to left liberal papers like the British Guardian and Independent, which are so spiced with a tone of animosity, as to smell of anti-Semitism. Getting down to specifics, the study points to the depiction of Palestinians as a people allegedly oppressed by a so-called imperialist Israeli state as typical of the anti-Semitic partisanship of the left-oriented media. Leaving aside the audacious insertion of the qualier allegedly, how often is Israel characterized as imperialist in the liberal European media? The anti-Semitic bias of the German quality press is revealed in the fact that reporting concentrated greatly on the violent events and the conflicts. To demonstrate scientifically the anti-Semitic bias of European reportage, the study highlights poll data showing that those Europeans who followed media coverage of the events in the Middle East the closest were more likely to be sympathetic to the Palestinian case. That they might be more sympathetic because they are better informed is a conclusion too ridiculous not to mention anti-Semitic to entertain. Even if the content of coverage is not itself anti-Semitic, the intensive and consonant focus on events has a clear effect on the climate of opinion. Thus, if the reality of the Israel-Palestine conflict evokes hostility to Israel, shining a too bright light on it is objectively anti-Semitic, even if the coverage is accurate. 30. As already noted, the notion of a pro-Palestinian bias in the Western media is sheer fantasy. A related concern of those combating the new anti-Semitism is the Internet, an understandable worry, since it is not, yet, controlled by the likes of those who could be counted on for responsible, balanced coverage of the Middle East, such as Izzy Asper, Silvio Berlusconi, Conrad Black, Rupert Murdoch, and Mortimer Zuckerman. Having plainly learned the lessons of totalitarianism and the importance of unfettered speech, the authors of manifestations recommend that private and state organizations should exert continuing pressure on large internet providers to remove racist and anti-Semitic content from the net, that it is essential to extend the jurisdiction of European courts to include detailed provisions on the responsibility of internet service providers, that a particularly intensive monitoring is required. One which in the RST instance must be undertaken by state authorities, and that cases of police prosecution and information from state security authorities should be publicized. To judge by their definition, if every internet user guilty of anti-Semitism is to be prosecuted, they should also be calling for mass internment camps. 31. Returning to the side of the Atlantic, Foxman also waxes ominous on the dark underbelly of the internet, where the virus of anti-Semitism is ready to be spread. Although he professes opposition to government censorship, one must take with a shaker of salt his avowal that the best antidote to hate speech, I've always maintained, is more speech. In the very same pages he boasts that ADL has worked closely with several major internet companies to establish and enforce clear guidelines regulating what is acceptable and unacceptable on their sites, and laments the fact that some internet service providers have been less willing to establish RM policies against hate speech. He cites as an egregious offender Earthlink's acceptable use policy, which supports the flow of information and ideas over the internet and allows for the distribution of Hitler's Mein Kampf and more than 24 of Hitler's speeches. It's not illegal activity, but the message is clearly hateful. Beyond the fact that Hitler's Mein Kampf and speeches are primary historical sources and clearly ought to be studied if we are to learn from the past, it bears keeping in mind Foxman's definition of hateful. For example, this staunch advocate of more speech sought, unsuccessfully, to block publication of a study co-authored by this writer that criticized Daniel Goldhagen's Hitler's Willing Executioners. Although the study was strongly endorsed by a dozen eminent historians of the Nazi Holocaust, including Raoul Hilberg, Christopher Browning, and Ian Kershaw, Foxman protested its publication on the grounds that Finkelstein's anti-Zionist stance goes beyond the pale. ADL has now developed software to block access to internet sites that ADL believes promote hate. Columbia University professor Simon Schama conjures up harrowing accounts of an internet replete with ghastly Nazi websites, only to then slip in that, worldwide, estimates of regular visitors and inhabitants of these kinds of sites may amount to no more than maybe 50,000 or 100,000 at most, that is, the capacity of one ballpark. He juxtaposes the contents of these scurrilous websites against the critical historically informed publications of ADL. This judgment of ADL scholarship is of a piece with Schama's past cheerleading for Goldhagen's Hitler's Willing Executioners as an astonishing and riveting book, the fruit of phenomenal scholarship and absolute integrity, which will permanently change the debate on the Holocaust. Dean of Nazi Holocaust scholars Raoul Hilberg immediately pronounced Goldhagen's book worthless. It's not too soon to reckon who was right. Totally ignored in current scholarly debate, except as an object of derision, Goldhagen's book had a shelf life roughly equal to that of the Cabbage Patch doll. 32. Another important method to combat the new anti-Semitism, according to manifestations, is to foster Holocaust education, remembrance, and research and apply the lessons of the past to contemporary issues of prejudice, racism and moral decision-making. There's one crucial caveat, however: one can't learn any lessons from the Nazi Holocaust applicable to Israel, for allusions to or comparisons of Israel's actions with the behavior of the Nazi regime have to be viewed as anti-Semitic. Does this caveat mean that those Israeli Jews drawing allusions to and comparisons with the Nazi regime must be viewed as anti-Semitic? Sweden gets slaps on the wrist because Israeli politics has been compared with Nazi politics on a few occasions, while in Germany leading representatives of the Jewish community continuously express their view that allusions to or comparisons with the behavior of the Nazi regime would be unacceptable and unjust. However, German Jewish leaders comparing Saddam, or whoever happens to be on the U.S. Israeli hit list, to Hitler, and those opposing the United States criminal aggression to appeasers of Nazism, was not only acceptable and just deed but the essence of Holocaust education. And of course it's acceptable and just deed, one might even say de rigueur, to compare Palestinians and their leaders to Nazis. Although urging that one must be cautious in drawing parallels, Schoenfeld nonetheless professes not only that the parallels between Nazism and the current Arab Muslim brand of anti-Semitism are striking, and not only that the fate of Israelis at the hands of Palestinians resembles Auschwitz, but that, if anything, the Palestinians are yet more morally depraved than the Nazis. If there is a difference, aside from capability, between the Nazis and the Palestinians, it is that the former kept their murderous intentions a tightly wrapped secret, whereas the Palestinians trumpet their murderous intentions. In addition, the fact that the Holocaust is being universalized and enlisted in the service of a variety of contemporary causes smacks, according to him, of anti-Semitism. So much for learning the lessons of the Holocaust, while yet more perverse, in his view, are those who twist the very concept of racial prejudice in such a way as to suggest that Jews, having once been its victims, now merit the world's censure as its perpetrators. The one and only lesson of the Holocaust is its specifically Jewish tragedy. 33. Beyond all else, such restrictions make clear that Holocaust education and the concomitant slogan "Never Again" are being used as ideological weapons to defend Jewish interests. In their common loathing of Western freedoms, there is a clear line of continuity not only between Hitler and Islamic fundamentalists, according to Robert Wistrich of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, but between these Nazi-like fundamentalists and anti-globalist leftists as well. And, in their mutual hatred of Jews and Israel, Yasser Arafat, the Fatah al-Aqsa brigades, as well as millions of Sunni and Shia Muslims, conservative Wahhabi Saudis, Iranian Ayatollahs, Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood, Islamic Jihad, and many secular Arab nationalists, despite the many differences among these groups, according to Wistrich, display many parallels with Nazism. For there to be peace in the Middle East and a genuine dialogue of civilizations, Wistrich concludes, these modern-day Nazis must suffer the same comprehensive and decisive defeat as Hitler did. Echoing Schoenfeld and Wistrich, Ruth Wisse of Harvard asserts that, compared to Nazi anti-Semitism, the Arab variety is worse. Germans concealed their genocidal war under cover of a wider European conflict, she explains, whereas for the Arab nations, through the PLO, this destruction is explicitly at the heart of their mission. Indeed, they openly boast about their murderous intentions. Wisse warns that the West paid dearly for ignoring Hitler's war against the Jews, and one can only hope it will not pay as dearly for having ignored or underestimated for so long the Arab war against Israel and the Jews. It merits notice that these self-same guardians of Holocaust memory normally blanch at any comparisons with Nazis. Do not compare, we're always told, except if comparison is being made with Israel's ideological enemies or those critical of its policy, which currently means most of the world. And inconating Palestinians with Nazis, thereby dignifying the Nazis with the real, rational grievances of the Palestinians, don't these Holocaust mongers come close to justifying, if not the final solution, at any rate Nazi hatred of Jews? It also bears emphasizing that the taboo on allusions to or comparisons of Israel's actions with the behavior of the Nazi regime applies to literally any reference, however remote. France's leading Holocaust monger, Alain Finkielkraut, deplores the use of terms like roundups, internment camps, and watchtowers in depictions of Israeli army actions because they imply a comparison with Nazism. So should we say, after an early morning get-together, Israel repositioned scores of Palestinian males on a campground surrounded by upended rectangular etases with spotlights? 34. Finally, the best way to combat the new anti-Semitism is, unsurprisingly, to support Israel. In the climactic chapter of her book, What We Must Do, Chesler exhorts EACH Jew to end a way to support Israel. In its country-by-country breakdown of Jihad practices for reducing prejudice, violence, and aggression, Manifestations lists these exemplary actions. Greece: there was an excellent treatment of Zionism as the quest for national identity and a state by Journalists, Spain. The Evangelical Church and the Institute for Judeo-Christian Studies in Madrid, together with the Jewish communities of Madrid and Barcelona, organized a demonstration of support for Israel, Italy. There are websites created for the specific purpose of countering the wave of misunderstanding and of responding to media attacks against Israel. Finland. Some speakers have come from Israel to give lectures about the situation in Israel. There was also one pro-Israel demonstration. 35 recent events demonstrate just how little the new anti-Semitism has to do with anti-Semitism and just how much it has to do with Israel, as well as how the new anti-Semitism actually signals the open alignment of Israel and its supporters with the far right. Just after Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi publicly whitewashed Mussolini's fascist regime, which had enacted anti-Semitic racial laws and in its last phase deported thousands of Jews to their death in Nazi concentration camps, ADL conferred on him its Distinguished Statesman Award. This man is the only clear voice of support and understanding of Israel in Europe, Foxman explained, and he has spoken out that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Not grasping that blanket support for Israeli crimes takes moral precedence. 3 Jewish Nobel laureates in economics, Franco Modigliani, Paul A. Samuelson, and Robert M. Salo, protested that the award was bad for the Jews, bad for Italy, bad for the United States, and even bad for Israel. 36 Soon thereafter, Israeli government officials welcomed with pomp and ceremony Gianfranco Fini, leader of Italy's neo-fascist National Alliance Party. Fini, who had previously acclaimed Mussolini as the greatest politician of the 20th century, got the invitation, according to Israeli sources, because Jerusalem looks favorably upon Fini's unwavering support of Sharon's policies and, in particular, on account of Fini's speech at a meeting of the B'nai B'rith parent organization of ADL in Milan in favor of the separation fence. Unimpressed, Yossi Sarid of Israel's Meretz party called Fini a fascist creep, while former Israeli Justice Minister Yossi Beilin deplored the visit as a disgrace to Israel. 37 To judge by Schoenfeld's account, across Europe the far right, far from posing a mortal danger to Jews, comprises an important potential ally. Austria's Jörg Haider, in particular, has made a point of stressing the importance of friendship between Austria and the State of Israel, and has made a visit to the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. France's Jean-Marie Le Pen, for his part, has suggested that French Jews make common cause with him in containing the troubles unleashed by the Arab eunuchs. Indeed, it is a striking fact that many of those Jews sounding alarms about the new anti-Semitism also sound alarms about the growing Arab presence in Europe. 38 In the case of California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, an additional dynamic was at play. Although Schwarzenegger had previously praised Adolf Hitler as well as former Austrian President Kurt Waldheim, his staunchest defender during the gubernatorial race was the Simon Wiesenthal Center, main branch of the Israel lobby on the West Coast. Apart from singing Israel's praises, Schwarzenegger took the extra precaution of, as it were, purchasing an indulgence, according to the Associate Dean of the Los Angeles-based operation. Schwarzenegger is Hollywood's largest contributor to the Wiesenthal Center. Soon after taking office, Schwarzenegger announced that he was journeying to Israel for the groundbreaking of a new $200 million Wiesenthal Center museum in Jerusalem. Rabbi Marvin Heer, head of the Los Angeles Wiesenthal Center, hailed the upcoming trip as a statement of solidarity with the State of Israel. Not exactly. It's more likely a statement that Schwarzenegger will be seeking a second term of office. 39 Just as Israel proed from the U.S. war against terrorism, so the United States proed from the new anti-Semitism, Israel's apologists tarring critics of U.S. policy with the anti-Semitic slur. And just as the Clinton administration promoted the Holocaust reparations scam to get Jewish money and Jewish votes, so the Bush administration undoubtedly supported the new anti-Semitism scam with the same calculations in mind. Working together, the Bush administration and Israel and its lobby foisted the new anti-Semitism on the international agenda. In April 2004, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, was forced to convene a special conference in Berlin devoted to the new anti-Semitism. Secretary of State Colin Powell represented the U.S. government, while, before an audience numbering nearly 1,000, Elie Wiesel, who in with Powell aboard a U.S. Air Force jet, made crystal clear, notwithstanding his usual vacuous homilies, what this gathering was really about. There are too many cities in the world plagued by vocal and violent hatred towards the Jewish people. Extreme left-wing banners unashamedly slandering Israel, mass incitement to hysterical violence disguised as anti-Israeli propaganda. Anyone expressing solidarity with victims of terrorism in Israel being scandalously branded as anti-Arab. At the conference, Wiesel justified his failure to speak out on behalf of Palestinians on the ground that I cannot associate myself with people who educate their children to wear explosives and kill, as if this apologist for Israeli breaches of international law supported Palestinian rights before the suicide bombings. 40. In June 2004, the new anti-Semitism circus pitched its big tent at the United Nations, the ubiquitous Wiesel once again in the center ring. Wiesel professed bewilderment that 60 years after the worst tragedy in human history, and although he had been convinced that anti-Semitism had died in Auschwitz, Jew hatred was once again on the rise. In his OSCE speech, Wiesel similarly lamented that after the war he naively thought that, for years and years to come, whenever a Jew would be seen anywhere in Europe, he or she would be carried on people's shoulders and enveloped by everyone. Had any pessimist told me then, that in my lifetime, Jews would yet again come under attack, he continued, I would not have believed it. But it now has become reality. Poor Elie is shocked, by the sudden re-emergence of anti-Semitism after a 60-year respite. Indeed, consider these statements of his: had anyone told us, when we were liberated, that we would be compelled in our lifetime to GHT anti-Semitism once more, we would have had no strength to lift our eyes from the ruins. And again, what makes anti-Semitism so popular that once more our people has to be exposed to this disease of mankind? Once more in our lifetime anti-Semitism is a threat. All over the world a concentrated effort is being made once again to isolate the Jews. Israel has never been so alone. And you cannot separate the state of Israel from the people of Israel. Therefore the new anti-Semitism in Europe and in the US is of grave concern to all Jews. The one tiny problem with Wiesel's current shock is that the two monologues just quoted come from his 1981 performance of the new anti-Semitism, the second from an April 1981 speech entitled The New Anti-Semitism. In his UN speech, Wiesel called anti-Semitism the oldest collective bigotry in recorded history, as well as one that uniquely combined all other forms of bigotry. Everything about Jews is unique: anti-Semitism, the Holocaust, Israel, Jewish nationhood and peoplehood. Beyond its repellent chauvinism, this intellectually hollow doctrine of uniqueness serves the useful ideological function of allowing Israel to claim unique moral dispensation. If Jewish suffering was unique, then Israel shouldn't be bound by normal moral standards. 41. UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan, no doubt calculating that he could score a few easy points with his patrons in Washington, played along with the charade. 60 years later, anti-Semitism, once again, was rearing its head, he intoned. The world was witnessing an alarming resurgence of that phenomenon in new forms and manifestation. Annan called on everyone to actively and uncompromisingly refute those who sought to deny the fact of the Holocaust or its uniqueness. But what should be done to those denying its uniqueness? Imprisonment? The death penalty? An hour's conment with Wiesel? One might have thought that a Secretary-General coming from a continent historically decimated by colonialism would be somewhat skeptical of the Holocaust's uniqueness and, given that Africa is currently being ravaged by starvation, disease, and war, that he would have bigger priorities than mobilizing the international community to affirm Holocaust uniqueness. Predictably, the UN meeting quickly degenerated. United Nations Press Release HR/4773, pi/1589, www.un.org/news/press/docs/2004 HR4773.doc.htm. For Wiesel's 1981 speeches on the new anti-Semitism, see Irving Abrahamson, ed., Against Silence, The Voice and Vision of Elie Wiesel, New York, 1985, 1, 216, 376-81, For the Chauvinism and Instrumental Value of the Holocaust Uniqueness Doctrine and Wiesel's Antics Generally, see Finkelstein, Holocaust Industry, Passim. The main distinction of this Nobel Peace Laureate has been conscripting the Nazi Holocaust to justify illegal, murderous wars of aggression, those launched by either Israel or the United States and backed by both. His advocacy of the United States' illegal, UN Secretary-General Co-Annan, invasion of Iraq in March 2003 is a recent case in point. Bob Woodward, in Plan of Attack, New York, 2004, reports this episode on the war's eve. Elie Wiesel, writer, survivor of Auschwitz and Nobel Peace Prize winner, came to see Condoleezza Rice on February 27 and the president dropped by her office. Rice moved to the couch so the president could take the chair closest to Wiesel. Wiesel told the president that Iraq was a terrorist state and that the moral imperative was for intervention. If the West had intervened in Europe in 1938, he said, World War II and the Holocaust could have been prevented. It's a moral issue. In the name of morality, how can we not intervene? In the face of such evils, neutrality was impossible, Wiesel said. Indecision only promoted and assisted the evil and the aggressor, not the victims. I'm against silence. In the days after, Bush routinely repeated Wiesel's comments. That was a meaningful moment for me, he recalled later, because it was a confirming moment. I said to myself, gosh, if Elie Wiesel feels that way, who knows the pain and suffering and agony of tyranny, then others feel that way too. And so I am not alone. Pages 320-21, as of September 2004, the respected British medical journal Lancet conservatively estimated the number of Iraqis killed at 100,000, mostly women and children and mostly due to US airstrikes. What can one say except, gosh, Elie, job well done. Leigh Roberts et al., Mortality Before and After the 2003 Invasion of Iraq, Cluster Sample Survey, www.thelancet.com. Israel, the Jew Among Nations 63. Into AU.N bashing free for all. York University professor Anne Bayevsky accused the United Nations of being the leading global purveyor of anti-Semitism, while Abraham Foxman called on the UN to nally stop demonizing and delegitimizing the Jewish people, and Malcolm Hoenlein of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations demanded that the UN not hold Israel to an impossible standard against which no other nation was held. Amid these denunciations, it bears recalling the U.N.'s actual record on Israel. According to former Israeli ambassador to the UN and Foreign Minister Abba Eban, the overwhelming balance of the U.N.'s opinions on Israel's destiny and status is dramatically positive, and no nation involved in a struggle for legitimacy has received such potent support from the overall jurisprudence of an international organization. Jerusalem Post, 1988. Although it is true that the UN keeps Israel to a double standard, it's exactly the reverse of the one Israel's apologists allege. Israel is held not to a higher but lower standard than other member states. A careful study by Mark Weller of the University of Cambridge comparing Israel and the occupied territories with similar situations in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, East Timor, occupied Kuwait, and Iraq, and Rwanda found that Israel has enjoyed virtual immunity from enforcement measures such as an arms embargo and economic sanctions typically adopted by the UN against member states condemned for identical violations of international law. At the UN Anti-Semitism Seminar, Hoenlein also denounced denial of the Holocaust by representatives of the United Nations. Surely he is the ideal candidate to set the historical record straight at the UN about the Holocaust. At an April 2004 meeting in Toronto, Hoenlein told the audience that it wasn't Hitler but the Palestinian Mufti of Jerusalem who wanted to kill the Jews and, reluctantly, Hitler followed the wishes of the Mufti. Where was Hoenlein when the defendants at Nuremberg needed him? Finally, participants at the UN seminar denounced the disgraceful World Court deliberations on Israel's separation barrier and the Durban Declaration and Program of Action for stating that Palestinians were the victims of Israeli racism, accused anti-Semites and anti-Zionists of holding the twisted belief that Jews used the Holocaust as an excuse for disregarding the suffering of everyone else, and wondered if referring to the Israeli presence in Gaza and the West Bank as occupation was really helpful. Why not just call it a L trip? Dr. Ruth Westheimer, The Emigre. 64 Part I. From Nazi Germany turned radio sex therapist, struck the note closest to reality when she commended participants for discussing the problem and offered her services. 42. What's currently called the new anti-Semitism actually incorporates three main components: 1. Exaggeration and fabrication, 2. Mislabeling legitimate criticism of Israeli policy, and 3. The unjust yet predictable spillover from criticism of Israel to Jews generally. Exaggeration and fabrication. The evidence of a new anti-Semitism comes mostly from organizations directly or indirectly linked to Israel or having a material stake in innating the endings of anti-Semitism. For instance, Manifestations lists as a main source of data on Denmark the Israeli Embassy in Copenhagen, on Finland the Friends of Israel Association, on Ireland the Israeli Embassy as well as the Ireland-Israel Friendship League, and so forth. The annual reports of Tel Aviv University's Stephen Roth Institute for the Study of Contemporary Anti-Semitism and Racism serve as a major source of data and analysis. Its 2000 to 2001 Anti-Semitism Worldwide Survey highlighted this ominous development. Professor Norman Finkelstein's book, The Holocaust Industry, was enthusiastically welcomed, especially in Germany, and by the extreme right in particular. His arguments, even though completely refuted by serious researchers and publicists, have rekindled the image of the Manipola. 3. Crying Wolf. 66. Tiv, greedy, power-hungry Jew. None of these refutations is cited, perhaps because none exist. Raoul Hilberg did praise the book's key endings as a breakthrough. The data on anti-Semitism supplied by domestic American Jewish organizations such as ADL and the Simon Wiesenthal Center and their counterparts elsewhere in Europe are also relied upon. These organizations stand in the same relationship to their respective host countries as communist parties once did, except that they view Israel rather than Stalin's Russia as the motherland. And, were they not able to conjure up anti-Semitism, Abraham Foxman and Rabbi Heer of the Wiesenthal Center would face the prospect of ending real jobs. In the cases of Foxman and Heer this would be a real tragedy. Both get paid nearly $500,000 annually from their respective charitable organizations. Many claims of anti-Semitism prove on investigation to be wildly overblown or fabricated. A lead article in the influential American journal Foreign Policy entitled Anti-Globalism's Jewish Problem alleges that protesters at the 2003 World Social Forum, WSF, in Porto Alegre, Brazil, displayed the swastika, and marchers carried signs reading Nazis, Yankees, and Jews, no more chosen peoples. Yet those actually in attendance at the demonstration never witnessed this phalanx of among stormtroopers. 2. In an article for Mother Jones entitled The Rough Beast Returns, Todd Gitlin declares that anti-Semitism is back. And if that wasn't bad enough, students are spreading the gibberish. Students. To document this charge, he cites the email message that you around the world of Lori Zoloth, then Director of Jewish Studies at San Francisco State University. SFSU is the Weimar Republic with brown shirts it cannot control. Zoloth alleged the Nazis in this instance being an angry crowd of Palestinians. On one spring day they allegedly coalesced into an out-of-control mob, launching a raw, physical assault on praying students, and the elderly women who are our elder college participants, who survived the Holocaust, while the police stood idly by. Curiously, Gitlin, who currently teaches journalism at Columbia University, doesn't seem to have checked his source. Had he done so, he might have discovered that the consensus among Jewish spokespersons in the Bay Area, including Dr. Fred Estrin, current director of Jewish Studies at SFSU, and a personal witness to the alleged incident, was that Zoloth had a penchant for wild exaggeration, born of a mindset nurtured in Marxist-Leninist politics, except that she's in thrall not, as in bygone days, to the Soviet Union, but to the Jewish state of Israel, a state that I cherish. The police didn't intervene because nothing happened warranting their intervention. The reverberations of Zoloth's email, Astron dryly observes, were less a testament to the power of her truth than to the power of the internet. Apart from the pogrom that never was at San Francisco State, the only evidence Jitlin adduces that the anti-Semitic danger is clear and present on college campuses is that two students of mine wondered whether in fact Jews didn't show up for work at the Twin Towers on September 11. Truly, the rough beast returns. 3. The Progressive American Jewish Monthly Tikkun ran a lengthy article by Miriam Greenspan entitled What's New About Anti-Semitism, which sang the praises of Phyllis Chesler's opus as a vital contribution to understanding the resurgence of this virulent new strain of anti-Semitism. The proof of this virulent new strain is highlighted in the lead paragraph. A Jewish student wearing a yarmulke at Yale University is attacked by a Palestinian in his dormitory. Yet no one at Yale's Center for Jewish Life or the university administration had ever heard of such an assault. At the University of Chicago, Gabriel Schoenfeld reports, a university-appointed preceptor told a Jewish student he would not read her BA paper because it focused on topics relating to Judaism and Zionism. Yet no one ever led a complaint at the University of Chicago's Center for Jewish Life, while the university administration, after learning about the alleged incident, which RST surfaced in the right-wing website Campus Watch, did do a thorough investigation but found no evidence to substantiate it. In early 2004, Columbia University in New York came under attack. In ALM produced by a shadowy organization and privately screened for select audiences, pro-Israel students, using the lingo of political correctness, anguished that their voices in defense of Israel were being silenced by faculty members. Local newspapers headlined that Columbia was awash in anti-Semitism and along with local politicians called for the sacking of professors. The hysteria at Columbia was part of a much broader campaign orchestrated by a consortium of well-heeled pro-Israel organizations and foundations to take back college campuses where, in recent years, a handful of dissenters have narrowly broken the total stranglehold held by Israel's apologists over public debate. In December 2004, Columbia President Lee Bollinger appointed an ad hoc committee to investigate student complaints, and in March 2005 the committee released its endings. After an exhaustive investigation and despite enormous pressures for a resounding guilty verdict, the committee was able to document only one possibly culpable incident, in which a Palestinian professor, during Israel's invasion of Jenin, became angered at a question that he understood to countenance Israeli conduct of which he disapproved, and responded heatedly. On the allegation of anti-Semitism, the report roundly concluded, WE found no evidence of any statements made by the faculty that could reasonably be construed as anti-Semitic. Significantly, the most damning endings bore not on the conduct of Israel's critics but of its supporters. The report observed that unregistered students were disrupting and secretly ilming the classes of professors critical of Israeli policy. A Columbia professor had apparently even enlisted students to report back what was being said in the class of one such professor as part of a campaign against him. On the latter point, the committee reserved its harshest words. We find it deeply disturbing that faculty were apparently prepared to encourage students to report to them on a fellow professor's classroom statements, thereby turning students into informers. Although the allegations of anti-Semitism were formally repudiated, the hysteria did cow Columbia as well as other universities into establishing endowed chairs in Israel studies, i.e., new outposts for party indoctrination, alongside chairs in Holocaust studies. Indeed, the real revelation of the Columbia episode was not that the claim of anti-Semitism was a fraud, but how de facto agents of a foreign government have, in service to Crying Wolf 69, their holy state, conspired to muzzle academic freedom in the United States. For a speech by Harvard President Lawrence Summers that raised the specter of a burgeoning anti-Semitism on college campuses received wide attention and won him many accolades. The main job of a university president is to raise money. Harvard Law School professor Alan Dershowitz recalls a Harvard fundraiser telling him that in recent years Harvard has been virtually supported by Jews. One doesn't have to be an economist of Summers's distinction to reckon that playing the new anti-Semitism card won't hurt the alumni fundraising drive. Variations on this ploy are standard fare at Harvard. It surely didn't lose him points at Harvard when, back in 1992, entrepreneurial black professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. denounced black anti-Semitism, or what he called the new anti-Semitism. How often that tagline keeps popping up in a full-page New York Times op-ed. Trashing powerless people, especially if they're of your own kind, to curry favor with the powerful is called moral courage in elite circles. 5. Alleging that something's changed, Paul Berman infers evidence of resurgent anti-Semitism from a single Egyptian panelist at New York's annual Socialist Scholars Conference who stated her approval of the suicide bombers, and a single audience member who even spoke out in the panelists' defense. Support of suicide bombers does not in itself signify anti-Semitism, but even if it did, what would this example prove? Berman reports that the conference attendees numbered in the thousands, including every ridiculous left-wing section. For Berman, this one panelist and one audience member reveal that he knew wind is definitely blowing. If so, it wouldn't even register on the Weather Channel. 6. The evidence of a new anti-Semitism often proves on inspection to be no evidence at all. A centerpiece of Manifestation's indictment is an anti-Semitic poster for a demonstration protesting Bush's impending visit to Berlin, see Figure 1. Its analysis of the poster reads, the well-known picture of Uncle Sam is showing a typical Jewish nose. Also, the poster implies the supposed Jewish world conspiracy because on the pharenger of Uncle Sam hangs the world on a thread. Portraying Uncle Sam as Jewish refers to the supposed Jewish influence on the United States policy and connects anti-Jewish and anti-American feelings. No one shown the poster by this writer could discern a Jewish nose, let alone a Jewish conspiracy, although several people did make out the vague outlines of an African-American proboscis. The authors of Manifestations manifestly need a long vacation. Schoenfeld detects classic anti-Semitism in a Tikkun advertisement opposing the occupation, see Figure 2. Isn't the banner "Jews aren't bullies or exploiters," with a peace sign, no less, afts to it, just a dead giveaway of its anti-Semitic provenance? 7. Similarly, Foxman sniffs anti-Semitism everywhere. It is anti-Semitic to believe that Jews are more loyal to Israel than to this country, although, for all anyone knows, this might be empirically true and, for many Zionists, it ought to be true. Indeed, Foxman himself maintains that to deny the Jewish people the right to a homeland of their own and independence, sovereignty in Israel is also anti-Semitic. But doesn't this mean that, regardless of where Jews happen to reside, Israel is their state? And who can dispute that he acts like a loyalist of Israel or, at any rate, its paid agent? It was anti-Semitism pure and simple when Belgium, the seat of the International Court of Justice at The Hague, sought to indict the Prime Minister of the State of Israel for crimes against humanity, and also when Danes opposed the appointment by Israel of a notorious torturer as ambassador to Denmark. Foxman justifies this charge of anti-Semitism on the grounds that comparable criminals have escaped accountability. Leaving aside that The Hague is not in Belgium but the Netherlands, don't all criminals, and their apologists, cry selective prosecution? But only the likes of Foxman would claim that holding murderers and torturers accountable for their crimes is anti-Semitic as well. To allege that the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, targets candidates critical of Israel, Foxman asserts, echoes familiar anti-Semitic slanders even though AIPAC boasts about doing this. Nonetheless, Foxman assures readers regarding the epithet anti-Semitic that we're very careful about how and when we use it, and ADL has given a great deal of thought to drawing appropriate distinctions among various degrees and levels of anti-Semitic speech and action. This prudence and nuance have been on full display on each of the many occasions that ADL slandered this writer as a known Holocaust denier. If I were reckless about accusations of anti-Semitism, Foxman continues, I would quickly lose that credibility and therefore any effectiveness as a leader on this issue. Foxman rose to Ronald Reagan's defense when, journeying to Germany's Bitburg Cemetery, Reagan declared that the German soldiers, including Waffen-SS members, buried there were victims of the Nazis just as surely as the victims in the concentration camps, and Foxman subsequently honored Reagan with ADL's Torch of Liberty Award. Foxman oversaw a far-flung domestic U.S. spying operation with ties to Israeli intelligence and the apartheid regime in South Africa, after taking a payoff from Mark Rich, the billionaire commodities trader who ED to Switzerland before standing trial on an indictment for FTY1 counts of tax evasion, racketeering, and violating trade sanctions with Iran. Foxman helped engineer his presidential pardon during Clinton's null hours in office. That this man retains credibility offers terrifying insight into contemporary U.S. political culture. 8 manifestations cites as evidence of European anti-Semitism. An ADL poll of the European Union showing that nearly half of the respondents agreed with the statement the Jews still talk too much about the Holocaust. Indeed, the wonder is that the percentage of Europeans resenting chauvinistic incantation and political instrumentalization of the Holocaust isn't much greater. In its country-by-country breakdown, the manifestations study also spotlighted these allegedly anti-Semitic incidents. Denmark. A person with connections to the Progressive Jewish Forum describes how, when entering her office, a colleague said, "You've occupied her chair, very well, haven't you, haha." Greece. TWO articles put forward the view that Jews have excessively used the pain resulting from the cruelty of the Holocaust. Italy. Large graffiti in bold characters saying Jews murderers was seen in an underground pass in the city of Prato, but did they check the sewers in the Abruzzi, Netherlands? A Jewish market vendor in the center of Amsterdam was threatened with a pistol and the words "I'll shoot you dead." Isn't that what robbers usually say? No doubt aware just how easy not to say risible this evidence is, the authors of manifestations proceed to hypothesize deeply latent anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist prejudices in the German public, a spiritual, or psychological, anti-Semitism among Italians, an anti-Semitic latent structure among Greeks, and, as already seen, a smell of anti-Semitism among British. 9. Soon after publication of manifestations, the European Monitoring Centre on Racism and Xenophobia released another, more comprehensive study entitled Manifestations of Anti-Semitism in the EU 2002-2003, hereafter, Manifestations 2, scrutinizing a full 2-year period as against the several months of manifestations. 10. Although still suffering from some of the biases and apologetics of manifestations, it was nonetheless a far more rigorous and sober report. 11. No doubt because the endings of manifestations 2 weren't the stuff of sensationalist, hysterical headlines about a rampant new anti-Semitism, it was largely ignored in the media. One unambiguous indicator of the report's relative seriousness was that Foxman expressed disappointment with it. 12. For the full 2-year period and altogether for the 15 EU countries surveyed, Manifestations 2 reports not a single anti-Semitic homicide and a handful of anti-Semitic assaults causing serious personal injury. 13. Although there were a considerable number of attacks on Jewish property, some serious, the overwhelming majority of anti-Semitic incidents consisted of various kinds of verbal threat and abuse. For example, an anti-Semitic letter, originating in France, was sent to an individual in Belgium. In Paris, a man accompanied by his 3 children was insulted and told, "You kill a Palestinian child," and an internet search revealed a report on a farmer in Upper Austria, who put up a billboard in front of his farm saying Jews are blackmailing the whole world and Ariel Sharon is a state terrorist. 14. Even in France, which witnessed the greatest number of anti-Semitic incidents of the countries surveyed, for example, 3 arson attacks damaging Jewish communal property in 2002, although none in 2003. 15. The evidence of a pervasive anti-Semitism was nil. Rather the contrary, surveys show that anti-Semitic attitudes within the general French population are declining. Fully 89% of the respondents in one poll replying affirmatively to the question is a French person of Jewish origin as French as the others. And, although in the French instance Muslim youths were mostly responsible for anti-Semitic incidents, a survey found that in general young people of North African origin are in fact even more intolerant of anti-Semitism than the average. Finally, it bears notice that the number of victims of anti-Semitism in France was inferior to the number of immigrant victims of bias attacks. 16 Right around the time Manifestations 2 was released, the highly respected Pew Research Center published the endings of its latest international survey, conducted from late February to early March 2004 in the United States and 8 other countries. Despite concerns about rising anti-Semitism in Europe, it found, there are no indications that anti-Jewish sentiment has increased over the past decade. Favorable ratings of Jews are actually higher now in France, Germany, and Russia than they were in 1991. Put simply, the claims of a rampant new anti-Semitism are a sham. A non-ideologically driven political agenda would rank animus directed at Muslims as the priority concern, given that Europeans hold much more negative views of Muslims than of Jews. 17 But the hysteria over a new anti-Semitism hasn't anything to do with bigotry and everything to do with sting criticism of Israel. There is broad consensus among those treating the topic that the emergence of the new anti-Semitism coincided with the latest R-up in the Israel-Palestine conflict, reaching a peak during Operation Defensive Shield and the Siege of Jenin in the spring of 2002. Ever since the new Intifada began in September 2000, the incidence of anti-Semitic rhetoric and physical violence in countries around the world has escalated enormously, fueled by anti-Israeli feeling. Foxman, Today's virulent outbreak in Europe and, to a much lesser extent, in the United States does appear to be an epiphenomenon of the Arab-Israel conflict. Anti-Semitism unquestionably intensified greatly on both continents with the eruption of the Second Intifada. Schoenfeld, the fact that a rise in anti-Semitic activities is clearly observable in most of the EU member states since the beginning of the so-called Al-Aqsa Intifada, points to a connection between events in the Middle East with criticism of Israel's politics, on the one hand, and mobilization of anti-Semitism on the other. Manifestations, a linkage between the number of reported anti-Semitic incidents and the political situation in the Middle East can be seen by the significantly high peak of incidents in some countries during the month of April 2002, the month in which the Israeli army controversially occupied several Palestinian towns. Manifestations 2. The causal relationship would seem to be that Israel's brutal repression of Palestinians evoked hostility toward the Jewish state and its vocal Jewish supporters abroad. Accordingly, an ADL survey found that almost two-thirds of Europeans believed that the recent outbreak of violence against Jews in Europe is a result of anti-Israel sentiment and not traditional anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish feelings, while in Italy, for example, commentators assess that the rise in the scope of anti-Semitism is the result of Israel's governmental policy towards the Arabs since the outbreak of the Intifada. Similarly, manifestations found that, apart from fringe right-wing extremists, for whom anti-Semitism has always served as a rallying point, the animus toward and violence against Jews in Europe emanated mainly from young Muslims mostly of Arab descent closely identifying with the Palestinian struggle. Manifestations 2 cautions that on the basis of available data and looking at the EU as a whole, it is problematic to make general statements regarding which of these two groups bears greater responsibility for anti-Semitic acts. 18 This explanation would also account, inversely, for the precipitate decline in antipathy to Israel and Jews when hope loomed large for a just settlement during the early Oslo peace process years, prompting even Dershowitz to acknowledge the marginalization of anti-Semitism not just in the United States but globally. 19 Yet, it is precisely this causal relationship that Israel's apologists emphatically deny. If Israeli policies, and widespread Jewish support for them, evoke hostility toward Jews, it means that Israel and its Jewish supporters themselves might be causing anti-Semitism, and it might be doing so because Israel and its Jewish supporters are in the wrong. Holocaust industry dogma a priori rejects this hypothesis. Animus towards Jews can never spring from wrongs committed by Jews. The argument goes like this: the final solution was irrational. The final solution marked the culmination of a millennial Gentile anti-Semitism, ergo, each and every manifestation of anti-Semitism is irrational. 20. Since anti-Semitism is synonymous with animus toward Jews, any and all animus directed at Jews, individually or collectively, must be irrational. Anti-Semitism resembles a disease in being fundamentally irrational, Foxman typically asserts. Those who hate Jews do so not because of factual evidence but in spite of it. Thus, according to Schoenfeld, Palestinians become suicide bombers not because of what Israel has concretely done but because it has been turned into a diabolical abstraction. For Rosenbaum, anti-Semitism is an irrational, inexplicable, and ineluctable Gentile fiction. The explanation of renewed anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism, its ineradicable pre-existing history and its efficacy. It has become its own origin. Unsurprisingly, when billionaire financier George Soros, who is Jewish, suggested otherwise, telling a gathering of Jewish notables that the resurgence of anti-Semitism in Europe was largely due to Sharon's policies and the behavior of Jews, he incurred the audience's wrath. Committing the same sin, former Israeli Knesset Speaker Avraham Berg observed, the unfavorable attitude toward Israel that exists today in the international community stems in part from the policy of the government of Israel. Let's understand things clearly, Ella Steinberg of the World Jewish Congress retorted after Soros's speech, anti-Semitism is not caused by Jews, it's caused by anti-Semites. Foxman called Soros's remarks absolutely obscene. If it's obscene for a Jew to say that Jews might be causing anti-Semitism, for a non-Jew to say it is surprise anti-Semitic. Manifestations deplores a Dutch newspaper article entitled Israel abuses the anti-Semitism taboo because the author used the classical anti-Semitic stereotype that the Jews themselves are to blame for anti-Semitism, as well as a letter to an Austrian newspaper because it accused the Israelis of being themselves responsible for the emerging anti-Semitism. 21. Two exceptions are allowed to this dogma of anti-Semitism as a Gentile pathology that, to quote Holocaust industry guru Daniel Goldhagen, is divorced from actual Jews, fundamentally not a response to any objective evaluation of Jewish action, and independent of the Jew's nature and actions, his emphases. The RST exception is that anti-Semitism can arise from Jews doing the right thing. Although conspicuous Jewish support for the civil rights movement undoubtedly increased anti-Semitism among Southern whites in the United States, Jews would never have thought to disclaim responsibility for causing this sort of anti-Semitism. On the contrary, it was a badge of honor. And second, although irrational, this Gentile pathology does spring from an all-too-human passion, ressentiment. If, as Nietzsche maintained, slave morality sprang from the Jews' envy of the truly aristocratic among them, Holocaust industry dogma maintains that anti-Semitism springs from Gentile envy of the Jewish aristocracy. They hate us because we're so much better. The new anti-Semitism transcends boundaries, nationalities, politics, and social systems, Mortimer Zuckerman explains. Israel has become the object of envy and resentment in much the same way that the individual Jew was once the object of envy and resentment. It won't escape notice that Holocaust industry dogma bears striking resemblance to the politically correct interpretation of the U.S. war against terrorism. The Arabs hate us either because they're irrational fanatics or because they envy our way of life. It can't possibly be because we might have done something wrong. That's called apologetics for Islamofascism. To supply the cause of the attacks on America, Jeffrey Goldberg of The New Yorker digs up an Egyptian intellectual to say, these are people who are envious. Talent gives rise to jealousy in the hearts of the untalented. The reciprocal natural sympathy that Israel and the United States have exchanged since September 11, now they know how we feel, Israel, and now we know how they feel, United States, is anchored in this chauvinistic and exculpatory ideology. Here are the anguished sighs of mutual recognition by those who imagine themselves to be not just innocent but too good for their own good. 22. The doctrine of essential Jewish innocence, incidentally, also explains the appeal that Sartre's little book Anti-Semite and Jew has had for many Jews. In his surgical exploration of classical anti-Semitism, the Perlmutter's typically gush, his work was seminal. On the face of it, the book was a most unlikely favorite, even less so Sartre, a person of the left. After all, Sartre's point of departure is that Jewish peoplehood lacks any content except what anti-Semitism endows it with. The anti-Semite, in his famous formulation, makes the Jew his emphasis. But from this premise Sartre goes on to argue that stereotypical Jewish vices are either the invention or the fault of the anti-Semite, which means, or can be understood to mean, that Jews possess no vices or don't bear any responsibility for them. And if animus toward Jews does exist, it can't be on account of a wrong they commit, far from experience producing his, i.e., the anti-Semite's idea of the Jew. It was the latter which explained his experience, and, again, anti-Semitism precedes the facts that call it forth. Although the motive behind this philo-Semitic doctrine was surely decent, its effect has been a disaster, for what is its consequence except to breed complete moral irresponsibility? Jews are not to blame for anti-Semitism, Dershowitz, echoing Sartre, asserts. Anti-Semitism is the problem of the bigots. Nothing we do can profoundly affect the twisted mind of the anti-Semite, his emphases. In sum, Jews can never be culpable for the antipathy others bear towards them, it's always of their making, not ours. 23. Spillover. In some quarters, anger at Israel's brutal occupation has undoubtedly spilled over to an animus toward Jews generally. But however lamentable, it's hardly cause for wonder. The brutal U.S. aggression against Vietnam and the Bush administration's aggression against Iraq engendered a generalized anti-Americanism, just as the genocidal Nazi aggression during World War II engendered a generalized anti-Teutonism. Should it really surprise us if the cruel occupation by a self-declared Jewish state engenders a generalized antipathy to Jews? All cases in which the Jews are made collectively responsible for the policy of the Israeli government, Manifestation solemnly opines, represent a form of anti-Semitism. Accordingly, Spain is reckoned anti-Semitic because the mass media often confuses Israel and the Jewish community. But if many Jews themselves repudiate any distinction between Israel and world Jewry, indeed, if they denounce such a distinction as itself anti-Semitic, if mainstream Jewish organizations lend uncritical support to every Israeli policy, however criminal, indeed, abetting the most virulent tendencies inside Israel and muzzling principled dissent outside Israel, if Israel deems itself juridically as the sovereign state of the Jewish people, and Jews abroad label any criticism of Israel anti-Jewish, the real wonder is that the spillover from antipathy toward Israel to Jews generally hasn't been greater. Anyone who does not distinguish between Jews and the Jewish state is an anti-Semite, Chesler avows in one place, but in the same book she avows that American and diaspora Jews must understand that Israel is our heart and soul, we are family, her emphasis. Likewise, Italian journalist Fiamma Nierenstein professes that Jews everywhere should consider their being identified with Israel a virtue and honor and should insist that if you're prejudiced against Israel, then, you're against the Jews. It would seem to be anti-Semitic both to identify and not to identify Israel with Jews. Iranian anti-Semitic propagandists make a point, according to Schoenfeld, of erasing all distinctions among Israel, Zionism, and the Jews. Yet in an article for Commentary magazine, which Schoenfeld edits, Hillel Halkin asserted, Israel is the state of the Jews. Zionism is the belief that the Jews should have a state. To defame Israel is to defame the Jews, the return of anti-Semitism. So are Halkin and Commentary's editor also anti-Semitic? 24. Just as it's too simple, and convenient, to label accusations of Jewish responsibility for Israeli policy anti-Semitic, so it's too simple, and convenient, to label the notion of Jewish power anti-Semitic. Jews now rank as the wealthiest ethnic group in the United States. With this economic power has accrued substantial political power. Their leaders have wielded this power, often crudely, to mold U.S. policy regarding Israel. These leaders have also utilized this power in other realms. Under the guise of seeking Holocaust reparations, American Jewish organizations and individuals at all levels of government and in all sectors of American society entered into a conspiracy. This is the correct word, to blackmail Europe. It was on account of Jewish money that the Clinton administration went along with this shakedown operation, providing, even to the detriment of U.S. national interests, crucial support for it at every juncture. And who can seriously believe that the pro-Jewish bias of the corporate media has nothing whatever to do with the influential Jewish presence at all levels of it? It's undoubtedly true that there are prominent Jews among the producers, directors, studio executives, and stars in Hollywood, Foxman concedes. It's even true that, proportionately, there has always been a relatively prominent Jewish presence in the movie, TV, and record industries. But, he continues, Jews who work in Hollywood are there not as Jews but as actors, directors, writers, business executives, or what have you, concerned only with the bottom line, his emphasis. His proof? This explains the paradox that no anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist has ever tackled: how it is that the supposedly Jewish-controlled movie industry has produced so few LMS dealing with overtly Jewish characters or themes. Is that why Hollywood has produced a mere 175 LMS on the Nazi Holocaust since 1989? Legitimate questions can surely be posed regarding when and if Jews are acting as people who happen to be Jewish or acting as Jews, and, on the latter occasions, which plainly do arise, regarding the actual breadth and limits of this Jewish power, but these questions can only be answered empirically, not a priori with politically correct formulae. To foreclose inquiry on this topic as anti-Semitic is, intentionally or not, to shield Jews from legitimate scrutiny of their uses and abuses of formidable power. In an otherwise sensible treatment of the new anti-Semitism, Brian Klug maintains that it is a form of anti-Semitism if an accusation against Jews mimics an anti-Semitic stereotype, such as the idea of Jews being powerful, wealthy, pursuing their own selfish ends. Yet if Jews act out a Jewish stereotype, it plainly doesn't follow that they can't be committing the stereotypical act. Can't they commit a vile act even if it conforms to a Jewish stereotype? It is perhaps politically incorrect to recall, but nonetheless a commonplace, that potent stereotypes, like good propaganda, acquire their force from containing a kernel, and sometimes even more than a kernel, of truth. Should people like Abraham Foxman, Edgar Bronfman, and Rabbi Israel Singer get a free ride because they resemble stereotypes straight out of Der Stürmer? 25. In the Holocaust industry, this writer posited a distinction between the Nazi Holocaust, the systematic extermination of Jews during World War II, and the Holocaust, the instrumentalization of the Nazi Holocaust by American Jewish elites and their supporters. A parallel distinction needs to be made between anti-Semitism, the unjustifiable targeting of Jews solely for being Jews, and anti-Semitism, the instrumentalization of anti-Semitism by American, or other, Jewish elites. Like the Holocaust, anti-Semitism is an ideological weapon to dejustice criticism of Israel and, concomitantly, powerful Jewish interests. In its current usage, anti-Semitism, alongside the war against terrorism, serves as a cloak for a massive assault on international law and human rights. Those Jews committed to the struggle against the real anti-Semitism must, in the RST instance, expose this specious anti-Semitism for the sham it is. Here are no patent remedies and quick solutions available for anti-Semitism, the authors of Manifestations conclude. It is not possible to formulate a once-and-for-all strategy, which is effective everywhere. 26. This writer begs to differ. Tell the truth, GHT for justice. This is the time-tested strategy for getting anti-Semitism, as well as other forms of bigotry. If, as all the important studies agree, current resentment against Jews has coincided with Israel's brutal repression of the Palestinians, then a patent remedy and quick solution would plainly be to end the occupation. A full Israeli withdrawal from the territories conquered in 1967 would also deprive those real anti-Semites exploiting Israel's repression as a pretext to demonize Jews, and who can doubt they exist, of a dangerous weapon, as well as expose their real agenda. And the more vocally Jews dissent from Israel's occupation, the fewer will be those non-Jews who mistake Israel's criminal policies and the uncritical support, indeed encouragement, of mainline Jewish organizations for the popular Jewish mood. On the other side, the worst enemies in the struggle against real anti-Semitism are the Philo-Semites. This problem typically arises on the European scene. By turning a blind eye to Israeli crimes in the name of sensitivity to past Jewish suffering, they enable Israel to continue on a murderous path that foments anti-Semitism and, for that matter, the self-destruction of Israelis. The philo-Semitic application of this special dispensation to American Jewish elites has proven equally catastrophic. As already noted, Jewish elites in the United States have enjoyed enormous prosperity. From this combination of economic and political power has sprung, unsurprisingly, a mindset of Jewish superiority. Wrapping themselves in the mantle of the Holocaust, these Jewish elites pretend and, in their own solipsistic universe, perhaps even imagine themselves to be victims, dismissing any and all criticism as manifestations of anti-Semitism. And, from this lethal brew of formidable power, chauvinistic arrogance, feigned, or imagined, victimhood, and Holocaust immunity to criticism has sprung a terrifying recklessness and ruthlessness on the part of American Jewish elites. Alongside Israel, they are the main fomenters of anti-Semitism in the world today. Coddling them is not the answer. They need to be stopped. Part 2. The greatest tale ever sold. Almost all criminal defendants, including most of my clients, are factually guilty of the crimes they have been charged with. The criminal lawyer's job, for the most part, is to represent the guilty, and if possible to get them off. Alan M. Dershowitz, The Best Defense. 89. Introduction. The defense attorney comes close to being a pure one-sided advocate for his generally guilty client. Alan M. Dershowitz, Letters to a Young Lawyer. In 2003, Alan Dershowitz, Felix Frankfurter Professor of Law at Harvard Law School, published The Case for Israel. The book became an immediate and influential national bestseller. American Jewish organizations reportedly earmarked a copy for every Jewish high school graduate and widely distributed it on college campuses, while the Israeli Foreign Ministry purchased thousands of copies for worldwide distribution. Israeli embassies stockpiled it, Israeli information officers used it as a basic text, and Israel's mission at the United Nations distributed hundreds of copies to UN ambassadors and officers. Dershowitz himself plainly invested a great deal in this literary undertaking. He reports having recruited a small army of research assistants and having labored on the book since 1967, p. 7. One might reasonably infer that the case for Israel represents the summit of Dershowitz's mental powers. The purpose of this book, Dershowitz succinctly sets forth, is to help clear the air by providing direct and truthful defenses to false accusations, p. 12. In his view, Israel's supporters have been too passive in the face of unwarranted attacks. The time has come for a proactive defense of Israel to be offered in the court of public opinion, p. 1. One might have thought that, whatever shortcomings Israel's supporters suffer from, failure to defend Israel aggressively is not one of them. Indeed, as was shown in Part I of this book, using the pretext of being the new anti-Semitism, they have orchestrated a media extravaganza the past few years to fend off criticism of Israel. According to Dershowitz, he is unique in being a senior professor who is prepared to speak out for Israel. 3. This will perhaps come as a surprise even to his Harvard colleagues, for let alone those familiar with academic life generally. Be that as it may, Dershowitz has set himself a formidable task, exposing not only the lies purveyed by Israel's avowed enemies but those that many Israeli peace advocates are also willing to accept, p. 220. To achieve this goal, he tells readers, I support my case with facts and figures, some of which will surprise those who get their information from biased sources, and I do not generally rely on pro-Israel sources but primarily on objective, and sometimes to emphasize the point, overtly anti-Israel sources, pages 2, 7. In reality, Alan Dershowitz has concocted a threadbare hoax. It's not altogether a coincidence that the Amazon.com website typically brackets the case for Israel with Joan Peters's from time immemorial. Peters's book was published in 1984, after Israel invaded Lebanon and suffered its major public relations debacle. Dershowitz's book was published in 2003, after the Second Intifada, when Israel endured another public relations disaster. Both books served the same basic purpose of shoring up morale among the Zionist faithful. Their modus operandi were likewise identical, in the guise of a scholarly tract, each grossly distorts the documentary record. To be sure, in Dershowitz's case this description applies only on those rare occasions when he adduces any evidence at all, whereas Peters's forte was mangling primary documents, Dershowitz's is citing absurd sources or stitching claims out of whole cloth. 5. Leaning on his academic pedigree to wow readers, and in lieu of any supporting evidence, he typically clinches an argument with rhetorical ourishes like "this is a simple fact not subject to reasonable dispute," p. 7, or "here can be no reasonable disagreement about the basic facts," p. 8, or "this is simply historical fact," p. 75, or "these are incontrovertible historical facts not subject to reasonable dispute," p. 77, and on, almost invariably signaling that the assertion in question is sheer rubbish. Regarding his lecture tour for the Case for Israel, Dershowitz reports, "Whenever I make a speech, the most common phrase I hear from students afterward is, 'We didn't know.' 6. One reason perhaps is that much of what he claims never happened." During a television debate on his book, Dershowitz offered to give $10,000 to the PLO if his interlocutor, or anyone else, could end a historical fact in my book that you can prove to be false. 7. The genuine challenge is to unearth any meaningful historical fact in the Case for Israel. The core of Dershowitz's book is a defense of Israel's human rights record. It is the thesis of this book, he writes, that no nation in the history of the world that has faced comparable threats to its survival, both external and internal, has ever made greater efforts at, and has ever come closer to, achieving the high norms of the rule of law. Yet no civilized nation in the history of the world has ever been as repeatedly, unfairly, and hypocritically condemned and criticized by the international community as Israel has been over the years. The net result is that the gulf between Israel's actual record of compliance with the rule of law and its perceived record of compliance with the rule of law is greater than for any other nation in history. p. 222, emphases in original. The gulf would appear to be substantial indeed, for in Dershowitz's opinion, Israel's record on human rights is generally superb, p. 204. To prove this thesis, however, he must negotiate a daunting obstacle. Since the late 1970s, and even more so since the beginning of the 1987 to 1993 uprising, when it could no longer be ignored, Israel's human rights record in the occupied territories has been monitored by a multitude of human rights organizations, some based in Israel itself, such as B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, the Public Committee Against Torture in Israel, and Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, and others fooling a global mandate such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. It is also subject to supervision by UN and other agencies charged generally with monitoring compliance with human rights law. Although each of these bodies maintains an autonomous research and ELD staff, their respective endings on Israel and the occupied territories, regarding both actual fact and legal interpretation, on substance as well as on detail, are often indistinguishable one from the next. An Amnesty International study of human rights violations during the Second Intifada observes, here have been numerous investigations into the situation in Israel and the occupied territories by the UN, and international and local human rights organizations, and there has been a remarkable consensus in the conclusions and recommendations of the resulting reports. 8. The problem for Dershowitz is that these endings, which reach the consensus of the human rights community, do not support the claim that Israel's human rights record is generally superb, rather the contrary. The most fundamental and telling fact about the chapters of the Case for Israel devoted to human rights issues is that never once does Dershowitz cite a single mainstream human rights organization to support any of his claims. It's not because he doesn't want to, but because he can't. Instead, he resorts to blatantly partisan sources or in brazen contempt of scholarly protocol simply invents evidence. Had he cited the endings of mainstream human rights organizations, Dershowitz would have had to title his book The Case Against Israel. Not only does Dershowitz systematically ignore their endings, but in order to justify having done so, he seeks to malign the human rights organizations themselves. On the one hand, his thesis is untenable so long as their credibility remains intact. On the other, these organizations constitute the main bulwark of human rights protections, which he staunchly opposes. This twofold concern points up Dershowitz's dilemma. The case for Israel can and should be made not by compromising principles of justice, egalitarianism, civil liberties, and liberalism, he wrote in Chutzpah, but rather by reference to those lofty principles. 9. Having postured as a liberal and civil libertarian, he's duty-bound to defend those lofty principles, yet as a blind supporter of Israel, he cannot but oppose them. Dependent as it is on brute force, Israel's occupation would prove unsustainable if the applicability of international law were recognized and, more important, actually enforced. Accordingly, while parading as a civil libertarian in the United States and justifying Israeli policy in the name of these principles, Dershowitz has consistently defended Israel's most egregious human rights violations. To demonstrate that Amnesty International has failed the test of even-handedness, Dershowitz twice cites an op-ed columnist who alleges that an Amnesty representative at a UN conference misstated that none of the Palestinian suicide bombers were minors, pages 130, 195. Neither Dershowitz nor the columnist cited provides the name of the spokesperson, making the claim impossible to verify. On the other hand, Amnesty's prepared remarks and formal interventions at the conference, which are what substantively count and which are available for inspection, don't contain such a statement. Even if, against the available evidence, the alleged statement was accurately reported, what would it prove except that an Amnesty representative in an informal setting made an error? 10. Dershowitz also alleges that Amnesty grossly lied about Israel's record on torture. It didn't, but he grossly misrepresented the documentary record, see Chapter 6. B'Tselem is not a human rights organization, according to Dershowitz, because it investigates only Israel and the territories. In Chutzpah, Dershowitz leveled a similar charge against Al-Haq, the respected Palestinian human rights organization. He juxtaposes such human rights organizations, whose only concern is promoting parochial interests and self-serving advocacy of their own rights and interest, against authentic human rights organizations such as the Anti-Defamation League, whose concern is the universal rights of all human beings, emphases in original. 11. Leaving aside his example of an authentic human rights organization, which speaks for itself, 12. And looking strictly at his argument, this would mean that the ACLU isn't a real civil liberties organization, because its mandate covers only American civil liberties, and the NAACP isn't a real civil rights organization because its mandate covers only black people. Revealingly, Dershowitz is altogether mute on Human Rights Watch, although its salience in the human rights community matches Amnesty's, and its reports on Israel and the occupied territories reach the same damning conclusions as Amnesty's. The reason for this silence is not hard to ND. HRW is an American-based organization, and many of its leading members are prominent establishment gurs. To denounce them as effectively anti-Semitic would require real chutzpah, not the cost-free or really, highly lucrative brand that Dershowitz peddles. Were the purpose of Part 2 of this book merely to expose Dershowitz, its value would be rather limited. For those not willfully credulous, he has already exposed himself many times over. Rather, the substantive aim is to use the case for Israel as a peg to explore crucial aspects of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Chapters 4 through 9 present a comprehensive picture of Israel's human rights record, as assembled by mainstream human rights organizations. If truth and justice are the most potent weapons in the arsenal of the oppressed, the manifold reports of these human rights organizations are the most underutilized resource of those struggling for a just resolution of the Israel-Palestine conflict. It appears that they are rarely read and almost never cited. And it is mainly because these uniquely authoritative publications lie around collecting dust that apologists can propagate so much mythology about Israel's human rights record. Were their endings widely disseminated, Israel's occupation would clearly be seen as morally indefensible. Because Dershowitz appears to command respect as a legal scholar and civil libertarian, 13 special attention is also paid to his rendering of Israel's human rights record in comparison to the mainstream consensus. In addition, because Dershowitz's historical chapters recycle hoary myths on the Israel-Palestine conflict and also concoct new ones, a comparison between standard scholarship and his presentation is equally essential. Appendices 2 and 3 essay such a juxtaposition. Appendix I, on authorship, poses pointed questions about our cultural institutions. What does it say about intellectual life when a university chair at a leading university not only lifts material from another author's text, but does so from a book that has been uniformly discredited, when he is manifestly ignorant of the content of his own book, when the book is replete with transparent, pernicious errors, and when, despite all this, both he and the book are showered with praise? During the early weeks of the Second Intifada, beginning in September 2000, the ratio of Palestinians to Israelis killed was 20:1, with the overwhelming majority of Palestinians killed in demonstrations in circumstances when the lives of members of the Israeli security services were not in danger. Amnesty International. 1 for the Second Intifada from September 2000 through November 2003, B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, reports the following data. 4. Impurity of arms. Palestinians 236 Palestinians were killed by Israeli security forces in the occupied territories, including 428 minors. 32 Palestinians were killed by Israeli civilians in the occupied. Israelis 196 Israeli civilians were killed by Palestinians in the occupied territories, including 30 minors. 178 members of the Israeli security forces were killed by Palestinians, continued, territories, including 3 minors. 48 Palestinians, residents of the occupied territories, were killed by Israeli security forces within Israel, including 1 minor. Total equals to 316. Israelis, continued, Palestinians in the occupied territories. 376 Israeli civilians were killed within Israel by Palestinian residents of the occupied territories, including 74 minors. 77 members of the Israeli security forces were killed within Israel by Palestinian residents of the occupied territories. Total equals 827. The 2,000 or so Palestinians killed in the Second Intifada included, according to Dershowitz, alleged collaborators who were killed by other Palestinians and the suicide bombers themselves, pages 10, 123, 125-26. Yet the B'Tselem Gur cited above does not include alleged Palestinian collaborators killed, and B'Tselem explicitly states that the Gurs do not include Palestinians killed by an explosive device that they set or was on their person. Dershowitz also objects that the Gur for Palestinian dead includes armed Palestinian Gurs, p. 125, although he doesn't object that nearly a third of the Gur for Israeli casualties consists of Israeli security forces. When only innocent civilians are counted, according to Dershowitz, significantly more Israelis than Palestinians have been killed, pages 10, 126-27, 146. The sole piece of evidence for this claim is an internal analysis by the IDF, p. 126. Yet, citing the same 3:1 ratio as B'Tselem of Palestinians to Israelis killed during the Second Intifada, Amnesty International reports, the vast majority of those killed and injured on both sides have been unarmed civilians and bystanders. For even if, for argument's sake, we assume that 51% of Palestinian casualties and 100% of Israeli casualties were civilians, which we know is not the case, many more Palestinian than Israeli civilians would nonetheless have been killed. Motive. Dershowitz repeatedly maintains that Palestinian and Israeli killings can't be compared because Israeli killings of Palestinians lacked willful intent. They were unintended, inadvertent, caused accidentally, and so forth, pages 11, 121, 124, 128, 190, 192. To demonstrate this, Dershowitz points to these pieces of evidence. He reports that when Israelis accidentally kill a civilian, there is internal criticism, boards of inquiry, and sometimes even punishment, p. 128. Indeed, he points to one case in which an Israeli soldier was given 49 days in jail for killing a Palestinian boy, p. 251 and 21, which surely proves Israel's respect for Palestinian life. Dershowitz might also have cited this exemplary case. Jerusalem District Court sentenced Nahum Korman, a 37-year-old Israeli citizen, to 6 months community service for the killing of an 11-year-old Palestinian child, Hilmi Shawashiet. He was also ordered to pay 70,000 shekels to the victim's family. The punishment is in sharp contrast with the 6.5-year sentence given to Suad Hilmi Ghazal, a Palestinian from Sebastia village near Nablus who in December 1998 at the age of 15 and whilst suffering from psychological problems injured an Israeli settler by stabbing him. Or he might have cited the case of an IDF soldier sentenced to 65 days imprisonment for killing a 95-year-old Palestinian woman. 5 These derisory sentences were handed down in the tiny handful of Palestinian killings, mostly high parole, actually prosecuted. Under the heading First Conviction of Causing the Death of Palestinian in the Al-Aqsa Intifada, B'Tselem observes, on May 3, 2004 a military court sentenced Captain Zvi Kortsky to 2 months imprisonment, 4 months of military tasks and 6 months probation. He had been convicted of shooting to death Muhammad Zid, 16. This is the RST time that an IDF soldier has been convicted of causing the death by negligence of a Palestinian during the Al-Aqsa Intifada. The conviction of Captain Kortsky is one of only 3 convictions related to the killing or wounding of civilians. Israel has opened only 72 military police investigations that deal with killing or causing severe injury to civilians. Only 13 of the investigations resulted in indictments, and only 3 convictions were obtained. The light sentence given to Kortsky, who killed a minor who was sitting in his home and did not endanger soldiers, gives a strong impression that Palestinian life is worthless. 6. Dershowitz cites an article by the editor of an Israeli periodical singing paeans to the ethical training received by Israeli soldiers, much like American communists used to cite articles from Soviet life singing paeans to the freest country in the world, the testimony of Professor Michael Walzer of Princeton University, a strong critic of the Israeli occupation, which will certainly come as news to critics of the Israeli occupation, 7 and stories told by the Chief of Staff of the IDF, and an Israeli infantry officer that testify to the tossing and turning. Typical of Israeli soldiers who must make life and death decisions constrained by a rigid code of conduct, plainly irrefutable evidence, pages 145 to 47. The consensus among human rights organizations, sampled in Table 4. 1. Is that Israeli security forces have resorted to reckless use of force in the occupied territories, showing callous disregard for human life. When so many civilians have been killed and wounded, B'Tselem concludes, the lack of intent makes no difference. Israel remains responsible. 8. In addition, as Amnesty International observes, Israel has at its disposal ample less violent options. The Israeli security forces' ability to police violent demonstrations without the use of rearms is indicated in their policing of violent demonstrations by Jewish groups. No demonstration organized by a Jewish group has ever been read on, even by rubber bullets. 9. Finally, another of Amnesty's conclusions bearing on U.S. responsibility for the ongoing atrocities merits mention. The overwhelming majority of cases of unlawful killings and injuries in Israel and the occupied territories have been committed by the IDF using excessive force. In particular, the IDF have used US-supplied helicopters in punitive rocket attacks where there was no imminent danger to life. Israel has also used helicopter gunships to carry out extrajudicial executions and to re-at targets that resulted in the killing of civilians, including children. Many of Israel's military helicopters and spare parts have been supplied by the USA, Canada, and the UK. 10. Open re-regulations apparently enable ring in situations where there is no clear and present danger to life, or even in situations where there is no life-threatening danger at all. P7. CTE Military Police Investigations Unit has opened almost no investigations into cases where soldiers read in violation of the regulations. The military police investigations that were initiated were not frank and serious attempts to reach the truth. In only 2 cases were indictments led for unjust shooting, and they were led more than a year after the incidents occurred, pages 11 to 13. D. Table 4.1 Israel's use of lethal force in the occupied territories. Human Rights Watch. Investigation into the unlawful use of force in the West Bank, Gaza Strip and Northern Israel, New York, 2000. The organization found a pattern of repeated Israeli use of excessive lethal force during clashes between its security forces and Palestinian demonstrators in situations where demonstrators were unarmed and posed no threat of death or serious injury to the security forces or to others. In cases that HRW investigated where gunra by Palestinian security forces or armed protesters was a factor, use of lethal force by the IDF was indiscriminate and not directed at the source of the threat, in violation of international law enforcement standards. P1. A. Amnesty International. Excessive use of lethal force, London, 2000. The majority of people killed were taking part in demonstrations where stones were the only weapon used. A large proportion of those injured and killed included children usually present and often among those throwing stones during demonstrations. Bystanders, people within their homes and ambulance personnel were also killed. Many persons were apparently killed by poorly targeted lethal others appear, on many occasions, to have been deliberately targeted. In many of the locations where children were killed there was no imminent danger to life nor reasonable expectation of future danger, pages 5 to 6. B. In its comprehensive study Jenin, IDF Military Operations, Human Rights Watch found that many of the civilian deaths amounted to unlawful and willful killings by the IDF. For example, Kamal Zgair, a 7-year-old wheelchair-bound man who was shot and run over by a tank on a major road outside the camp on April 10, even though he had a white ag attached to his wheelchair. 11 In its comprehensive study Shielded from Scrutiny, IDF Violations in Jenin and Nablus, Amnesty International likewise documented many cases where people were killed or injured in circumstances suggesting that they were unlawfully and deliberately targeted. For example, on April 6, 2002, 33-year-old Jamal al-Sabak was shot by the IDF after he had been taken into their custody, although, according to a witness, he was unarmed and had posed no threat to the soldiers who had detained him. 12 On page 144 of the Case for Israel, Dershowitz further asserts that the Israeli siege of Jenin is regarded by many as a model of how to conduct urban warfare. Human Rights Watch concluded that during their incursion into the Jenin refugee camp, Israeli forces committed serious violations of international humanitarian law, some amounting prima facie to war crimes, while Amnesty likewise concluded that the IDF carried out actions which violate international human rights and humanitarian law. Some of these actions amount to war crimes. 13. Reducing fatalities. To demonstrate Israel's sensitivity to Palestinian life, Dershowitz states on page 128 of the Case for Israel, Israel tries to use rubber bullets and other weapons designed to reduce fatalities, and aims at the legs whenever possible. A November 2000 study by Physicians for Human Rights, PHR, found that in Gaza nearly half the victims were shot in the head. There were several victims shot in the back or from behind, and in one instance, evidence indicates the victim was probably on the ground when shot. In several of these cases, PHR was able to document that there was no imminent danger posed to the IDF in the context of the shooting. It also found a repetitive pattern of high-velocity gunshot wounds to the leg, particularly to the thigh. These wounds cause extreme injury. The majority of victims will have permanent disability in the affected leg. Many of those injured in this manner were at most throwing stones. PHR concludes, the numerous head and eye injuries, the high proportion of thigh wounds and fatal head wounds, and the fact that similar patterns of such shootings occurred over a period of weeks demonstrate two disturbing patterns. 1. IDF soldiers are not ring only in life-threatening situations, and 2. They are ring at heads and thighs to injure and kill, not to avoid loss of life and injury. 14. In a March 2002 study, B'Tselem reported the testimony of Major General Mickey Levi, inventor of the device for shooting rubber bullets, that these bullets should not be categorized as non-lethal. It goes on to cite testimonies from IDF soldiers that many soldiers alter rubber bullets to make them more lethal. 15. An October 2002 Amnesty International study found that the IDF regularly used rubber bullets against child demonstrators at distances considerably closer than the minimum permitted range. And the pattern of injury indicates that IDF practice has not been to aim at the legs of demonstrators, as the majority of injuries suffered by children from rubber-coated bullets are to the upper body and head. Amnesty concludes, a large number of children killed and injured by the IDF throughout the occupied territories in the past 2 years, and the fact that most children killed or injured were hit in the head or upper body shows that in their use of rearms against Palestinian children, the IDF have consistently breached international standards regulating the use of force and rearms. 16. Avoiding civilian casualties. To demonstrate Israel's commitment to proportionality and to avoiding unnecessary civilian casualties, Dershowitz cites on page 146 of the Case for Israel the Israeli attack directed against Salashi Haydeh, a leading Hamas commander who was responsible for hundreds of terrorist bombings. Dershowitz goes on to state, on several prior occasions, the army passed up opportunities to attack him because he was with his wife or children. Each time Haydeh's life was spared, he directed more suicide bombings against Israel. In other words, Israel was prepared to risk the lives of its own civilians in order to spare the lives of Palestinian civilians, including the wife of a major terrorist. The internal quote, from a Boston Globe article, is the self-serving testimony of an Israeli officer. Dershowitz also forgets to mention what happened during the attack directed against Salashi Haydeh, which the author of the Globe article placed in the lead paragraph. An Israel Air Force F-16 dropped a 1-ton bomb on Salashi Haydeh's Gaza City apartment building, killing, alongside Haydeh, another 14 Palestinian civilians, 9 of them children. 17. Scores were injured and many homes destroyed. Air Force Commander Major General Dan Halutz said on Israeli Army radio regarding Haydeh's assassination, "We read knowing his wife would be near him." 18. Amnesty International deplored the attack as disproportionate and utterly unacceptable. Although an IDF inquiry subsequently determined that the means of attack had been inappropriate, Major General Halutz told the pilots who dropped the 1-ton bomb, "Guys, sleep well tonight. By the way, I sleep well at night, too," while Prime Minister Sharon hailed the bombing as a great success. 19. The same attack on Haydeh receives a different treatment in an interview Dershowitz gave to Salon.com. "I was very much against sending that bomb to kill the terrorist in Gaza, which resulted in 14 innocent people being killed. It should never have been done." Referring presumably to Sharon's statement hailing the great success, Dershowitz goes on to laud the Israeli government, which condemned the activity. 20. Terrorist abortion. On page 131 of the Case for Israel, Dershowitz writes about female suicide bombers. Some of these women have been recruited by the use of emotional and cultural blackmail. For example, Terrorist operatives deliberately seduced Andalib Suleiman, a 21-year-old woman from Bethlehem. When she became pregnant, she was told that the only way to avoid the shame was to die a martyr's death. She then agreed to blow herself up in a Jerusalem shopping market, killing 6 civilians, including 2 workers from China. A similar example is Ayat al-Aras Sikh, an 18-year-old woman from Dihasi Sikh, who blew herself up in a supermarket, killing 2 civilians, after having been seduced and made pregnant. This method of terrorist abortion is a despicable example of creating new life in order to generate death. There are other examples of young women being raped in order to turn them into shamed women whose only means of restoring family honor is martyrdom. In one case, the family learned of the attempt by Tanzim operatives to blackmail their daughter and smuggled her out of Bethlehem. She is now living in hiding. What is Dershowitz's evidence for the practice of terrorist abortion? His single source is an official Israeli government website. Israeli security forces, blackmailing young women into suicide terrorism, Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs report, February 12, 2002, p. 252 and 30. The posted item is based on a confidential Israeli military intelligence report, which is based on reliable Palestinian sources, none of which are identified or independently corroborated. A recent book by Barbara Victor, Army of Roses, examines the inside world of Palestinian women suicide bombers. She reports that hundreds of Palestinian women beg to be suicide bombers and that in Bethlehem alone there are 200 girls willing and ready to sacrifice themselves for Palestine. It is unclear why terrorist operatives must rape Palestinian women, given the number of them already volunteering for suicide missions. Victor views a Palestinian woman's decision to become a suicide bomber as a misguided and pitiful attempt at liberation, and the men who recruit them as reprehensible. She relies heavily on information provided by Israeli officials, military personnel, and experts on terrorism. She repeats many of Israel's discredited assertions, such as that the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in September 1982 sheltered between 2,000 and 3,000 terrorists among the civilian population, and she deplores Yasser Arafat as perhaps the most immoral of leaders. Yet, although she devotes nearly 30 pages specifically to Andalib Suleiman from Bethlehem and Ayat al-Akras from Daisha camp, and although clearly partisan to Israel, nowhere does Victor allege that Suleiman, al-Akras, or any other female Palestinian was sexually seduced or raped into becoming a suicide bomber. 21 Joshua Hammer, Newsweek's Jerusalem correspondent and author of A Season in Bethlehem, similarly examined the al-Akras case in detail. He demonstrates that al-Akras perpetrated an entirely voluntary act, and sought out her dispatcher rather than being recruited. Hammer makes no mention of seduction or pregnancy, or indeed any romantic involvement or sexual relations, as precipitating factors in her decision. 22. Diabolical plots. On page 127 of the Case for Israel, Dershowitz writes, terrorists try everything possible to maximize deaths, even sometimes reportedly soaking the nails they use in their antipersonnel bombs in rat poison to prevent coagulation of blood. Recently, Israeli doctors expressed concern that the blood of some of the suicide bombers, which splatters all over the scene and is touched by medical personnel, as well as their bones, which penetrate the bodies of the victims, might contain hepatitis or the AIDS virus, raising the fear that terrorist leaders could be turning suicide bombers into biological warfare carriers either by injecting them or selecting carriers as suicide bombers. The first such case was documented in the July 2002 issue of the Israel Medical Association Journal. Italics added. 21 Barbara Victor, Army of Roses, Emmaus, Penn, 2003, pages 30-31, 78, 195, 234, 272, for Suleiman, see pages 192, 248-51, for al-Akras, see pages 200-209, 218-30, 250. 22. Joshua Hammer, A Season in Bethlehem, New York, 2003, pages 151 to 66. Impurity of Arms 107. On page 193 of the Case for Israel, Dershowitz writes, Here is still no moral equivalence between exploding an antipersonnel bomb made of nails soaked in rat poison whose sole purpose is to maximize civilian deaths and injuries, on the one hand, and targeting terrorists under circumstances in which it is likely that some innocent civilians may die, on the other hand. Italics added. What is Dershowitz's evidence for the diabolical plots? Dershowitz cites three sources: Karen Burchard, Hep B case makes suicide bombers an infection risk, Medical Post, McLean Hunter Limited, September 10, 2002, Michael Ladine, Hebrew U survivor, an interview with Iliad Mora, National Review Online, August 6, 2002, Hepatitis spread via suicide bombers, The Straits Times, Singapore, July 26, 2002, p. 251 NN 16, 19, 20. Yet these articles report only that, based on the case of one suicide bomber apparently infected with hepatitis B, Israeli doctors speculate that the blood and bones of other suicide bombers might be infected with this and other diseases. Not one of the cited references mentions fears that the suicide bombers were being deliberately injected by their dispatchers, or even that the bombers or their dispatchers were aware that they were carriers of infectious diseases. Not one of the cited references mentions anything about anti-personnel weapons being soaked in rat poison. A journalist investigating the factual basis for the rat poison claim, which occasionally crops up in the US media, discovered an absence of any forensic proof. It is the sort of tale that newsroom cynics call too good to check, he concluded. We so want to believe that the Palestinians are stinking up their bombs with rat poison that we won't even ask for evidence. 23 Even the right-wing Jerusalem Post cites the Director General of an Israeli hospital to the effect that it's ridiculous to suggest that a suicide bomber infected with hepatitis B was selected for his mission specifically because he was a carrier. Hepatitis B is endemic in the Middle East, and more likely in people from lower socio-economic groups. So it is not surprising that the virus was found. 24 The most exhaustive study to date of Palestinian suicide bombers is Human Rights Watch, Erased in a Moment, Suicide Bombing Attacks Against Israeli Civilians. It makes no mention of any of these allegations. On the other hand, Amnesty International did call on Israel to investigate the use by Israeli settlers of toxic chemicals for the purpose of poisoning Palestinian elds. 25. Responsibility. Dershowitz maintains that the fault for all civilian casualties in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict lies exclusively with the Palestinian terrorists, who deliberately create a situation in which civilians will be killed. 26. The following sections titled Human Shields, Endangering Kindergartens, All Their Fault, and Blood Libel examine his attempts to prove this. The section titled Culture of Death looks at the broader issue of responsibility for child deaths. The sections titled Supporting Nonviolence and Terrorist Die Hard examine Dershowitz's support of those opposing terrorism. Human Shields. To demonstrate the culpability of Palestinians for their civilian deaths, Dershowitz writes on page 120 of the Case for Israel that they use women, including pregnant women, and children as human shields. 27. Human shields refers to the conscription of civilians for military operations. Dershowitz cites no source for the claim that Palestinians use human shields. Human rights organizations have documented instances in which armed Palestinians endangered civilians by ring on IDF soldiers from locations that exposed civilians to IDF return. Human Rights Watch. None of these organizations, however, have accused armed Palestinians of forcibly recruiting civilians for life-endangering operations. On the other hand, although human rights reports do extensively document Israel's use of Palestinian human shields, Dershowitz omits explicit mention of this. Rather, on page 150 of the Case for Israel he writes, The army devised a tactic called the neighbor procedure, pursuant to which the RST demanded the surrender of the terrorist over a loudspeaker. If that produced no results, they sent a Palestinian neighbor to the house bearing a message to the terrorist asking him to surrender. In the summer of 2002, the procedure resulted in the RST casualty of a Palestinian man, who was shot and killed by a terrorist who mistook him for an Israeli soldier. As a result of this tragedy, several Israeli rights organizations brought a lawsuit seeking to have the Supreme Court enjoin any further use of the neighbor procedure. The Supreme Court of Israel not only heard the case but issued the injunction prohibiting the IDF from using this procedure in the future. Human rights organizations paint a different picture. An April 2002 Human Rights Watch report found that the IDF is systematically coercing Palestinian civilians including minors to assist military operations. For example, friends, neighbors, and relatives of wanted Palestinians were taken at gunpoint to knock on doors, open strange packages, and search houses in which the IDF suspected armed Palestinians were present. Some families found their houses taken over and used as military positions by the IDF during an operation while they themselves were ordered to remain inside. 28 A November 2002 report by B'Tselem found that, beyond these practices, Palestinians were ordered to walk in front of soldiers to shield them from gunra, while the soldiers hold a gun behind their backs and sometimes over their shoulders. It also reported that the soldiers in the L did not initiate this practice, rather, the use of human shields is an integral part of the orders they receive. 29 In May 2002, human rights organizations petitioned the Israel Supreme Court to prohibit use of human shields. The state committed itself to cease use of human shields as living shields against gunra or attacks, but reserved the right to order Palestinians to direct other Palestinians to leave their house, that is, the neighbor procedure. Deeming this distinction incomprehensible, B'Tselem wrote, in each instance, soldiers jeopardize the lives of innocent civilians to protect themselves, thus, these cases are equally forbidden. In August 2002 a Palestinian conscripted by the IDF for the neighbor procedure was killed approaching the house of a Hamas activist. The Supreme Court then issued a temporary restraining order against use of human shields and the neighbor procedure. To gain the Supreme Court's approval, the state barely recast the neighbor procedure in December 2002 as operational directive prior warning. Despite the cosmetic changes in the procedure, B'Tselem observed, it remained illegal and immoral. In January 2003 the Supreme Court prohibited use of human shields but allowed the state to implement the new procedure. In reality, the IDF still conscripted Palestinians in life and danger. In military operations. 30 In March 2004, B'Tselem reported, IDF continues using civilians as human shields to make arrests. 31. Endangering kindergartens. To demonstrate Palestinian culpability for civilian deaths, Dershowitz writes on, respectively, pages 120, 132, 168, and 225 of the Case for Israel, that Palestinians locate bomb-making factories alongside kindergartens, place their bomb-making factories adjacent to kindergartens, and elementary schools place their bomb-making factories adjacent to schools, block their bomb factories next to kindergartens. The only source Dershowitz cites for this repeated claim reads, statements made by Shlaim Haga, a senior Hamas operative, and Ahmed Mufrabi, a Tanzim operative, May 27, 2002, p. 252 and 33. No other information is provided. Entering the key terms in Google brings up the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. 32. The information posted on this site comes from Israeli security sources. The statements of Haga and Mufrabi about locating explosives factories near schools were allegedly confessed during questioning by the ISA Israel Security Agency. Assuming, for argument's sake, that they did actually confess, readers should consult Chapter 6, on torture, to learn how Israeli security extracts confessions. All their fault. To demonstrate the full culpability of Palestinians for the deaths of their children, Dershowitz states on pages 131 to 32 of the Case for Israel, The more that Palestinian leaders break the taboo against using youths as terrorists, the more youths will be injured and killed. Such deliberate misuse of children is an extreme form of child abuse, and it is entirely the fault of the abusers, not those who legitimately defend themselves against re-bombers and suicide bombers who happen to be youths. The fault lies entirely with those who have decided to use children as carriers of deadly explosives. The only way to end the killing of youths and women by Israeli soldiers and police is for the Palestinians to stop using them as terrorists. Human rights organizations have condemned, abomination, war crime, the recruitment of children by Palestinian armed groups. 33. This practice has also come under sharp criticism from Palestinian civil society. 34. No human rights organization maintains, however, that this wrongful recruitment exonerates Israel of its treatment of Palestinian children. A 2001 Amnesty International report found, many children were apparently killed by poorly targeted lethal others appear to have been deliberately targeted. In many of the locations where children were killed there was no imminent danger to life nor reasonable expectation of future danger. Children throwing stones are not military objectives for lethal attack by the Israeli forces. The killing and wounding of children have revealed a reckless disregard for life by Israeli soldiers. In every case investigated by Amnesty International, the killing of a child appeared to have been an unlawful killing. According to official Israeli spokespersons, Palestinian gunmen hide behind children. Investigations by Amnesty International have failed to end any specific instance where Palestinian gunmen have used a demonstration as a protective shield and shot at Israelis from among or behind the demonstrators. 35. A 2002 Amnesty International report similarly concluded, the overwhelming majority of Palestinian children have been killed in the occupied territories when members of the Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, responded to demonstrations and stone-throwing incidents with excessive and disproportionate use of force, and as a result of the IDF's reckless shooting, shelling and aerial bombardments of residential areas. Most of these children were killed when there was no exchange of and in circumstances in which the lives of the soldiers were not at risk. No judicial investigation into any of the cases of killings of Palestinian children by the IDF in the occupied territories is known to have been carried out. 36. On a related matter. A 2001 study by B'Tselem on the torture of Palestinian minors found, Israeli security forces, some of them masked and some with their faces blackened, arrested them at their homes late at night. After arriving at the police station, policemen used severe torture when interrogating the detainees and attempted to compel them to admit to committing the offenses of which they were suspected or to provide information about others. The testimonies reveal that a number of interrogation methods were commonly used. These included, in part, severe beatings, splashing cold water on detainees. The events occurred during the winter, putting the detainee's head in the toilet bowl, threats and curses. The study also highlighted the complicity of Israeli medical personnel in this torture of Palestinian minors. Most of the detainees were taken for a medical checkup immediately upon their arrival at the police station. The physician performed a superficial examination, based in some cases on a quick glance, after which the physician signed a form confirming that they were healthy. At times, the detainees were handcuffed and blindfolded during the medical checkup. Some detainees were taken to the physician after being tortured during interrogation, were treated, and were returned for further interrogation. B'Tselem concluded that the shocking examples of torture of Palestinian minors documented in its report were not isolated cases or uncommon conduct by certain police officers, but methods of torture adopted at the police station and used against dozens of detainees, with many police officers at the station cooperating and aware of what was taking place. Despite the authorities' repeated promises, and despite the comments of senior officials condemning police violence, the authorities have made no serious effort to address the root of the problem. Similarly, they have made no attempt to prosecute the violent police officers. 37. According to the 2002 Human Rights Watch World Report, over 300 Palestinian minors arrested since October 2000, were reported to have been doused with freezing water, beaten, deprived of sleep, and had their heads covered with sacks during interrogation. 38. Blood libel. To demonstrate that allegations against Israel are motivated by malice, Dershowitz writes on page 153 of the Case for Israel, ignorance alone cannot explain the alleged reporting of a journalist like Chris Hedges, who claimed to have personally observed Israeli soldiers entice children like mice into a trap and murder them for sport. Dershowitz goes on to compare this charge to a blood libel. 39. Confirmation of a crucial aspect of Hedges's claim comes from an unlikely source. In its study Trigger Happy, on Just Eat shooting and violation of the open fire regulations during the Al-Aqsa Intifada, B'Tselem reports this testimony of an Israeli soldier: soldiers would enter in jeeps to areas where friction was common. Their objective was to provoke Palestinians to throw stones and petrol bombs. When Palestinians approached, soldiers who had taken up positions at prep-land positions would shoot at them. The stated goal of this procedure was to move the demonstrations further away. In fact, however, the soldier said, it is a kind of sport, to remove as many petrol bomb throwers as possible. It is an obsessive search. It's called strive to make contact. What bothers me is, if the jeeps had not entered, there would not have been any disturbances of the peace. 40. Dershowitz makes no pretense of giving evidence that Hedges wasn't telling the truth. 114 Part 2. Impurity of Arms. 115. Gideon Levy, killing children is no longer a big deal. Haaretz, October 17, 2004. More than 30 Palestinian children were killed in the RST 2 weeks of Operation Days of Penitence in the Gaza Strip. It's no wonder that many people term such wholesale killing of children terror. Whereas in the overall count of all the victims of the Intifada the ratio is 3 Palestinians killed for every Israeli killed, when it comes to children the ratio is 5:1. According to B'Tselem, the human rights organization, even before the current operation in Gaza, 557 Palestinian minors, below the age of 18, were killed, compared to 110 Israeli minors. Palestinian human rights groups speak of even higher numbers: 598 Palestinian children killed, up to age 17, according to the Palestinian Human Rights Monitoring Group, and 828 killed, up to age 18, according to the Red Crescent. Take note of the ages, too. According to B'Tselem, whose data are updated until about a month ago, 42 of the children who have been killed were 10, 20 were 7, and 8 were 2 years old when they died. The youngest victims are 13 newborn infants who died at checkpoints during birth. With horrific statistics like this, the question of who is a terrorist should have long since become very burdensome for every Israeli. Yet it is not on the public agenda. Child killers are always the Palestinians, the soldiers always only defend us and themselves, and the hell with the statistics. The plain fact, which must be stated clearly, is that the blood of hundreds of Palestinian children is on our hands. No tortuous explanation by the IDF spokesman's office or by the military correspondents about the dangers posed to soldiers by the children, and no dubious excuse by the public relations people in the foreign ministry about how the Palestinians are making use of children will change that fact. An army that kills so many children is an army with no restraints, an army that has lost its moral code. As M.K. Ahmed Tibi, Hadash, said, in a particularly emotional speech in the Knesset, it is no longer possible to claim that all these children were killed by mistake. An army doesn't make more than 500 day-to-day mistakes of identity. No, this is not a mistake but the disastrous result of a policy driven mainly by an appallingly light trigger anger and by the dehumanization of the Palestinians. Shooting at everything that moves, including children, has become normative behavior. Even the momentary mini-furor that erupted over the confirming the killing of a 13-year-old girl, Iman al-Hammaz, did not revolve around a true question. The scandal should have been generated by the very act of the killing itself, not only by what followed. Iman was not the only one. Mohammed Araj was eating a sandwich in front of his house, the last house before the cemetery of the Balata refugee camp, in Nablus, when a soldier shot him to death at fairly close range. He was 6 at the time of his death. Kristen Sayada was in her parents' car, on the way home from a family visit, when soldiers sprayed the car with bullets. She was 12 at the time of her death. The brothers Jamil and Ahmed Abu Aziz were riding their bicycles in full daylight, on their way to buy sweets, when they sustained a direct hit from a shell read by an Israeli tank crew. Jamil was 13, Ahmed 6, at the time of their deaths. Mu'taz Amudi and Subah were killed by a soldier who was standing in the village square in Bergen and read every which way in the wake of stone throwing. Raider Mohammed from Khan Yunis refugee camp was in a school classroom when soldiers shot her to death. She was 12 when she died. All of them were innocent of wrongdoing and were killed by soldiers acting in our name. At least in some of these cases it was clear to the soldiers that they were shooting at children, but that didn't stop them. Palestinian children have no refuge, mortal danger lurks for them in their homes, in their schools and on their streets. Not one of the hundreds of children who have been killed deserve to die, and the responsibility for their killing cannot remain anonymous. Thus the message is conveyed to the soldiers: it's no tragedy to kill children and none of you is guilty. Death is, of course, the most acute danger that confronts a Palestinian child, but it is not the only one. According to data of the Palestinian Ministry of Education, 409 school children have been wounded in the Intifada, some of them crippled for life. The childhood of tens of thousands of Palestinian youngsters is being lived from one trauma to the next, from horror to horror. Their homes are demolished, their parents are humiliated in front of their eyes, soldiers storm into their homes brutally in the middle of the night, tanks open on their classrooms. And they don't have a psychological service. Have you ever heard of a Palestinian child who is a victim of anxiety? The public indifference that accompanies this pageant of unrelieved suffering makes all Israelis accomplices to a crime. Even parents, who understand what anxiety for a child's fate means, turn away and don't want to hear about the anxiety harbored by the parent on the other side of the fence. Who would have believed that Israeli soldiers would kill hundreds of children and that the majority of Israelis would remain silent? Even the Palestinian children have become part of the dehumanization campaign. Killing hundreds of them is no longer a big deal. On October 5, 2004, an Israeli captain, confirming the killing of Iman al-Hamaz, a 13-year-old Palestinian schoolgirl, read 2 bullets at point-blank range into her head while she was lying on the ground already injured, and then, after starting to walk away, turned back to riddle her body with at least 20 more bullets, including 7 to her head. NGF. Impurity of Arms 117. Culture of Death. To demonstrate Palestinian responsibility for the killings of their children, Dershowitz writes on page 130 of the Case for Israel. The University of Chicago philosopher Jean Bethke Elshtain, in her book Just War Against Terror, compares Islamic terrorist leaders who claim that Islamic young people are in love with death to Nazi leaders who sent 5,000 children between the ages of 8 and 17 to near certain death in the last days of the siege of Berlin. He goes on to quote Elshtain, with approval, to the effect that a willingness to sacrifice children is one sign of a culture of death. Shortly after Kristallnacht, David Ben-Gurion, leader of the Zionist movement, stated, "If I knew that it was possible to save all the children in Germany by transporting them to England, but only half of them by transporting them to Palestine, I would choose the second, because we face not only the reckoning of those children, but the historical reckoning of the Jewish people." And at war's end in 1945, Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership blocked plans to transfer thousands of child Holocaust survivors in frail health from wretched camps for displaced persons to safe havens elsewhere in Europe, for fear that such resettlement might weaken the struggle for free immigration of Jewish refugees to Palestine. 41. 2. To arouse international sympathy for its cause. The Zionist movement sought in 1947 to gain entry into Palestine for the boat exodus despite British opposition. It was crammed with survivors of the Nazi Holocaust, half of whom were children, mostly orphans. The saga of the Exodus is strewn with the eyes of these orphans, writes the biographer of the ship's captain. These orphans are the real story of the Exodus. 42. The saga was later immortalized in Leon Uris's bestseller Exodus, which became a canonical text of American Zionism. 43. What cultural values did Uris and American Jewry celebrate in his semi-fictionalized account? Uris tells the story of how Jewish orphans were placed on a boat ready to fall apart. The engine room was loaded with dynamite, the Zionists threatening to blow ourselves up if the British read on the ship. If the Zionists are so sincere, the British wondered, why are they endangering the lives of 300 innocent children? To which the Zionist hero of Uris's novel, Ari Ben Canaan, retorted, I am astounded at Whitehall's crocodile tears over our victimizing of children. If Whitehall is so concerned about the welfare of these children, then I challenge them to throw open the gates of Caracciolo where Jewish refugees were being held. It is nothing more or less than a concentration camp. People are kept behind barbed wire at machine gun point with insufficient food, water, and medical care. Like Gaza. Next, Ari Ben Canaan put the orphans on board the Exodus on a hunger strike. Anyone who passes out will be placed on deck for the British to look at. Do you think I like starving a bunch of orphans? Give me something else to GHT with. Give me something to shoot at those tanks and those destroyers. A not unfamiliar lament. After depicting scenes of the starving children, Uris has Ari Ben Canaan issue the null challenge that 10 volunteers a day among the Jewish orphans will commit suicide on the bridge of the ship in full view of the British garrison. 44.3. Driven by Zionist conviction, Jewish families have, as a matter of choice, entered a war zone in the occupied territories. The Israeli government actively encourages the movement of Jewish families into this conflict zone for the express purpose of strengthening the Zionist claim over it. To achieve their political objectives, the Jewish settlers and government knowingly and deliberately endanger the lives of hundreds of thousands of Jewish children. A willingness to sacrifice children is one sign of a culture of death. Supporting nonviolence in why terrorism works, Alan Dershowitz laments that Palestinians never tried civil disobedience or other nonviolent means and speculates that had the Palestinians resorted instead to nonviolent civil disobedience tactics, they would have achieved statehood sooner. 45. Dershowitz's commentary in the case for Israel on the International Solidarity Movement, ISM, a Palestinian-led organization founded in 2001, 46 illustrates the degree to which he supports such nonviolent tactics. On pages 170 to 71, he writes that the ISM is a radical pro-Palestinian group of zealots who are one-sided supporters of Palestinian terrorism. They serve as human shields, working closely with Palestinian terrorist groups. They do not support peace. Instead, these zealots advocate the victory of Palestinian terrorism over Israeli self-defense. The media should stop referring to these people as peace activists and should call them what they are, active supporters and facilitators of Palestinian terrorism. Here's how an article in Israel's most influential newspaper, Haaretz, describes the same organization. The ISM is an international pacifist movement that draws its inspiration from a quote by Albert Einstein, "The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it." Since the start of the Intifada, hundreds of the SE foreigners, mostly students, have taken a rigorous course in nonviolent theory and practice and then been placed in Palestinian towns and villages, where they report on events at checkpoints, villages under curfew and house demolitions, help move humanitarian aid into besieged areas, and accompany ailing Palestinians to hospitals. Another Haaretz article giving a first-hand account of a training session describes ISM as a coalition of organizations and individuals who use nonviolent direct action as a means for helping to end the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories, and assist the Palestinians in their daily lives. It notes further that each ISM volunteer had to make a commitment in writing to nonviolent verbal and physical action and that lectures emphasized that physical and verbal violence are Absolutely forbidden where the ism is operating. Dershowitz quotes from this article but omits mention of these observations, pages 170, 254 and 247. On the other hand, he repeats fabricated and trumped-up charges from right-wing Israeli media that ism is financed by and harbors Palestinian terrorists. According to ism, some 20% of its volunteers are Jewish. 48. Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old ism volunteer from Olympia, Washington, was killed while protecting a Palestinian home from being bulldozed. According to Dershowitz, she threw herself in front of the bulldozer, p. 170. Several people personally witnessed Corrie's death. Here's the eyewitness account of Tom Dale, an ISM volunteer currently enrolled at Oxford University. I was 10 meters away when it happened 2 days ago, and this is the way it went. We'd been monitoring and occasionally obstructing the two bulldozers for about 2 hours when one of them turned toward a house we knew to be threatened with demolition. Rachel knelt down in its way. She was 10 to 20 meters in front of the bulldozer, clearly visible, the only object for many meters, directly in its view. They were in radio contact with a tank that had a prole view of the situation. There is no way she could not have been seen by them in their elevated cabin. They knew where she was, there is no doubt. The bulldozer drove toward Rachel slowly, gathering earth in its scoop as it went. She knelt there, she did not move. The bulldozer reached her and she began to stand up, climbing onto the mound of earth. She appeared to be looking into the cockpit. The bulldozer continued to push Rachel, so she slipped down the mound of earth, turning as she went. Her face showed she was panicking and it was clear she was in danger of being overwhelmed. All the activists were screaming at the bulldozer to stop and gesturing to the crew about Rachel's presence. We were in clear view as Rachel had been, they continued. They pushed Rachel, RST beneath the scoop, then beneath the blade, then continued till her body was beneath the cockpit. They waited over her for a few seconds, before reversing. They reversed with the blade pressed down, so it scraped over her body a second time. Every second I believed they would stop but they never did. 49. Dershowitz's account apparently comes from an initial Israeli army claim that Corrie ran in front of the bulldozer. The IDF has changed its story several times, however, subsequently alleging, for example, that Corrie was not run over by an engineering vehicle but rather was struck by a hard object, most probably a slab of concrete. 50. As in Stalin's day, it's not easy for apparatchiks to keep up with the party line. Terrorist die hard. Shortly after Professor Edward Said's death from cancer, Dershowitz wrote an obituary in an American Jewish Congress periodical entitled Edward Said, the Palestinian Meir Kahane. Among other things, he claimed that Said was both theoretician and practitioner of terrorism. Said was not only a believer in violence and bloodshed, he was himself a practitioner of violence. On one occasion, he and his son threw rocks at Israelis along the Lebanese border. He refused to condemn far more lethal acts of violence directed against innocent Israeli civilians. Said refused to condemn terrorism and himself demonstrated symbolic support for terrorists. 51. While celebrating Israel's eviction from Lebanon after more than 2 decades of brutal occupation, Said threw one stone toward the Israeli-Lebanese border. Leaving aside this horrific act, is it true that Said advocated terrorism? In The Politics of Dispossession, he recalled, in the late 70s I was extremely critical of such phrases as armed struggle, all the rage in Beirut, and when my book The Question of Palestine was published in 1980, I was savagely attacked by both Fatah and the Popular Front for talking about the need for a recognition of Israel and accepting a two-state solution, an idea of which I was one of the pioneers. I was unequivocal in my denunciations of terrorist adventurism and immoral violence, although, of course, I did not spare Israeli violence either. 52. In his writing and public interventions, Said explicitly deplored terrorist attacks directed against Israeli civilians as morally unacceptable. 53. And was emphatic that I'm against terror. Random, horrid. 54. Medical treatment. Dershowitz maintains that Palestinians bear significant responsibility for deaths arising from lack of access to medical care. On page 125 of the Case for Israel, he reports, the Palestinian Authority has decided no longer to transfer wounded Palestinians to Israeli hospitals. Israel's health minister has several times offered to treat all Palestinians wounded in the current intifada at Israeli hospitals and at Israel's expense. The minister noted that Palestinian medical facilities are unable to treat many of the wounded adequately. The Palestinians rejected the offer, according to the health minister, because they prefer that we don't know the truth about the number of their wounded. Whatever the reasons, the reality is that significantly fewer Palestinians would have died of their injuries if their leaders had been willing to have them treated by Israel's excellent RST responders rather than by often incompetent Palestinian doctors and inadequate Palestinian hospitals. The only source Dershowitz cites for these rather large claims is an uncorroborated statement by Israel's Minister of Health to the Jerusalem Post. 55 No Palestinian official, human rights worker, or non-governmental organization, NGO, in the health-held Palestinian or Israeli contacted by this writer was aware either of a Palestinian Authority decision not to send any of its wounded to Israel or of an Israeli offer to handle all these Palestinian patients free of charge. Rather the contrary, it was said that the PA does transfer some patients to Israeli hospitals for treatment, while the chief deterrent to transferring more of them is the exorbitant cost, for which Israel almost always demands payment, or deducts it from money due to the PA from the Israeli side. 56 On the other hand, Dershowitz omits any mention of the extensive body of human rights research assessing the impact of Israeli policy on health care in the occupied territories. Consider Dershowitz's dismissal of incompetent Palestinian doctors. In its detailed study A Legacy of Injustice, Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, PHR Israel, reports that the post-1967 Israeli administration in the occupied territories did not develop a plan for training a future cadre of Palestinian medical professionals, and conned itself to providing short courses and partial specialist training. In some cases, personnel who participated in courses abroad were obliged to cut short their studies and return to the region, due to the threat that otherwise they would lose their residency status in the occupied territories. Others had no possibility of traveling abroad for professional studies, since the Israeli security services vetoed their departure from the occupied territories. The obstacles proved most daunting in Gaza, where arbitrary Israeli restrictions prevented Palestinians from studying medicine. PHR Israel concludes that it takes a remarkable measure of cynicism to blame Palestinians for the state of medical education in the occupied territories. 57. Although the entire period of Israeli occupation has been characterized by severe restrictions on the Palestinian health system, and by Israeli interference in Palestinian efforts to manage an independent health policy, 58 A dramatic deterioration ensued in the course of the Second Intifada. The massive assault on Palestinian health care climaxed during Operation Defensive Shield, March, April 2002, when Israel reached an unprecedented low in terms of disrespect for human life and gross violation of medical neutrality, leading to the almost total paralysis of medical services in the occupied territories. Throughout this crisis in Palestinian healthcare, Israel's medical establishment reacted with silence at best and collaboration at worst. 59 Table 4. 2 samples the impact of Israeli policy on Palestinian healthcare during the Second Intifada. The section titled Terrorist Ambulances illustrates Dershowitz's attempt to prove Israel's solicitude for Palestinian healthcare despite Palestinian provocation. 124 Part 2. Table 4.2 Impact of Israeli policy on healthcare in the occupied territories. 1 Attacks on ambulances Physicians for Human Rights, Evaluation of the Use of Force in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank, November 2000. Between October 1 and October 23, 2000, PHR Israel reported that 17 Palestinian ambulances were utterly destroyed by the IDF. During the week from October 19 to October 23 alone, PHR Israel reported that an additional 26 ambulances were damaged by gunnery, p. 14. A Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, Medicine Under Attack, Critical Damage Inflicted on Medical Services in the Occupied Territories, April 2002. On March 4, 2002, a Red Crescent ambulance carrying 3 crew members and a physician set out for Jenin refugee camp with the goal of evacuating injured persons. The departure of the ambulance was coordinated with the Red Cross and the Israeli Civil Administration. Despite the coordination, the security forces opened fire on the ambulance, which exploded. Dr. Khalil Suleiman was trapped in the ambulance and burned to death. The other occupants of the vehicle continued. Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, A Legacy of Injustice, a critique of Israeli approaches to the right to health of Palestinians in the occupied territories, November 2002. March 30, 2002, 5 members of a Palestine Red Crescent Society ambulance crew were arrested by the IDF while on their way to evacuate a woman in labor. 3 of the crew members were seen by a Red Cross representative on March 30, handcuffed and blindfolded. April 2, 2002, 3 Palestine Red Crescent Society ambulances departed to evacuate sick and injured persons. The ambulances were stopped by Israeli tanks at 9 a.m. The crews were ordered to leave the ambulances and crawl in the rain toward the tanks. At 7:30 p.m. the crew was released. 4 members of the crew required medical attention, pages 61 to 62. Table 4.2, continued. Were able to jump out, thus saving their lives. All 3 sustained serious burns. A few days later, security forces opened fire on an ambulance in the Tulkarm area. The driver was killed and 2 crew members were injured. At the same time, a Red Crescent ambulance also came under fire. The driver was killed and 2 crew members were injured. In both cases, the departure of the ambulances had been coordinated in advance. NP 2 attacks on medical personnel continued. On April 4, 2002, Israeli security forces entered the Red Crescent Maternity Hospital in El Bayret. The soldiers gathered together all the workers and patients in the hospital, including women who had given birth and newborn babies aged between 3 and 10 hours. The soldiers subsequently searched the hospital rooms. When unable to open doors, the soldiers broke them down with large metal bars. At a later stage, all those present in the hospital were concentrated in the entrance area. And a process of humiliation began. Some of the soldiers photographed themselves with the group, while they laughed among themselves. About 7 of those present were asked to stand to one side. Their eyes were bound and their hands tied behind their backs. 2 were released. The remaining Palestinians were taken to an armored troop carrier, P-63, B. Table 4.2, continued. B'Tselem, harm to medical personnel, the delay, abuse and humiliation of medical personnel by the Israeli security forces, December 2003. Over the past 12 months, ambulance crews have reported at least 28 cases in which soldiers and border police officers humiliated and beat medical personnel. During the course of the Al-Aqsa Intifada, there has been an increase in the number of cases in which soldiers and border police officers have humiliated and beat Palestinians. Despite the many reports, defense officials have continued to treat these cases as exceptional and the perpetrators as rotten apples, and have failed to seriously address the phenomenon. Violence against medical teams has received the same lack of attention. P14. Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, Medicine Under Attack, Critical Damage Inflicted on Medical Services in the Occupied Territories, April 2002. 3 attacks on medical facilities. Hospitals have become the targets of various forms of attack. Tanks have been deployed alongside a large number of medical institutions. Sick persons are denied free access to these medical centers and the departure of ambulances is prevented. On the night of April 3 to 4, 2002. The government hospital in Jinan was shelled and surrounded by tanks. The supply of oxygen, water, and electricity has been disrupted and the north-facing windows shattered. At 9:30 p.m. on April 4, the staff and patients were crowded on the internal staircase of the hospital, sheltering from the continuous shelling and Ring, NP. 4 blocking and hindering access to medical care. Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, A Legacy of Injustice, November 2002. The establishment of soil ramps or concrete blocks physically prevents sick people from reaching medical centers. Unstaffed road blocks, whether in the form of large concrete blocks, mounds of earth, or destroyed sections of road, have now been erected at numerous locations throughout the West Bank. The very design of many road blocks, physical obstacles, or the stationing of soldiers at a great distance from the residents who arrive at a checkpoint, prevents any possibility for selective passage or for discussion between the patient and the soldier blocking his or her progress, pages 49 to 52. Continued. Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, A Legacy of Injustice, continued. Table 4.2, continued. Every ambulance that leaves to collect a patient, however urgent the case, now requires prior coordination. Every patient requires a transit permit, as does every physician. In order to get the permit, the sick patient must go to the DCO District Coordinating Office. He or she will have to walk there, because only Israelis are allowed to travel along the road. On arrival, patients must wait at the gate, hoping that the soldier on guard will let them enter the office. If the permit is not ready, the whole story will be repeated the next day. In many cases, the permit will arrive after the scheduled date for the examination or operation, so that the patient will have to start from scratch. P57. B'Tselem, Harm to Medical Personnel, December 2003. The sweeping restrictions on Palestinian movement within the West Bank have severely impaired access to medical treatment. In the West Bank, Palestinian ambulance teams never know if they will be able to reach the patient's home. The team's difficulty arises from the hundreds of physical roadblocks that the IDF has placed throughout the West Bank and from the delays they face at checkpoints. In many instances, soldiers delay ambulances even in cases of urgent medical emergencies. In some cases, the IDF completely prohibits the passage for ambulances, pages 5, 7, 10. C. Terrorist ambulances. To demonstrate Israel's commitment to safeguarding Palestinian access to medical care despite Palestinian provocation, Dershowitz writes on page 184 of the Case for Israel that the Israel Supreme Court has prohibited the Israeli military from attacking ambulances, despite its recognition that ambulances are often used to transport explosives and suicide bombers. 60. To document the claim about the Supreme Court, Dershowitz cites, apart from an Israel Supreme Court justice's uplifting speech at a United Jewish Communities Convention in Philadelphia, this court decision from April 2002, Physicians for Human Rights v. Commander of IDF Forces in the West Bank, HCJ 2936, 2002, p. 254 n8. Referring to this very same Supreme Court decision, Physicians for Human Rights, Israel reports, PHR Israel petitioned the High Court in an effort to force the security forces to respect basic conventions and refrain from attacking ambulances. B'Tselem, Operation Defensive Shield. Soldiers' Testimonies, Palestinian Testimonies, Jerusalem, September 2002, p. 23. On Friday, April 5, 2002, Tahani Ali Assad Fatu, a pharmacist from Al-Misakin Ash-Shah Square Route Abiyah in the Nablus district, began having labor pains. Her husband, Dr. Ghassan Ali Nashat Shah Square Route AR, called an ambulance to take his 7 months pregnant wife to the hospital. Due to the curfew imposed on the area, the ambulance could not reach the house and Dr. Shah Square Route AR had to deliver the baby with the help of his neighbor, Dr. Sulfat. The delivery went smoothly. During the delivery, the ambulance crew tried to reach the couple's home, as the newborn would have to be placed in an incubator. All attempts failed. Some 30 minutes after the birth, the baby's health began to deteriorate. Dr. Shah*AR managed to resuscitate his son twice. On the third attempt, the baby died. Tahani Fatwa had become pregnant after 4 years of fertility treatments. The hospital is only 2 kilometers away from the couple's home. The petition was prepared in the context of the paralysis of the ambulance system, Israeli mortar attacks on Palestinian hospitals in the West Bank, the prevention of access to hospitals by patients and wounded persons. Despite the long list of attacks specified in the petition against the fabric of civilian life, medical services, and human life, the Israeli High Court of Justice accepted the state's position that the IDF soldiers acted in accordance with humanitarian principles, as well as its claim that, given the gding in the territories, it was impossible to examine the specific cases noted in the petition. Accordingly, the court ruling conned itself to a generalized comment by the High Court regarding the IDF's commitment to humanitarian law. 61. To document that Palestinian ambulances are often used to transport explosives and suicide bombers, and that after the April 2002 court decision Palestinian terrorists continued to use ambulances, p. 184, Dershowitz cites only the uncorroborated allegation of an Israeli senior security official. 62. A November 2002 Physicians for Human Rights, Israel study concluded, Israel has provided evidence of such abuse in one single case. 63. Even this one single instance lacks certainty. Referring to that same widely publicized occasion when, on March 27, 2002, a suicide belt was found on an ambulance, Amnesty International wrote. There are several suspicious circumstances about it. The ambulance passed through 4 checkpoints on the way to Jerusalem without being searched, which is abnormal, and then was delayed for more than an hour before being searched to allow TV cameras to arrive, which suggests that the IDF had, at the least, prior knowledge of something hidden there. 64. Apart from the alleged March 2002 incident, the only documented misuses of an ambulance were committed by Israel. For example, soldiers were crammed into a bulletproof ambulance in order to get as quickly as possible to the house of a wanted Palestinian. IDF soldiers in Nablus forced several ambulance drivers to stop, get out of their ambulances, and stand between the soldiers and stone throwers. Soldiers took control of an ambulance and used it to block entry to the hospital in Tulkarm. B'Tselem comments on these incidents and Israeli allegations. The IDF's use of ambulances for military purposes is especially disturbing in light of the repeated claims made by the IDF that Palestinians use ambulances to transport weapons and explosives. It should be noted that, with the exception of one case, and despite repeated requests by Physicians for Human Rights and the International Red Cross, the IDF has not presented any evidence to support this contention, not even in response to petitions led in the Supreme Court. And again, official Israeli sources repeatedly state the claim that Palestinians use ambulances to transport weapons and explosives without providing proof of this claim. 65. Finally, it bears emphasizing that, 1. Israel already targeted Palestinian ambulances long before the alleged March 2002 incident and deliberately damaged ambulances long after the April 2002 Supreme Court decision, and, 2. Even if the March 2002 incident did happen, it cannot justify deliberate attacks on an entire network of ambulances performing their medical function and enjoying legal protection. PHR Israel. 66. While assassinations only became official and declared Israeli policy during the Al-Aqsa Intifada, human rights organizations report, the assassination of Palestinian activists and those suspected of organizing and carrying out attacks against Israelis is not new. Initiated in the 1970s, liquidation of wanted, masked, and stone-throwing Palestinians was widely practiced from early on in the RST Intifada, 1987 to 1993, when Deputy Chief of Staff Ehud Barak organized special undercover assassination squads. It intensified in 1992, when Yitzhak Rabin, on becoming prime minister, sanctioned destruction of Palestinian property to capture or kill wanted Palestinians, rendering homeless hundreds of Palestinians who have been accused of no wrongdoing. More than 120 Palestinians were liquidated during these operations or executed after capture. A 1992 Palestine Human Rights Information Center investigation found that there was no serious attempt to arrest the victims, while only a handful of these suspects carried weapons or were involved in resistance activities at the time of the shooting. The majority were performing normal activities in the course of their daily lives. A 1992 B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, study similarly found that, for a large percentage of the victims of the liquidation squads, it was possible to apprehend the suspects without killing them, and that, although the percentage of persons killed who were armed when they clashed with undercover units has risen in recent months, still 50% of those killed are unarmed. In a major 1993 study, Human Rights Watch concluded, the undercover units operate according to a distinct, officially denied set of rules. These rules effectively give the undercover forces a license to shoot to kill wanted and mask suspects in many situations where the use of lethal force is unjustified. Despite official claims that undercover units concentrate their efforts on the pursuit of hardcore, wanted activists who have blood on their hands, these units are also commonly used to ambush masked activists when they are engaged in non-life-threatening activities such as manning a roadblock or ordering shopkeepers to observe strikes. In these types of operations as well, the undercover units have license to kill. The study found that less than half of those killed were wanted Palestinians, while the rest were masked youths, stone throwers, and so on who were neither armed nor posing any imminent threat to the security agents or anyone else. The current, openly acknowledged policy of political liquidations was initiated by Prime Minister Ehud Barak after the outbreak of the Second Intifada and intensified after Ariel Sharon took office in 2001. From November 2000 through mid-2003, the Israeli Army and Security Services assassinated more than 100 Palestinians and killed scores and injured hundreds of other Palestinian men, women, and children bystanders. There were reportedly no less than 175 liquidation attempts, or one attempt every VE days. Israel is the only democratic country, B'Tselem observed in a 2001 position paper, which regards such measures as a legitimate course of action. Dershowitz has defended this policy mainly against its Israeli critics. In Chapter 25 of The Case for Israel he juxtaposes B'Tselem's malign accusations against the reality of political liquidations. After a group of reserve pilots in the Israeli Air Force declared in a public letter their refusal to participate any longer in illegal and immoral political liquidations, Dershowitz, who objected to the pilots' letter, headed for Israel to support the IAF pilots and to persuade them as to the legality and morality of the targeted killing operations, and to meet with the commanders of the IAF and to discuss with them ways of dealing with the pilots' letter. Defending the liquidations policy in a German newspaper, Dershowitz explained that it strengthens civil liberties, not those of the Israelis, but those of the Palestinians, and that critics who oppose the policy, presumably including B'Tselem and the Refusnik pilots, did so because they love dead Jews. 3. The claim that Israel's liquidations policy strengthens Palestinian civil liberties is of a piece with much of Dershowitz's argumentation. The killing of Sheikh Yassin was a moral and lawful instance of preemptive self-defense, Dershowitz avers, explaining that Yassin was a combatant under any reasonable definition of that term, and combatants are appropriate military targets during an ongoing war of the kind Hamas has declared against Israel. 4. It's hard to make out how a political liquidation can be justified at one and the same time as preemptive self-defense, in which case it took place prior to outbreak of armed hostilities and on the grounds that the target was a combatant in an ongoing war, in which case the rationale of preemptive self-defense is altogether irrelevant. In the case for Israel, Dershowitz separates these arguments, justifying liquidations on each ground. It is legitimate to target Palestinians for liquidation because they are combatants, not civilians. Under international law and the laws of war, it is entirely legal to target and kill an enemy combatant who has not surrendered. Palestinian terrorists, whether they are the suicide bombers themselves, those who recruit them, those in charge of the operation, or commanders of terrorist groups, are undoubtedly enemy combatants. Pages 174 to 75, it is legitimate to liquidate Palestinians if they can't be captured, if they pose an imminent danger, and if bystanders aren't injured. I believe that targeted assassination should only be used as a last recourse when there is no opportunity to arrest or apprehend the murderer, although this is not required by the law of war if the murderer is a combatant, when the terrorist is involved in ongoing murderous activities, and when the assassination can be done without undue risk to innocent bystanders. P. 175, 5. Under international law, combatants are members of the armed forces of a party to the conflict as well as members of militias or volunteer corps forming part of such armed forces, or members of other militias and other volunteer corps that are commanded by a person responsible for his subordinates, have a XED distinctive sign recognizable at a distance, carry arms openly, and conduct their operations in accordance with the laws and customs of war. 6. The consensus among human rights organizations is that Palestinian targets of Israel's liquidation policy do not meet this description. 7. Accordingly, they benefit from the legal protection of civilians under occupation, who cannot be killed at any time other than while they are ring upon or otherwise posing an immediate threat to Israeli troops or civilians. Because they are not combatants, the fact that they participated in an armed attack at an earlier point cannot justify targeting them for death later on. The targeting of civilians for assassination constitutes a form of extrajudicial execution, that is, an unlawful and deliberate killing carried out by order of a government, to eliminate specific individuals as an alternative to arresting them and bringing them to justice. 8. Israel's targeting of Palestinians amounts to such extrajudicial execution. The target is, a. denied the right to defend himself in a court of law, although b. posing no imminent threat to life, and although c. apprehending him for trial is an option. A. The decision to assassinate, B'Tselem reports, is made in back rooms with no judicial process to examine the intelligence information on which it is based. The target of assassination is not given a chance to present evidence in his defense or to refute the allegations against him. On a similar note, the Public Committee Against Torture in Israel, PCATI, and the Palestinian Society for the Protection of Human Rights, Law, observe, to date, the Israeli military has not made public any evidence to substantiate the allegations against those assassinated. After every assassination, the Israeli military only takes great care to publicly level accusations of involvement in terror attacks against those assassinated, which appear in the media to garner public support for its assassination policy. However, evidence to prove the accusations is never presented. There is therefore no possibility of estimating how many of those assassinated were indeed involved in violent actions as the Israeli authorities claim, and how many were assassinated as innocent victims of a draconian system that is more expected from a dark dictatorship rather than a democracy of the 21st century. 9. b. Recalling the specific circumstances of Israel's liquidations, PCATI and Law observe, a pilot who eyes his helicopter above a Palestinian city and launches a missile into the apartment occupied at the moment by a suspect, a sniper who rests through his review ender at a person sitting on his porch, a unit that places explosives in someone's car. All these are cases of intended murder and there is no element of self-defense. The suspect is not posing an immediate threat to human life. 10. On page 175 of the Case for Israel, Dershowitz maintains that, under any reasonable standard, Israeli policy with regard to targeted assassinations of ticking bomb terrorists does not deserve the kind of condemnation it is receiving. Yet, on the one hand, the guidelines of Israel's liquidation policy allow for the army to act against known terrorists even if they are not on the verge of committing a major attack, and, on the other, the Israeli army has not offered evidence that the Palestinians whom it has assassinated were about to, or on their way to, carry out attacks. Those who have been assassinated were in areas of the occupied territories removed from potential Israeli targets, such as settlements, settlers' roads, or army positions. 11. C. The Israeli army has proved that it can and does exercise full and effective control over the occupied territories, including the areas which fall under the Palestinian Authority jurisdiction, Amnesty International observed in the summer of 2003. In the past 2 years the Israeli army and security services have arrested tens of thousands of Palestinians whom they accuse of having perpetrated, participated in or planned attacks against Israeli soldiers or civilians. Such arrests continue daily throughout the occupied territories. Those arrested have been apprehended individually or in groups, in their homes or other private houses, in universities or student dormitories, at their workplace or at checkpoints, when moving around openly or while in hiding. Palestinians who were alleged to have been on their way to carry out suicide bombings or other attacks have been arrested by the Israeli army and security forces in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, inside Israel, at checkpoints, and as they were attempting to cross the borders in other areas to avoid checkpoints. Given this ability to nab Palestinians at will, Amnesty concludes, Israel's claims that it only resorts to assassinations in response to an immediate security threat which cannot be otherwise dealt with, are not credible and such practices cannot be justified. Qadi and Law likewise conclude that the many cases in which the Israeli military abducted wanted Palestinians show that the Israeli military is able, when it so decides, to capture wanted persons. Therefore assassinating them is clearly not the only possible act available. 12. In addition, numerous bystanders have been indiscriminately killed and injured in the course of liquidations. Israeli government and military officials have repeatedly stated that all care is taken not to cause harm to other Palestinians when they carry out such assassinations, Amnesty observes. The facts, however, indicate otherwise. Scores of men, women, and children bystanders have been killed and hundreds have been injured in the course of assassinations or attempted assassinations of Palestinians by the Israeli army. Claims that efforts are made not to harm bystanders are inconsistent with the practice of carrying out attacks on busy roads and densely populated areas. Likewise, Qadi and Law conclude, in many cases the Israeli military harmed civilians who were by no means targets for assassination. This harming of innocent civilians is a clearer proof of the reckless and excessive use of force that certainly is not proportional to the danger posed, if at all, by the person targeted for assassination. 13. Under the Israeli Penal Code, the assassination of wanted Palestinians by the state is a premeditated act of murder, while under international law it constitutes a war crime. Dershowitz himself stated that targeted assassination should only be used in instances where there is no opportunity to arrest or apprehend the murderer, the terrorist is involved in ongoing murderous activities, and the assassination can be done without undue risk to innocent bystanders. Even by his own standard, Israel's policy of political liquidations cannot be justified. Of all the types of human rights violations of the right to life by official representatives of a state, the policy of assassination is the most grave, Qadi and Law conclude. It is not negligent shooting, entering into a situation in which there is no choice but shoot to kill, or an incident that began with a legal goal and went awry. It is a pre-planned mission, the goal of which is from the outset a human rights violation, and carrying it out is therefore a heinous crime both legally and ethically. By engaging in such a policy, Israel joins an infamous group of states that grossly violates basic moral and humane norms that the international community considers binding. 14. Putting to one side the moral and legal questions, it remains to consider the political impact of these liquidations. The claim that this Thabet, aged 49, had been a Fatah activist, detained or put under town arrest in the past by the Israeli security forces, he was released in 1991 on the eve of the peace talks which started in Madrid. He was named as a PLO representative for the Madrid talks and was said to have promoted peace before and after the Oslo Agreement, developing many friendships with members of the Israeli peace movement. According to his wife, Dr. Thabet was criticized by some Palestinians for being a strong supporter for the normalization of relations with Israel. Dr. Thibet had worked as a dentist for UNRWA, United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and been head of the Palestinian Dentists Association before the setting up of the Palestinian Authority. Then he worked as a director in the Ministry of Health in Tulkarem and taught public health at the Tulkarem branch of Al-Quds Open University. He was also Secretary General of Fatah in the district. On November 16, 2000, during helicopter attacks on Fatah targets, which according to official Israeli statements were carried out in response to increased violence and drive-by shootings near Afar settlement earlier in the week, Dr. Thibet's office in the Fatah headquarters was destroyed by a missile. His wife, Dr. Siam Thibet, also a dentist, said, "I left home minutes before the shooting. I called out to him to ask if he would travel to the clinic with me. He asked me to wait till he was ready. But since I had a patient waiting, I decided to leave at once. I heard the shooting. I didn't think it was from home. When I got to the clinic, a friend asked me where it came from. I called home, and found no one. Then I called my neighbor. She said my husband was wounded. Till then, I never believed it was him. He was a man of peace." Soon after his wife left, at 9:45 am, Dr. Thibet had got into his green Peugeot. There was a burst of gunra, 7 bullets smashed through the rear window of the car. The maid, who saw the shooting from the kitchen window, ran down and saw Thibet dead in his car and his body mangled. There was no ash left on his arm, she said. According to his wife, Dr. Thibet could have been arrested by the Israeli authorities if suspected of any offense without difficulty, since he regularly drove to Nablus and each Friday he attended a mosque in Faran in an Israeli-controlled area. An effective policy is debatable, B'Tselem observes. Those who profess the effectiveness of the method have not provided one shred of evidence in support of their claim that the policy has contributed to security in any way. High-ranking Israeli security officials similarly assert that liquidations haven't enhanced Israel's security, rather the contrary. Former General Security Service Chief Ami Ayalon suggested. 3 in the back of the head 139. Basing her case on the prohibition under Israeli law of execution without trial, Dr. Siam Thibet petitioned the Israeli Supreme Court on the killing of Dr. Thibet. The Supreme Court accepted the petition and required Ehud Barak, who combined the posts of Prime Minister and Defense Minister, to explain the government's policy by January 31, 2001. A document was submitted to the court by Major General Jora Island, head of the IDF Operations Branch, stating that Dr. Thibet was indeed a physician, but his role as commander of a Tanzim cell, who instructed his people where to carry out attacks, removes him from the civilian category. Prime Minister Ehud Barak also submitted a letter stating that, international law allows a strike against someone identified with certainty as being prepared to commit an attack against Israeli targets. This pertains to a war situation in general and to the right of self-defense specifically. During his plea to the Supreme Court on February 12, State Prosecutor Shane Itzon included an opinion by Attorney General Eliakim Rubinstein. The laws of combat, which are part of international law, permit injuring, during a period of warlike operations, someone who has been positively identified as a person who is working to carry out fatal attacks against Israeli targets. These people are enemies who are acting against Israel, with all that implies, while committing fatal terror attacks and intending to commit additional attacks, all without any countermeasures by the Palestinian Authority. The hearing before the Supreme Court is continuing. Human Rights Watch reports, Thibet had worked closely with Israeli peace activists for more than a decade, and had been credited with arranging the safe return of some 20 Israeli soldiers who apparently blundered into Palestinian-controlled Tulkarem on October 20, 2000. Israeli officials have alleged that Thibet was involved in planning attacks on Israelis, but have not made public any evidence to substantiate this allegation. Letter to Ehud Barak, Halt Liquidations January 29, 2001. See also Public Committee Against Torture in Israel and Law, the Palestinian Society for the Protection of Human Rights, the Assassination Policy of the State of Israel, May 2002, pages 23 to 25. That isolated suicide bombers may increase in number to dozens or hundreds if the liquidations policy continued. 15. The evidence strongly suggests that the main, anticipated, and intended effect of political liquidations has been to stimulate terrorist attacks. Whoever gave a green light to this act of liquidation knew full well that he is thereby shattering in one blow the gentleman's agreement between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, Israeli journalist Alex Fishman wrote in Yediot Aharonot after the November 2001 assassination of a Hamas leader. Under that agreement, Hamas was to avoid in the near future suicide bombings inside the Green Line. After the destruction of the houses in Rafah and Jerusalem, the Palestinians continued to act with restraint, Shulamit Alani of Israel's Meretz Party wrote in Yediot Aharonot in January 2002. Sharon and his army minister, apparently fearing that they would have to return to the negotiating table, decided to do something and they liquidated Raid Karmi, a local militia leader. They knew that there would be a response, and that we would pay the price in the blood of citizens. In July 2002, militant Palestinian organizations, including Hamas, reached a preliminary accord to suspend all attacks inside Israel, perhaps paving the way for a return to the negotiating table. Just 90 minutes before it was to be announced, however, Israeli leaders fully apprised of the imminent declaration ordered an F-16 to drop a 1-ton bomb on a densely populated civilian neighborhood in Gaza, killing, alongside a Hamas leader, 14 Palestinian civilians, 9 of them children, and injuring 140. See section titled Avoiding Civilian Casualties in Chapter 4 of this book. Predictably, the declaration was scrapped and Palestinian attacks resumed with a vengeance. What is the wisdom here? A Meretz Party leader wondered. At the very moment that it appeared that we were on the very brink of a chance for reaching something of a ceasefire, or diplomatic activity, we always go back to this experience just when there is a period of calm, we liquidate. 16. The history of Palestinian terrorism clearly shows that terrorism increases. 140 Part I3 In the back of the head, human rights organizations have extensively documented Israel's systematic torture of Palestinian detainees. 1. From 1967, Amnesty International reports, the Israeli security services have routinely tortured Palestinian political suspects in the occupied territories. 2. Although allegations of torture circulated early in the occupation, they reached a much wider audience after the London Sunday Times published a detailed and unusually careful exposé in 1977. Its month-long inquiry concluded that Israeli interrogators routinely ill-treat and often torture Arab prisoners and had done so throughout the 10 years of the Israeli occupation. The methods of torture it itemized included these: prisoners are often hooded or blindfolded or hung by their wrists for long periods. Many are sexually assaulted. Others are given electric shocks. At least one detention center has, or had, a specially constructed cupboard, about 2 feet square and feet high, with concrete spikes set in the floor. The Times subsequently published Israel's reply to these charges as well as its own devastating point-by-point rejoinder. 3. After publication of the Times study, numerous governmental and non-governmental agencies including the United States Department of State, the Swiss League of Human Rights, the International League of Human Rights, the International Association of Catholic Jurists, the U.S.-based National Lawyers Guild, and Amnesty International as well as the international, including Israeli and American, press reported Israel's ill-treatment and torture of Palestinian detainees. During Menachem Begin's term of office, 1977 to 1983, there was some decline in ill-treatment and torture compared with previous years after the Prime Minister, apparently reacting to the Times story, imposed restraints on its use by Israeli interrogators. In 1984, shortly after Begin resigned, human rights organizations reported an escalation of ill-treatment and torture. In its initial study Torture in the 80s, Amnesty International stated that it has continued to receive reports of ill-treatment in Israeli prisons. The frequency and consistency of these reports indicate that some Palestinians from the occupied territories arrested for security reasons have been hooded, handcuffed and forced to stand without moving for many hours at a time for several days, and have been exposed while naked to cold showers or cold air ventilators for long periods of time. Detainees have also been deprived of food, sleep, and toilet and medical facilities, and have been subjected to abuse, insults and threats against themselves and the female members of their families. It also pointed to detailed reports of individual prisoners being beaten, sometimes severely, during interrogation in the occupied territories. In one such case, a Palestinian detainee alleged that, while hooded, handcuffed and sometimes stripped naked, he was, over a period of 2 weeks, beaten all over the body, including the Israel's Abu Ghraib 143 genitals, with clubs and fists. His head was also repeatedly hit and banged against the wall, causing injury and necessitating medical treatment. An Al-Haq study issued that same year reported interrogation techniques similar to those cited by Amnesty International, as well as the sexual humiliations and other personal degradations documented in the Sunday Times inquiry. 5. With the onset of the RST Intifada in December 1987, human rights reports alleging Israeli torture of Palestinian detainees proliferated. In annual reports covering 1988 and 1989 respectively, Al-Haq produced a detailed analysis of Israeli torture practices, while Amnesty International stated that thousands of Palestinians were beaten while in the hands of Israeli forces or were tortured or ill-treated in detention centers, citing, for example, beatings on various parts of the body, hooding, prolonged standing, sleep deprivation and confinement in coffin-sized cells. 6. In Israel, accounts of torture appeared in the press, and human rights organizations like the Public Committee Against Torture sprang up to expose these practices. A groundbreaking study published in March 1991 by B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, found that forms of ill-treatment that accepted definitions of torture are carried out in a widespread and routine way by agents of the Shin Bet General Security Service, and that nearly 50% of interrogations end up with no charges being pressed, or any other steps taken against the detainee. 7. Soon thereafter, major human rights organizations published studies reaching identical conclusions. 8. Israel's Abu Ghraib 145. Techniques of interrogation. The closet and the refrigerator. During interrogation, suspects are placed in solitary confinement in the Tzinoch, isolation cell, and in 2 other much smaller cells. Closet. This is a very small cell, in some prisons 1x1 meters, in others a smaller size, very dark and almost completely closed. The air comes in through a small crack in the door or in the ceiling. Detainees are held in closets for long hours, sometimes tied and hooded. Some closets have a built-in stone step, and the detainees can only sit there. In other closets it is impossible to sit or lie down, and the detainees have no choice but to stand. Refrigerator. This is a cell the size of a closet. It is also dark, and it has extremely low temperatures. We have heard no reports of refrigerators being used in the West Bank, but every single interviewee who had been held in Gaza Central Prison reported that he had been conned in refrigerator cells. The standard Gaza method alternates beatings with periods in the refrigerator. Tying up, al-Shabah. Being tied is the most frequent occurrence reported by all the interviewees. They were all, without exception, tied up for long hours before or between interrogations. The standard form of reception to the prison is to be tied up for many hours without water or food, sometimes outside, in any weather. This is a way to initially prepare the detainee. The particular technique known as al-Shabah is standard in every interrogation center. Soldiers, police, or prison staff tie the detainee's hands behind and over the head. In most centers, the bound hands are also tied to pipes or bars embedded in the wall. The hands are usually XED so high that the individual finds it very difficult to stand on his legs, which are also bound. In addition, the detainee is usually blindfolded or hooded. Al-Shabah lasts for 5 to 6 hours between interrogation sessions, or for 12 hours during the night. The banana tie. Most interviewees reported that they were tied during the course of the investigation when their interrogators were roughing them up. An especially brutal method is the banana tie, which is the accepted form of tying up in the Gaza Strip as well as in most centers in the West Bank. 146 Part 2. There are two methods which are called the banana tie. One consists of binding the suspect's legs to the legs of a chair without a backrest, and then tying his hands to the back legs of the chair. The second is binding the detainee's hands to his legs so that his body is bent backward. Thus, the tied-up body looks like a banana and is exposed and vulnerable to the blows of the interrogators. Beatings. Out of all the 41 interviewees, only one, a journalist, was not beaten. All others were beaten routinely in the course of the interrogation. The interrogators beat with their STS, sticks, shoes and with any other instruments at hand such as an electric water heater or a tree branch. In Dahariya Detention Center, a metal bar in the shape of a screw and covered with a plastic material was used to beat 3 of our interviewees. In the Shadi detention centers, Gaza, they used a stick made of plastic material, 30 to 40 centimeters long. The interrogators beat the suspects on the face, the chest, the testicles, the stomach, in fact on all parts of the body. In the course of the beatings, the detainees' heads are sometimes smashed against the wall or the door and they are kicked in their legs. Alan Dershowitz personally intervened in the debate on Israeli ill-treatment and torture of Palestinian detainees on at least 2 separate occasions during this period. Before examining them, however, it is worth recalling one of Dershowitz's earliest interventions on a Palestinian human rights issue, which foreshadows what comes later. In these 3 instances, 2 of them judicial hearings, Dershowitz directly sought to deny the human rights of those most in need of them. The interventions illustrate both his long history of misrepresenting Israel's human rights record and his abuse of an academic pedigree and civil libertarian reputation for squalid ends. The case of Fouzi el-Asmar. Fouzi el-Asmar, a Palestinian citizen of Israel, a poet as well as a writer critical of Israeli treatment of Palestinians, was put under administrative detention in 1969. He was released 15 months later after a public campaign waged in Israel, by, among others, Yuri Avneri, editor of the popular Israeli magazine Ha'olam Hazeh, alongside a prominent right-wing Israeli politician and the Israeli League for Human and Civil Rights, and abroad, by, among others, Amnesty International, which initiated a letter-writing campaign on his behalf. Upon release from administrative detention, El-Asmar was conned to the town of Lydda for another year. He was subsequently invited to lecture in the United States, where he elected to remain, although retaining his Israeli passport. 9. While still in administrative detention, El-Asmar received a visit from Alan Dershowitz. Dershowitz afterwards wrote a long article stating that, based on the evidence shown him by Israeli intelligence, which had alleged that El-Asmar was in charge of an assassination squad, I am personally convinced that Fouzi el-Asmar is the leader of a terrorist group. Dershowitz's article was RST published in Commentary magazine, after which a significantly revised version came out in the Israel Yearbook on Human Rights, in a collection of essays edited by American Democratic Socialists, and as a pamphlet distributed wherever El-Asmar spoke in the United States. 10. After Israel's Abu Ghraib 147. 9. For details, see Fouzi el-Asmar, To be an Arab in Israel, Beirut, 1978, especially Chapter 6. 10. Terrorism and Preventive Detention, The Case of Israel, Commentary, December 1970, pages 67-78, Preventive Detention of Citizens During a National Emergency, a comparison between Israel and the United States, in Israel Yearbook on Human Rights, Tel Aviv, 1971, pages 295-321, Civil Liberties in Israel, The Problem of Preventive Detention, in Irving Howe and Carl Gershman, eds. Israel, the Arabs and the Middle East, New York, 1972, pages 266-99. The article's appearance, commentary published rebuttals from El-Asmar and 2 Israeli Jews. 11. For example, Dershowitz initially claimed that El-Asmar's father had been in trouble with the authorities even before the Six-Day War, having made illegal contact with an Arab government. In his reply, El-Asmar stated, "All the facts repeated by Mr. Dershowitz about my father are outright lies. The best proof is the fact that for 30 years, many of them under the Israeli government, my father was a civil servant. Had he ever been found guilty of having made illegal contact with an Arab government, he would have been thrown out of his post immediately." In the revised version of his article, this claim of Dershowitz vanished. Likewise, in the original article, Dershowitz named Felicia Langer, a Jewish communist, as El-Asmar's lawyer. In Langer's reply as well as El-Asmar's, it was emphatically noted that she was not his lawyer. This claim was also quietly dropped from the revised version. All the versions of Dershowitz's article contained the assurance that, in every instance where I could, I myself checked the details with independent sources. Yet not only did he fail to check Israeli intelligence charges with El-Asmar's lawyer, but, although claiming to independently assess and corroborate his guilt, Dershowitz didn't even know who El-Asmar's lawyer was. Challenged to explain why El-Asmar was released from administrative detention if he was a terrorist leader, Dershowitz went on to say, "It is part of the Israeli policy in administrating their detention law to free everyone regardless of how dangerous after a reasonable time. Truly it is an extraordinary country that frees terrorist leaders plotting assassinations, and truly it's an extraordinary civil liberties lawyer who puts such faith in the words of a state intelligence agency." Once El-Asmar resettled abroad, which Israeli security had encouraged during his confinement, he was allowed to travel around Israel and the occupied territories without hindrance, and favorable mention of his name occasionally turned up in the Israeli press. A lengthy 1991 profile in Haaretz newspaper recalled that El-Asmar had been released from administrative detention after having been falsely accused of being a member of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and that the allegations against him were never proven, and he was never brought to trial, and, after citing Dershowitz's characterization of El-Asmar as a terrorist leader, it ironically observed that Israeli fears of El-Asmar have apparently dwindled considerably. When he infrequently arrives in Israel for a visit, the security men no longer even put him through the routine interrogation, to which almost every Arab returning to Israel is subject. 12. Meanwhile, as Israelis ridiculed the allegations against El-Asmar, Dershowitz continued to insist that Fuzzy El-Asmar served time in an Israeli detention center as a suspected terrorist organizer after a captured Jordanian terrorist engeared him as very active in the field of sabotage and terrorism. 13. The case of Sami Esmail. In December 1977, Israeli authorities arrested a Palestinian American named Sami Esmail at Tel Aviv airport. He was en route to the West Bank to visit his dying father. Charged with being a terrorist, Esmail was convicted after signing a confession that, he alleged, was coerced. He claimed to have been stripped naked and humiliated, deprived of sleep, placed in solitary confinement in a tiny cell, forced to stand in place holding a chair over his head for many hours, and subjected to verbal threats, "You are going to die a slow death. You are going to rot in this cell. We are going to arrest your family," as well as physical assaults, punching, kicking, slapping, hair pulling. Only after being driven suicidal from exhaustion and fear, Esmail said, did he provide the self-incriminating statement. His lawyer was Felicia Langer, a well-known Israeli advocate of Palestinian detainees. Dershowitz and Monroe Friedman, another civil liberties lawyer highly regarded for his original and influential scholarship in the field of lawyers' ethics, wrote a lengthy op-ed piece for the New York Times in June 1978 on the Esmail case. 14. In his 1991 autobiography, Chutzpah, Dershowitz presents this account of their joint intervention. In 1978, another law professor and I traveled to Israel at the behest of a group of human rights lawyers to look into allegations of torture being raised by supporters of an Arab American named Sami Esmail, who was being tried in Israel for receiving terrorist training in Libya by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. We spoke to Mr. Esmail, his lawyers, and the Israeli authorities. We carefully investigated each of the allegations and came to the conclusion that the evidence contradicted most of them. Rather than being held incommunicado, as he had claimed, Esmail had been visited by his brother and several American consular officials both before and after he confessed to his crimes. There was no evidence of sleep deprivation or physical torture. 15. Although in this, as in almost any other, case regarding interrogation procedures, it's impossible to prove definitively the allegations of a detainee, on specific key points, the Dershowitz-Friedman account in the Times, as well as the rendering in Chutzpah, is demonstrably false. This became clear during a 1989 extradition hearing of another alleged Palestinian terrorist where Dershowitz and Friedman were called as expert witnesses, more on which presently. 16.1. Was Esmail held incommunicado? In the 1978 Times op-ed piece and in his 1991 autobiography, Dershowitz flatly asserted that Esmail had never been held incommunicado. Yet, under cross-examination at the 1989 extradition hearing, Dershowitz explicitly acknowledged that there certainly was a period of time that Sami Esmail was held certainly outside the ability to see his lawyer, yes, and that his being held incommunicado was a fairly serious matter. 17. Likewise, Friedman conceded under cross-examination that Esmail had been held incommunicado during a critical period of time and that there was no question that he, Friedman, would be pretty upset if one of his own clients were similarly treated. 18.2. Did Langer argue that the confession was coerced? In the Times op-ed as well as initially in testimony at the 1989 extradition hearing, Dershowitz and Friedman maintained that defense attorney Felicia Langer made no arguments or claims that Esmail's confession was involuntarily extracted and no allegations that the confession, as a whole, in its general part, shouldn't be believed or admitted. 19. Yet, under cross-examination at the extradition hearing, Dershowitz, confronted with unimpeachable evidence directly contradicting him, was forced to acknowledge that Langer did argue the confession was coerced by Israeli interrogators, who resorted to, among other things, beatings. 20. Likewise, Friedman conceded under cross-examination at the extradition hearing that Langer did not abandon allegations of mistreatment. 21. Indeed, the claim that Langer never argued that Esmail's confession was coerced is, on its face, absurd. In Israeli legal procedure, the defense attorney is entitled to demand a trial within a trial, or little trial, to contest the evidentiary value of a confession on the grounds that it was involuntary. It is a matter of record that Langer requested a little trial and that it was conducted. The court held against the defendant, but Langer still must have argued the confession was coerced, else there would have been no point to the little trial. Although critical of Langer's political partisanship, she was a communist. Dershowitz has spoken very favorably of her professionalism. He described her as an exceptionally able lawyer, a very devoted lawyer with an excellent reputation and very committed to her legal principles. She tries her cases very, very well, according to the book. In the courtroom she does not argue a case like a political lawyer. She's very, very much by the books, by the cases. She's very familiar with the cases. 22. Langer does not speak very highly of Dershowitz and Friedman, however, referring rather to the big lie and disgusting lie that she never claimed Esmail's confession was coerced. Indeed, prior to her plea in the little trial, she led a complaint about Esmail's ill treatment before another Israeli judge and submitted a copy of it to the U.S. Embassy. After listing in a letter to this writer other distortions by Dershowitz, Langer ended, "I think that he does not know about what he speaks." 23. Dershowitz and Friedman used the opportunity of the Times op-ed not only to misrepresent crucial aspects of the Esmail case but also to discredit generally charges that Israel ill-treated and tortured Palestinian detainees. Allegations of systematic torture and allegations of systematic violations of human rights by Israel, these self-styled civil libertarians went on to urge, must be viewed with more than a little skepticism even if, or probably because, the London Sunday Times had produced copious evidence, which Israeli authorities couldn't refute, that from the occupation's beginning Israeli interrogators routinely ill-treated and often tortured Arab prisoners. Israel's justice system, the duo concluded from personal observation, was one of the most highly civilized and rened in the world. American communists observing the Soviet purge trials were similarly impressed. The case of Mahmoud el-Abed Ahmed. Dershowitz presents this account in Chutzpah of his intervention in the Ahmed case. The prosecution of Sami Esmail by Israel in 1978 became an issue in an American courtroom in 1989. A Palestinian named Mahmoud Abed Atta was accused by the Israeli government of machine gunning a civilian bus en route from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, killing its driver and wounding several passengers. Atta was arrested in the United States and Israel requested his extradition. He resisted on the ground that in Israel he would be tortured and beaten, just as Sami Esmail claimed he had been. Sami Esmail, who had been released by Israel after serving a short prison term, was Atta's star witness. I was called as an expert witness by the U.S. government, which supported Israel's extradition request. 24. The thrust of Dershowitz's expert testimony was on Israel's interrogation methods. It should be borne in mind that he delivered these remarks in 1989 after publication of the London Times's 1977 study documenting Israeli ill-treatment and torture of Palestinian detainees, after the 1984 reports of, respectively, Amnesty International and Al-Haq on Israel's ill-treatment and torture of Palestinian detainees, and after the onset in December 1987 of the RST Intifada, when according to Amnesty, B'Tselem, and other human rights organizations as well as reports in the Israeli press, thousands of Palestinian detainees were being tortured or ill-treated by Israel's security service. These are excerpts from the testimony sworn to under oath by Dershowitz. The consensus that I've gathered is that Israeli General Security Services use primarily stratagems for eliciting confessions and that these stratagems rely on the fear and the assumption by the person being interrogated that he might be subjected to physical pressure. The toughest methodology for eliciting statements, both confessions for use in trial but primarily information for use in information gathering to GHT against terrorism, is to frighten the person being interrogated into believing that the situation is actually going to be worse than it would become. All of my sources of information have categorically denied that actual torture has been used in the sense of direct use of physical force, direct use of physical pain to elicit the confession, but that threats and fear of torture are used. The actual use of physical torture in the sense of direct pain designed to produce a statement or confession is and has always been prohibited both by Israeli law and by the internal rules of the General Services Administration General Security Service. I have heard no allegation from any lawyer or professor that I have spoken to which makes an allegation that torture in the sense that I've deemed it is used, that is, direct use of producing a physical pain in order to get the statement or confession. The General Services people do engage in occasional pushing and shoving calculated, that is, physical touching, calculated to persuade the interrogates that there is no sharp barrier involving physical touching. Not torture in the sense of produce pain for pain's sake, but to maintain a credible belief of the person being interrogated that they are able to and willing to engage in even further physical contact. 25. In short, the toughest methods resorted to by Israeli interrogators, according to Dershowitz's sworn testimony, were stratagems coupled with an occasional pushing and shoving or physical touching that enacted fear but not pain. After this rendering of Israel's interrogation methods and after claiming that contrary to the consensus of human rights organizations and other independent investigators Israeli interrogation methods didn't constitute torture, Dershowitz was asked by the presiding judge whether, in his expert opinion, it would legally constitute not torture but simply inhumane treatment if a person is kept incommunicado for long periods, is humiliated, given cold showers, is lied to about what will happen to him physically, being threatened so he believes that he will be physically assaulted. Dershowitz replied, "I can't say yes to that." 26. In his autobiography Dershowitz gloats that the judge, relying on my testimony, Con. Clud that the evidence presented at the extradition hearing showed it was unlikely that Atta would be tortured, and that Atta was ordered extradited to Israel for trial. 27 If not the performance, at any rate the boast would likely have caused even a jaded Stalinist hack to blush in shame. Torture, Alan Dershowitz recently wrote, is a staple in tyrannical regimes. 28 By his own reckoning, Israel's regime in the occupied territories would seem to qualify as a tyranny, except that Dershowitz still denies in the case for Israel that Israel has tortured Palestinian detainees. The sections below titled Occasional Abuses, Amnesty Lied, Torture Light, Medical Condition, Ticking Bomb, Double Standard, and No More Torture illustrate Dershowitz's attempt to refute the documented charges of human rights organizations. Occasional Abuses. In September 1999, Israel's Supreme Court rendered a judgment on the torture of Palestinian detainees. 29 On pages 134 to 35 of the case for Israel, Dershowitz reports, prior to this decision the Israeli security services did sometimes employ physical measures similar to those now being used by U.S. authorities against suspected terrorists. Emphasis added. He describes these physical measures as a moded form of non-lethal torture. Leaving aside Dershowitz's euphemistic qualification of this torture, human rights organizations reported that Israel's resort to it wasn't occasional but standard practice. Year Amnesty International Annual Report 30 1991 Thousands of Palestinians were punitively beaten or otherwise tortured or ill-treated. 1992 Palestinians under interrogation were systematically tortured or ill-treated. 1993 Palestinians under interrogation were systematically tortured or ill-treated. 1994 Palestinians were systematically tortured or ill-treated during interrogation. 1995 Torture or ill-treatment during interrogation remains systematic. 1996 Palestinian detainees continued to be systematically tortured or ill-treated during interrogation. 1997 Torture and ill-treatment of Palestinians during interrogation continued to be systematic and officially sanctioned. 1998 Torture and ill-treatment of detainees during interrogation continued to be systematic and officially sanctioned. 1999 Torture and ill-treatment continued to be officially sanctioned and used systematically during interrogation of security detainees. In combating torture, Amnesty reported that from 1967 the Israeli security services have routinely tortured Palestinian political suspects in the occupied territories. 31. Human Rights Watch Israel's two main interrogation agencies in the occupied territories engage in a systematic pattern of ill-treatment and torture according to internationally recognized definitions of the terms when trying to extract from Palestinian security suspects confessions or information about third parties. Nearly all Palestinians undergoing interrogation are put through some combination of the same basic methods. Thus, the number of Palestinians tortured or severely ill-treated while under interrogation during the Intifada is in the tens of thousands, a number that becomes especially significant when it is remembered that the universe of adult and adolescent male Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip is under 750,000. 32. B'Tselem GSS General Security Service interrogators have tortured thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Palestinians. Some 80% of persons interrogated by the GSS were interrogated by methods constituting torture. 33. Amnesty lied. Referring to the September 1999 Israel Supreme Court decision on torture, 34 Dershowitz writes on page 137 of the case for Israel. In light of this courageous decision, it is ironic that in May 1999 the Dutch Section 6 of Amnesty International publicly opposed the awarding of a Human Rights Prize to the author of that, and many other human rights rulings supporting Palestinian claims on the ground that the Israel Supreme Court's decisions with regard to human rights have been devastating. Amnesty International specifically claimed that Israel is the only country in the world to have effectively legalized torture. It should not be surprising that so many human rights advocates have lost faith in Amnesty International's objectivity when it comes to reporting on Israel. But what was the formal status of torture in Israel prior to September 1999, when Amnesty registered its objection? The interrogation methods used by the General Security Service, GSS, on Palestinian detainees were based on the secret recommendations of a 1987 judicial commission headed by retired Supreme Court Justice Moshe Landau. 35 THE Commission, B'Tselem concluded in a groundbreaking study, ended up legitimating the use of torture. 36 Application of these methods, and subsequently enhanced versions of them, was systematic and, outside Israel, universally characterized as torture. 37 The prospective recipient of the Human Rights Prize, President of the Court Aharon Barak, was a leading proponent of the Landau recommendations allowing for torture, maintaining that the solution offered by the Landau Commission for the problem of GSS interrogations is appropriate. 38 The court itself rendered a series of rulings permitting the GSS to use physical force and a variety of specific means of pressure. Israel's High Court has supported the government and sanctioned the use of force against detainees. 39 Like Amnesty, B'Tselem concluded that Israel was the only country in the world where torture was legally sanctioned. 40 Referring to the September 1999 Supreme Court decision on torture, Dershowitz repeatedly praises Israel for being the only country in the world whose judiciary has squarely faced the difficult issue of whether it is ever justified to engage in even a moded form of non-lethal torture, p. 134, see also pages 184, 199. Yet the reason Israel's judiciary was the only one in the world rendering judgment on use of torture was that Israel was the only country in the world that had previously legalized it. In addition, were it not for pressures exerted by the very human rights monitors that Dershowitz maligns throughout the case for Israel, the Supreme Court would never have faced this issue. A powerful campaign against torture was mounted. On the national level, it included court cases and petitions to the Israeli High Court of Justice by human rights lawyers. At the international level, the campaign involved the mobilization of international public opinion. At the same time, the practice of torture was coming under increased scrutiny by UN bodies and mechanisms, including the Committee Against Torture and the Human Rights Committee. As a result, pressure increased on the High Court of Justice, which until 1998 had largely accepted the pleas of the security services that certain interrogation methods were a necessity in their GHT against terrorism. 41. Torture light. On pages 137 to 38 of the Case for Israel, Dershowitz writes regarding the interrogation tactics used by Israel on Palestinian detainees. They were universally characterized as torture without even noting that they were non-lethal and did not involve the infliction of sustained pain. Leaving aside that, on the one hand, interrogation tactics that were deliberately lethal would seem to defeat the purpose and, on the other hand, if deliberately lethal they would constitute not simply torture but extrajudicial killing. Is it true that these tactics did not involve the infliction of sustained pain? In his previous book Why Terrorism Works, Dershowitz suggested otherwise. Israeli security services were employing what they euphemistically called moderate physical pressure. Emphasis added, in Israel, the use of torture to prevent terrorism was not hypothetical, it was very real and recurring. 42 As a legal matter and regardless of Dershowitz's personal opinion, however, it is undisputed that Israel's interrogation tactics have constituted torture. Israel accepts the authority of the UN Committee Against Torture, composed of 10 experts, to interpret the Convention Against Torture. Acknowledging the terrible dilemma that Israel confronts in dealing with terrorist threats to its security, the committee nonetheless concluded in May 1997, in a judgment Dershowitz himself cites, p. 138, that its methods of interrogation constitute torture as deemed in Article 1 of the Convention. 43 In his annual report that same year to the Commission on Human Rights, UN Special Rapporteur on Torture Nigel Rodley, a leading expert in the ELD, likewise concluded that Israel's interrogation tactics can only be described as torture. Although if deployed separately these tactics may not provoke severe pain or suffering, Rodley found, together and they are frequently used in combination they may be expected to induce precisely such pain or suffering, especially if applied on a protracted basis of, say, several hours. In fact, they are sometimes apparently applied for days or even weeks on end. 44 B'Tselem observes that Israel has not been able to convince even one international official or body that these methods do not constitute torture or ill treatment. Indeed, it cites a 1998 poll ending that fully 76% of Israelis believe these methods constitute torture. 45 Finally, an Israel Supreme Court landmark decision on torture, which Dershowitz praises, concluded that the interrogation tactics used on Palestinian detainees give rise to pain and suffering. 46. Medical condition. To demonstrate that Israeli interrogation tactics were non-lethal and did not involve the infliction of sustained pain, Dershowitz appends this tally on page 252 of the Case for Israel. One person died following shaking, but an independent investigation attributed his death to an unknown pre-existing medical condition. See Public Committee Against Torture, HCJ, Israeli Supreme Court, 5100/94. Yet human rights organizations report multiple deaths of Palestinian detainees during Israeli interrogation. For example, the entry for Israel and the occupied territories in Amnesty International Report 1993 states, Palestinians under interrogation were systematically tortured or ill-treated. 4 died in circumstances related to their treatment under interrogation. The Public Committee Against Torture in Israel reports that approximately 20 Palestinian detainees died under suspicious circumstances while in interrogation and detention during the RST Intifada. 47 In April 1995, Palestinian detainee Abd al-Samad Harazat died after falling into a coma during Israeli interrogation. Israeli authorities originally sought to pin blame for Harazat's death on a prior medical condition. Amnesty International reports, but it so happened that Abd al-Samad Harazat was in good health at the time of his sudden death. Dr. H. Kugel and Dr. B. Levi from the Institute for Forensic Medicine in Tel Aviv conducted the official autopsy, while Dr. D. Pounder, a professor of forensic pathology at Dundee University in Scotland, observed the autopsy on behalf of the family. Pounder attributed Harazat's death to a brain hemorrhage caused by sudden jarring movements of the head, that is, violent shaking. Likewise, the autopsy report of the Israeli forensic pathologists concluded that Harazat died from brain damage due to rotational acceleration of the head. Likewise, the report of the Department of Investigations of Police found that Harazat lost consciousness after interrogators shook him roughly multiple times. Likewise, an expert opinion on the official autopsy report by Dr. Wyhis, director of the Institute of Forensic Medicine, attributed Harazat's death to lethal damage to the brain caused by shaking. 48 Likewise, the Israeli Ministry of Justice stated that Harazat died as a result of a rapid twisting of the head. 49 The Supreme Court decision cited by Dershowitz, HCJ 5100/94, states that ALL agree that Harazat expired after being shaken. 50 The court decision makes no mention of an independent investigation attributing Harazat's death to an unknown pre-existing medical condition. Indeed, no record of this independent investigation exists. Ticking bomb. On page 139 of the Case for Israel, Dershowitz states that the purpose of Israel's interrogation tactics against Palestinian detainees was to elicit life-saving information. 51 Yet in his earlier book Why Terrorism Works, Dershowitz suggested that this ticking bomb scenario was merely a pretext for methodical abuse of Palestinian detainees. The extraordinarily rare situation of the hypothetical ticking bomb terrorist was serving as a moral, intellectual, and legal justification for a pervasive system of coercive interrogation, which, though not the paradigm of torture, certainly bordered on it. Pages 140-41, emphasis in original. 52 Special methods of interrogation. Professor David Kritzmer of the Hebrew University reports in a major scholarly study, had become almost standard practice in interrogation of Palestinians, and were certainly not limited to the classic ticking bomb situation. 53 Although the Israeli government often argues frightening claims of the ticking bomb type to justify violent interrogations by the GSS General Security Service, B'Tselem extensively documents, and most of these cases were totally unsubstantiated. The GSS claims to deprive Palestinian detainees of sleep for prolonged periods due to the ticking bomb. It further notes, yet the lethal bomb ticks away during the week, ceases, miraculously, on the weekend, and begins to tick again when the interrogators return from their day of rest. 54. In practice, not only was torture not limited to persons who planted ticking bombs, B'Tselem reported in another study, but it was not even limited to persons suspected of membership in terrorist organizations, or to persons suspected of criminal offenses. The GSS regularly tortured political activists of Islamic movements, students suspected of being pro-Islamic, religious sages, sheikhs and religious leaders, and persons active in Islamic charitable organizations, the brothers and other relatives of persons listed as wanted, in an attempt to obtain information about them, and Palestinians in professions liable to be involved in preparing explosives, an almost infinite list. In a number of cases, wives of detainees were arrested during their husbands' detention, and the interrogators even ill-treated them to further pressure their husbands. Also, GSS agents used torture to recruit collaborators. Finally, B'Tselem emphasizes that those claiming the necessity of torture in a ticking bomb scenario have not provided a shred of evidence that physical force is the only or the most effective means to prevent attacks. 55. Double standard. Regarding Israel's interrogation tactics, Dershowitz writes on, respectively, pages 135 and 186 of the Case for Israel, England employed tactics similar to those used by Israel: uncomfortable positions, loud music, hoods, and so forth when interrogating suspected terrorists in Northern Ireland. But only Israel has been so repeatedly and viciously condemned for a practice that their current law does not even permit. Israel has been in greater compliance with the rule of law than any other country facing comparable dangers. Leaving aside what Israel's current law permits, 56. B'Tselem, in a January 2000 report, systematically compared Israel's record on torture in the occupied territories with Great Britain's record in Northern Ireland. Its endings merit extensive quotation. The early 1970s was the most violent period Northern Ireland had experienced in recent history. From 1971 to March 1975, more than 100 persons were killed and 500 wounded. During 1971 and 1972 alone, 130 planted bombs exploded, and an armed group, the IRA, was responsible for these attacks. During a short period in 1971, British security forces in Northern Ireland used coercive interrogation methods against 14 IRA suspects. These methods, known as the VE techniques, were the subject of the action in Ireland v. United Kingdom before the European Court of Human Rights, ECHR. THGSS Israel's General Security Service used methods comparable to those used by the British in 1971, i.e., sleep deprivation, infliction of physical suffering, and sensory isolation. But the GSS used them for much longer periods, so the resulting pain and suffering were substantially greater. In addition, the GSS used direct violence. Thus, in practice, the GSS methods were substantially more severe than those used by the British in 1971. Furthermore, already in March 1972, before the ECHR had given its decision prohibiting use of the VE techniques, the British government, in the midst of a wave of terrorist attacks, stated that it would no longer use these interrogation methods. Thus, Israel in 1999 continued to rely on interrogation methods used in Great Britain in 1971, 28 years ago, for an extremely short period against only 14 persons, which ceased immediately afterwards and became absolutely prohibited. In the meantime, European and international legislation and case law have increasingly strengthened the prohibition on torture and ill treatment. Terrorist acts in England and Northern Ireland did not cease in the 1970s. Despite this, protection of prisoner rights in particular has steadily improved. As a result, the number of complaints of torture and ill-treatment fell sharply. The normative difference between Israel and other democratic countries is rooted in the scope of the use of torture in interrogations, Bezalel concludes. While Israel uses it routinely and against thousands of interroges, in other liberal democracies, torture is exceptional and rare. 57. No more torture. Regarding a September 6, 1999 Israeli court decision, Dershowitz writes on page 206 of the Case for Israel, the Israeli Supreme Court outlawed the use of all physical pressure in eliciting information from potential terrorists. Israel is the only country in the Middle East to have abolished any kind of torture, in fact as well as in law. 58. Yet, just 1 year before in his book Why Terrorism Works, Dershowitz, referring to the same court decision, himself acknowledged that it did not absolutely prohibit torture. The Supreme Court left open the possibility that a member of the security service who honestly believed that rough interrogation was the only means available to save lives in imminent danger could raise this defense. 59 In Flawed Defense, the Public Committee Against Torture in Israel reports this as well as other lacunae in the court decision. The court avoided adopting the position of international law that rejects torture in any situation, and left intact the applicability of the necessity defense, for torturers during a ticking bomb situation, thereby creating an opening both for the existence of torture in practice, and lending legal and ethical legitimacy to this deplorable crime. The court allowed, under limited conditions, sleep deprivation and prolonged tying of detainees, creating cracks into which the GSS General Security Service hastily squeezed through to end the ostensibly legal methods of torture and ill-treatment. The result is that protection for Palestinian detainees from torture and ill-treatment is still lacking. 60. Although the use of torture declined or stopped in the days immediately after the 6 September High Court ruling, 61 The Public Committee Against Torture found, in a subsequent major study, back to a routine of torture, that the GSS with active complicity of the Supreme Court resumed systematic torture of Palestinian detainees. The achievements of the HCJ High Court of Justice ruling of 1999, which was to have put an end to large-scale torture and ill-treatment, have worn thin, among other reasons, as a result of the HCJ's reluctance to enforce international standards which prohibit torture and ill-treatment under any circumstances. The HCJ, the State Prosecutor's Office, and the Attorney General have, regarding this matter, transformed themselves from guardians and protectors of the law into sentries at the gates of the GSS torture chambers. And again, the achievements of the HCJ ruling of 1999 have been ground to dust. Estimating that each month, hundreds of Palestinians have been subjected to one degree or another of torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, it concludes that torture techniques are applied in a methodical and routine fashion and that GSS agents who interrogate Palestinian detainees torture them, degrade them, and otherwise ill-treat them routinely. The number of detainees against whom no method of ill-treatment whatsoever was used is negligible. 62 In its 2003 publication Combating Torture, Amnesty International likewise concluded that many of the methods used in the past had been revived, and the torture of Palestinians held by the GSS was once again widespread. 63. Apart from systematic torture of Palestinian detainees, human rights organizations have documented the routine brutalization of Palestinians generally. During the RST weeks of the Intifada, Amnesty International reported in a 2001 study, more than 1,000 people, including Palestinians from the occupied territories, Jewish and Palestinian citizens of Israel, were arrested by the Israeli authorities, many of them children. Police brutality, amounting to torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, accompanied the arrests and was used indiscriminately against demonstrators. 64 A 2001 study by Bezalel entitled Standard Routine, Beatings and Abuse of Palestinians by Israeli Security Forces During the Al-Aqsa Intifada found that, although the phenomenon itself has existed for many years, there was a significant increase in the number of beatings and abuse of Palestinians. The study continues, in most cases, the abuse is given in a small dose, such as a slap, a kick, an insult, a senseless delay at checkpoints, or humiliating treatment. Over the years, these acts have become an integral part of the daily life of Palestinians in the occupied territories. At times, though, the violence is severe. It documents, for example, the case of an infant of 3, whose hand was broken by border policemen. Indeed, border police all the time not only assaulted Palestinians but even took pictures of their acts. Many joined the border police to beat up Arabs. Not a single complaint filed by Palestinians protesting this pervasive abuse was acted on by Israeli officials. All the investigation were closed with no action taken, and both the army and the border police have yet to make it unequivocally clear to security forces serving in the occupied territories that it is absolutely forbidden to abuse and beat Palestinians. If a message is sent to security forces, B'Tselem concluded, it is that the lives and dignity of Palestinians are meaningless and that security forces can continue, pursuant to the function they serve, to abuse, humiliate, and beat Palestinians with whom they come into contact. 65. Since the start of the new Intifada in September 2000, Israel has implemented a policy of mass demolition of Palestinian houses in the occupied territories. B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, reports. In that period, Israel has destroyed some 4,170 Palestinian homes. 1. The egregious policy of house demolitions reaches back to the beginnings of Israel's occupation after June 1967. It's been variously justified as a form of punishment, an administrative measure, and a military/security measure. Each of these will be examined in turn. House demolitions as punishment. House demolition as a form of punishment is enacted on suspected Palestinian security offenders. According to B'Tselem, it is used against Palestinians suspected of any kind of violent activity against Israelis regardless of its consequences, from suicide bombings that left many casualties to failed attempts to harm soldiers, as well as against Palestinians who initiate, plan, or assist in carrying out such attacks. The Israeli government itself acknowledges that in 40% of the attacks for which the suspect's house was demolished, no Israeli was killed. Contrariwise, the measure has never been used against Israeli civilians who committed acts similar to those for which Palestinian houses are demolished. 2. Some 400 homes were demolished, or sealed, during the first 2 decades of the Israeli occupation, 1967 to 1987, while about 700 homes were demolished, or sealed, during the RST Intifada, 1988 to 1992, as punishment. Since the beginning of the new Intifada through October 2004, Israel has completely demolished more than 600 homes, sheltering nearly 4,000 persons, as punishment. 3. The implications of this for the individual families, Amnesty International observes, are immense. Virtually all houses are built by and for a particular family and, partly because of lack of other opportunities for investment, the house is a larger proportion of a family's wealth than in countries not living under occupation. Additional to the value of the house is the value, emotional and financial, of furnishings and possessions. When the troops arrive, which may be several years after the order, the family is often too outraged and tarried to rescue possessions in the period given by the soldiers, not more than 1 hour, to evacuate the house. An additional loss is the land itself. The land on which the house has been built may be subject to confiscation. 4. Middle East Watch has reported that, apart from Israel, the only other country in the world that punished the families of suspected offenders by demolishing their homes was Iraq under Saddam Hussein. 5. Cases, the sanction is carried out prior to conviction. In other words, this form of punishment is carried out primarily against individuals who are only suspected offenders. In cases where the suspect is dead, the demolition sometimes takes place before an autopsy is performed and the individual's identity is verified. 6. Before the new Intifada, the Israeli army typically issued a demolition order, the Palestinian occupants being given 48 hours to appeal the military commander's order and, if the appeal was denied, to petition the High Court of Justice against the demolition. Currently, however, the rule is that the IDF Israeli Defense Force does not give prior warning. Exceptions to this rule are almost non-existent. A High Court decision affirmed that the Israeli army was not obliged to issue a prior demolition order, the court subsequently stating that residents of the region, who fear that their houses will be damaged because of the acts of their terrorist relatives that resulted in the loss of life, may direct their requests to the respondent, i.e., IDF commander. In this context, they can provide the respondent with information that in the opinion of the family should affect his decision. In acts that are planned sufficiently in advance, the respondent will not demolish a house before considering this information. B'Tselem caustically observed, in making this ruling, the High Court gave the military commander not only the power to decide if and when to punish innocent persons, but also the absolute power to determine if they are to be given an opportunity to be heard. The High Court thus eliminated judicial review and placed the fate of the potential victims in the hands of the military commander. The High Court's decision, which exempts the state authority from its duty to give notification before demolishing a house, while imposing on the individual the obligation of laying out his objections to the expected harm he will suffer, makes the injury automatic, and makes it seem that it is the individual who seeks to alter the existing situation, and not the army. Placing the responsibility on the family is especially astonishing in that the family members do not always know the offenses attributed to their relative. The state's position creates the absurd situation in which Palestinians are required, in effect, to present their house to the IDF as a candidate for demolition. 7. The consensus among human rights organizations and academic specialists is that house demolition as a form of punishment is illegal under international humanitarian law, the Hague Regulations and Geneva Convention, which proscribes the destruction of property as a punitive measure, and collective punishment generally. 8. Former President of the Israel Supreme Court Shimon Agranit called the demolition of homes an inhuman punishment. 9. Nonetheless, Dershowitz justifies the demolition of Palestinian homes on several grounds. 1. House demolition is a benign punishment. In the case for Israel, Dershowitz maintains that Israel's policy of demolishing the homes of terrorists or those who harbor them is a soft form of collective punishment directed against the property of those who are deemed somewhat complicit. p. 170, see also Alan Dershowitz, Why Terrorism Works, New Haven, 2002, p. 176. The major problem with the destruction of houses, he explains, is not the suffering inflicted on innocents. To the contrary, it is among the most moral and calibrated responses, but that it plays poorly on television. The inevitable picture of the crying woman bemoaning the loss of her home creates sympathy, p. 171, Why Terrorism Works, p. 179. Already in the early years of Israel's occupation he was similarly defending this soft punitive measure. At a 1971 Tel Aviv symposium, Dershowitz maintained that, although a technical violation of some convention, house demolition was nonetheless realistically an acceptable option. As a mere monetary punishment, it was less onerous than, say, detention of the accused. 10. This argument has been roundly ridiculed by Israeli legal scholars. Professor Yoram Dinstein, Israel's leading specialist in international law and a person generally cautious in his judgments, opined that Dershowitz's argument verges on the bizarre. When the framers of an international treaty negotiate its strictures, they have an opportunity to contemplate competing interests and values. Once the text is consolidated, a contracting party must abide by it to the letter. If every occupying power were given leave to determine unilaterally that it can absolve itself of an unwelcome duty by sacrificing a right that it prefers not to exercise, this would wreak havoc in international humanitarian law. The danger inherent in the Dershowitz approach is underscored by his own assessment that detention is a much more serious violation than economic punishment, specifically, the destroying of houses. Many victims of the pair of sanctions would beg to differ. Moreover, Israel typically enacts house demolition not in lieu of but in addition to detention. 11. Finally, Dershowitz's scale of punishments in the case for Israel merits notice on another count. Whereas the demolition of a Palestinian family's home ranks as a soft or benign, p. 168, economic punishment, he is rather less indulgent of any sanctions applied to Israel, which constitute economic capital punishment, p. 209. 2. Collective responsibility and collective punishment are misnomers. The primary victim of a house demolition is not the alleged perpetrator of the act of violence that precipitated the punishment, who either faces a long prison sentence, has escaped apprehension, or is already dead, but rather the family of the alleged perpetrator and in many cases others who happen to live in the building. 12. Accordingly, the consensus among human rights organizations is that house demolitions constitute a flagrant form of collective punishment, a violation of a fundamental principle of international law, Amnesty International, a gross violation of the proscription on collective punishment, a draconian measure against relatives who bore no responsibility for the suspect's acts and were not charged with any offense, B'Tselem, a clear form of collective punishment since people who are not accused of any offense are punished, Al-Haq, law in the service of man, and so on. 13. Although the Israel Supreme Court has sought to deny that house demolitions constitute collective punishment, respected Israeli legal scholars dismiss its arguments, a rather feeble attempt. 14. In Why Terrorism Works, Dershowitz deplores resort to collective punishment as the most immoral tactic for fighting terrorism, one typical of tyrannical regimes. He specifically cites as a heinous example of collective punishment that Hitler destroyed the entire Czech village of Lidice after a senior Nazi officer was assassinated. Directly punishing the innocent raises the most pointed moral objections, but it is also most effective, Dershowitz concludes. Notwithstanding the effectiveness of this extreme form of collective punishment, we are morally constrained and legally prohibited from imposing it, pages 29, 117-19. Yet, although the consensus among human rights organizations and scholars is that house demolitions constitute collective punishment and although Dershowitz deplores collective punishment, he nonetheless defends Israel's resort to this punitive measure. He adduces two sorts of argument. A. Punishment is often collective punishment. Dershowitz maintains that innocents suffer in many punitive acts. Thus, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki killed thousands of innocent Japanese for the crimes of their leaders, the case for Israel, p. 167, see also Why Terrorism Works, p. 172. Putting aside that the best case Dershowitz can make for Israel's demolition policy is to compare it with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Israel's Supreme Court adduced a similar argument that punitive measures often hurt innocents. The sanction of demolition is no different from the punishment of imprisonment which is imposed on the head of a family, a father to small children, who will remain without a supporter and breadwinner. Calling the analogy between collective suffering caused by the arrest of a head of household, on the one hand, and a house demolition, on the other, unconvincing, Professor Kritzmer elucidated the elementary distinction. The direct aim of imprisonment is to deny freedom of movement to the perpetrator of an offense. Suffering caused to others may be an inevitable consequence of the imprisonment, but it is not its aim. If the effect of the culprit's imprisonment on his family could be neutralized, the aim of the punishment would not be frustrated. On the other hand, when a person has already been apprehended and is no longer living in a house, and is in fact liable to life imprisonment, and especially when he has been killed, the immediate aim of demolishing the house is not to deny rights or freedoms of that person but to cause suffering to his family, emphases in original. 15. In fact, Dershowitz is perfectly aware of this distinction between a punitive measure that unintentionally harms innocents and one the main or only purpose of which is to harm innocents. There is a real difference, of course, he wrote in Why Terrorism Works, pages 118-19, between punishing criminals directly, with the realization that some innocents will also be hurt, and specifically targeting the innocent to deter or punish the guilty. Yet he justifies house demolition although the express goal of this punishment, to quote B'Tselem, is to deter and make people aware that violent acts have an injurious effect not only on the perpetrator, but on his family as well. 16b. Responsibility is often collective responsibility. Arguing against the bright line separating civilians from combatants, Dershowitz maintains in the case for Israel that there exists a continuum of responsibility. Those who morally abet a criminal act bear some moral complicity in it and accordingly are liable to punitive sanctions. He adduces Nazi Germany as an illustration. It was right for the entire German people to suffer for what their elected leader had unleashed on the world. The vast majority of Germans should have been held accountable for their complicity with evil. That is part of what it means to be a nation or a people. Those who start wars and lose them often bring suffering to their people. That is rough justice, pages 168 to 71, Why Terrorism Works, p. 173. A minimal appropriate punishment for the collective responsibility of the German people, including those who supported Hitler passively so as to live the good life, he elsewhere counsels, should have been a generation of poverty. 17. For argument's sake, let us put to one side the extreme version of Dershowitz's contention, which he proclaimed at a 2003 symposium in Israel: everybody in the nation takes accountability for the actions of its leaders. To be part of a nation, to be part of a group is to be in part accountable. 18. Instead, let's consider the milder claim that if a criminal state policy enjoys widespread civilian support, the entire nation or people should be punished. Presumably, collective accountability also increases along a second continuum: a nation or a people in an open and free society, having greater access to information and space to dissent, bear greater accountability for criminal acts of state than those living in a totalitarian society. To judge by Dershowitz's principle and its logical corollary, shouldn't the American people, including Dershowitz, have suffered massive sanctions, given that the vast majority supported for the longest time and in a notably free society the evil unleashed by the US government on Vietnam, to cite one of a long list of countries devastated by American policy? To be sure, it's rather easier to apply moral principles to others than to oneself. In the case of Israel, Dershowitz justifies the resort to sanctions such as house demolitions on the ground that, judging by poll data, Palestinians overwhelmingly supported continuing terrorist attacks and, accordingly, are themselves complicit in these attacks, pages 168 to 69, Why Terrorism Works, pages 174 to 75. Indeed, he advocates not only individual house demolitions but also the destruction of a small village which has been used as a base for terrorist operations after each Palestinian attack. The response will be automatic. Such massive destruction, he concludes, will further the noble causes of reducing terrorism and promoting peace. 19. Israel categorizes attacks on its military personnel as terrorism. The Czech people undoubtedly supported the assassination of the Nazi officer. It is hard to make out any difference between the policy Dershowitz advocates and the Nazi destruction of literacy, for which he expresses abhorrence, except that Jews, not Germans, would be implementing it. Furthermore, consider the case if Dershowitz's criterion of collective responsibility were applied to Israelis. When Israel attacked Lebanon in June 1982 in order to safeguard the occupation of the West Bank, Yehoshaphat Harkabi's phrase, the popularity ratings of Defense Minister Ariel Sharon and Prime Minister Begin soared, while more than 80% of Israelis held the invasion to be fully justified. When Israel's battering of Beirut in August 1982 reached new heights of savagery, more than half of Israelis still supported the Begin Sharon government, while more than 80% still supported the invasion, which in the end, left up to 20,000 Lebanese and Palestinians, almost all civilians, dead, and which the UN General Assembly condemned by a vote of 143 to 2, United States and Israel, for inflicting severe damage on civilian Palestinians, including heavy losses of human lives, intolerable sufferings, and massive material destruction. 20. Only when the costs of the Lebanon aggression proved too onerous initially, from the worldwide outcry against the Sabra Shatila massacres and, later, from the escalating military casualties did Israelis turn against it? 2. When Israel's violent repression of the RST Intifada reached new heights of brutality in 1989, more than half of all Israelis supported the deployment of yet stronger measures to quell the largely nonviolent civil revolt. Only 1 in 4 supported any lessening of the repression, while an overwhelming 72% saw no contradiction between the army's handling of the uprising and the nation's democratic values. 21. 3. Operation Defensive Shield, March, April 2002, although wreaking devastation on Palestinian society and culminating in the commission by Israeli forces of serious violations of humanitarian law and war crimes in Jenin and Nablus, was supported by fully 90% of Israelis. 22. Beyond the emotional support that Israelis have lent to crimes of state, it bears emphasis that Israel relies on a citizen army to implement policy. The collective responsibility of the Israeli people accordingly runs much deeper than moral complicity. 23. Finally, Israel couldn't commit such crimes without unconditional political and economic support from the United States, and it's the likes of Dershowitz who, through shameless apologetics and brazen distortions, crucially facilitate this unconditional support. What if Dershowitz's home were subject to the benign form of collective accountability, p. 168, he urges for Palestinians. To demonstrate that Israel isn't a racist state, Dershowitz cites a 2000 Supreme Court decision itself ambiguous in content and consequence upholding access of Israeli Arabs to state-owned land in Israel. 24. Dershowitz omits mention, however, of the massive demolition of Palestinian homes in the occupied territories due to discriminatory access to building permits. In a 1997 study entitled Demolishing Peace, Israel's policy of mass demolition of Palestinian houses in the West Bank, B'Tselem reported that over the past dozens of years, Israel has created a situation in the West Bank in which thousands of Palestinians are unable to obtain a permit to build on their land. Consequently, they are compelled to build without a permit. The impetus behind this illegal Palestinian construction is not political but narrowly personal. Their act is not intended as a political statement or as opposition to Israeli control in the area, but rather to meet a need for housing for themselves and their families that Israel's policy does not allow them to realize. Contrariwise, although Israel pretends that the decision to demolish Palestinian homes is based strictly on planning considerations, the reality is different. Palestinian homes are demolished in the context of a declared policy of strengthening and expanding Israeli settlements in the West Bank, and of creating permanent FACs, for example, in order to clear areas for Jewish-only bypass roads or to remove Palestinians from areas adjacent to illegal, Jewish-only settlements. The planning decision to demolish homes is also used as a reprisal and collective punishment after Palestinian attacks. If there's any doubt about the discriminatory nature of these demolitions, Israel's treatment of illegal Jewish construction in the occupied territories dispels it. Israeli settlers built thousands of housing units, public facilities, and industrial structures without permits. The authorities take a forgiving attitude toward building without a permit in the settlements, and have refrained except for one case, as far as we know, from demolishing houses built without a permit. Instead, the authorities approve retroactively plans validating such construction. B'Tselem concludes that these discriminatory planning demolitions of Palestinian homes violate key provisions of international covenants to which Israel is a party and, accordingly, are illegal. 25. A 1999 Amnesty International study entitled Demolition and Dispossession, the Destruction of Palestinian Homes similarly reported on the devastating impact of Israel's demolition of illegal Palestinian homes in the occupied territories. Thousands of Palestinian homes have been demolished. Some had been built and inhabited for years. They are furnished, occupied often by more than one family with many children, who are often given only 15 minutes to gather their possessions and leave. A squad of workers may throw the furniture into the street, or the furniture may be still in the house when the family sees the bulldozers move in. Other houses are still uninhabited but have been built as the fruit of months of work and the expenditure, sometimes, of all the family's savings. The study conservatively estimated that from 1987 to 1999 fully 400 homes had been demolished and 500 Palestinians, of whom 6,000 were children, rendered homeless. The Oslo peace process didn't slow the rate of demolitions, which remained at the same high level. Amnesty likewise concluded that, although Israel claims Palestinian homes were demolished based on planning considerations, its policy has in fact been discriminatory. Palestinians are targeted for no other reasons than that they are Palestinians, the purpose being to maximize the area available for Jewish settlers. Virtually no opportunity has been given for legitimate development to take place. The result has been the demolition of houses which, without the possibility of building with a permit, Palestinians have had to build without a permit. The objective has apparently been to convey Palestinian development to existing urban areas in order to preserve maximum opportunity for land confiscation and Jewish settlement. Similarly, in East Jerusalem the purpose of house demolitions has been to transform the ethnic character of the annexed area from Arab to Jewish. The main policy, indeed, the only policy, on Palestinian development has been to restrict it and thereby to minimize the Palestinian population. From 1987 to 1999, 284 Palestinian homes were demolished in East Jerusalem, and by 1999 well over one-third of the Palestinian population of East Jerusalem lived under threat of having their house demolished. Not only has Israel demolished illegal Palestinian homes while denying Palestinians any option to build legally, but Palestinians must themselves pay the costs of the house demolition plus often a substantial fine, which may be 100,000 shekels $23,600 or more. And like B'Tselem, Amnesty International concluded that, in its demolition of houses and use of land confiscation and planning laws targeted against the Palestinian population, Israel has breached international humanitarian and human rights treaties, indeed, is guilty of grave breaches of the Geneva Convention. 26 November 2004 B'Tselem study found that between 2001 and 2004 Israel had demolished nearly 1,000 illegal Palestinian homes in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. 27. Military/security demolitions and property destruction. In addition to demolishing Palestinian homes as punishment and for violating planning restrictions, Israel also resorts to massive destruction of Palestinian property on military/security grounds. In a February 2002 study entitled Policy of Destruction, House Demolitions and Destruction of Agricultural Land in the Gaza Strip, B'Tselem reported that since the beginning of the new Intifada, September 2000, Israel had demolished some 600 homes, leaving more than 1,000 Palestinians homeless, uprooted thousands of trees, and destroyed thousands of acres of land in the Gaza Strip. Israel caused this damage to people although it did not contend that they themselves were. 180 Part 2. Amnesty International, Demolition and Dispossession, the Destruction of Palestinian Homes, London, December 1999, p. 3. Case Study, the Jaber Family Homes. The Jaber family have farmed their own land, near Hebron, at least since Ottoman times. But, with land near a bypass road and the expanding settlement of Give Square Root at Harsana, to own land is no protection. 13 houses have demolition orders in the area. On August 19, 1998 the home of Ada Jaber, who had no license to build, was bulldozed by the Israeli Defense Force, IDF. The following day he decided to rebuild it, but 1 month later, on September 16, the house was again destroyed. 5 months later it was the turn of the home of Ada Jaber's brother, Fayez Jaber, 22, a house which contained only 2 rooms to house 12 members of the family. At 7 a.m. on February 4, 1999 officials from the Civil Administration and the Higher Planning Council arrived unannounced with a large number of soldiers and demolished his house. The soldiers used force, beating Fadi Jaber, 18. In May they came again and demolished 3 water cisterns, collecting water off the hills in the winter to be used in the summer. The civil administration said the cisterns were using water from the Hebron water supply, there was no sign of any pipes, rather there were a number of little channels running into the cisterns from above in the traditional manner. At the same time, the house of Ada's brother, Isma*il, has a demolition order against it, and both Isma*il and Qa*id Jaber have been ordered not to plant on their land. Involved in attacks, or attempted attacks, against Israeli civilians or security forces. The house demolitions generally take place in the middle of the night without any warning being given to the residents. In many instances, these residents had to flee from their homes after they were awakened by the noise of tanks and bulldozers that were already at their doorstep. The army also did not give warning of its intention to destroy elds and uproot orchards. Such warning would, at least, have enabled the Palestinians to remove the irrigation pipes and other objects from the elds. Although limited destruction of property can be justified under international law on grounds of military necessity, B'Tselem observed, the extreme magnitude of the destruction and its manner of implementation clearly and unequivocally indicate that the injury to the civilian population was excessive. For example, the IDF forces destroyed entire residential neighborhoods, claiming that, under some of the houses, tunnels had been dug through which weapons were being smuggled. In other cases, the army destroyed dozens of houses on the grounds that Palestinians were ringed from the area at IDF soldiers. In some of the cases, the IDF's destruction of property took place immediately after Palestinians attacked Israeli civilians or security forces, though at times in locations other than where the Palestinian attack occurred. This phenomenon raises the concern that the objective of these acts was to punish the Palestinians for the attack and to deter others from committing similar acts. A policy that harms thousands of innocent people and whose consequences are so horrendous and long-lasting constitutes collective punishment. Noting that the International Committee of the Red Cross, delegations from the UN Human Rights Commission, and even the U.S.-based Mitchell Commission harshly criticized Israel's extensive destruction in the Gaza Strip, B'Tselem concluded that this policy flagrantly violates international humanitarian law. Finally, it bears notice that, although obliged under international law to pay compensation for such illegal destruction, Israel has refused to do so. 28 May 2004 Amnesty International study entitled Under the Rubble, House Demolition and Destruction of Land and Property also focuses on recent Israeli devastation in the occupied territories, mostly justified on military/security grounds. In the past 3.5 years, the scale of the destruction carried out by the Israeli army in the occupied territories has reached an unprecedented level. The victims are often amongst the poorest and most disadvantaged. Most of the houses demolished were the homes of refugee families, who were expelled by Israeli forces or who died in the war that followed the creation of Israel in 1948. More than 3,000 homes, hundreds of public buildings and private commercial properties, and vast areas of agricultural land have been destroyed. Tens of thousands of men, women, and children have been forcibly evicted from their homes and made homeless or have lost their source of livelihood. Thousands of other houses and properties have been damaged, many beyond repair. In addition, tens of thousands of other homes are under threat of demolition, their occupants living in fear of forced eviction and homelessness. Thousands of families have had their homes and possessions destroyed under the blades of the Israeli army's US-made Caterpillar bulldozers. In the wake of the demolitions, men, women, and children return to the ruins of their homes searching for whatever can be salvaged from under the rubble. Regarding the economic impact of destroying Palestinian agricultural land, Amnesty further notes, hundreds of thousands of olive, citrus, almond, date and other trees have been uprooted. The trees and orchards uprooted, constituted a source, and in many cases the only source, of livelihood for hundreds of thousands of people. Many had invested their savings to develop and improve their family farms with costly greenhouses and irrigation networks, only to see them destroyed by Israeli army bulldozers, often before they could harvest their crops. The report dates the current round of massive indiscriminate destruction from Operation Defensive Shield, March, April 2002, when Israel invaded the West Bank, In every refugee camp and town they raided, Israeli soldiers left a trail of destruction. The climax of defensive shield was Israel's leveling of large swaths of Jenin refugee camp, leaving 4,000 Palestinians homeless. Although Israel claimed that the destruction took place in the course of combat, the evidence, including aerial photographs of the refugee camp, indicates that when the Israeli army carried out much of the bulldozing of houses, the armed clashes between Israeli soldiers and Palestinian gunmen had already stopped and Palestinian gunmen had already been arrested or had surrendered. The most extensive destruction in recent years, however, has been in Gaza. Between October 2000 and October 2003, more than 150 homes were destroyed and more than 16,000 damaged, and more than 10% of the agricultural land was destroyed. In the case of Rafah camp, bordering Egypt, where the largest number of homes have been leveled, the destruction has been progressive, targeting row after row of houses, contrary to claims by the Israeli authorities that only houses used by Palestinians to shoot at Israeli soldiers patrolling the border and houses used as cover for tunnels used for smuggling weapons from Egypt were destroyed. Indeed, generally, Amnesty International delegates, international humanitarian and human rights workers, journalists, and others have repeatedly witnessed Israeli soldiers destroying and damaging houses, land and other properties at times when there were no disturbances or confrontations with Palestinians. In this context, Amnesty pointedly recalls that, despite repeated requests from the international community, Israel has consistently and vigorously opposed the presence of international human rights monitors who could play an important role to establish the veracity of the claims made by each side concerning the actions of the other side. Amnesty also found spurious Israeli pretenses that the homes the Israeli army demolished were abandoned or unpopulated. The sight of pots of cooked food, half-full bottles of soft drinks or shampoo, pieces of newspapers from the previous day, smashed fridges and television sets, clothes, children's toys and school books lying amongst the rubble stood in stark contrast with Israeli army claims. Like B'Tselem, Amnesty concludes that Israel's extensive destruction of homes and properties throughout the West Bank and Gaza is not justified by military necessity. Some of these acts of destruction amount to grave breaches of the Fourth Geneva Convention and are war crimes. 29 Finally, in October 2004, Human Rights Watch, HRW, released a major study entitled Raising Rafah, Mass Home Demolitions in the Gaza Strip. It found that since the beginning of the new Intifada, the Israeli military has demolished over 2,500 Palestinian houses in the occupied Gaza Strip, mostly in the densely populated refugee camp of Rafah bordering Egypt, and that 16,000 people, more than 10% of Rafah's population, have lost their homes, most of them refugees, many of whom were dispossessed for a second or third time. The pattern of destruction, it continued, strongly suggests that Israeli forces demolished homes wholesale, regardless of whether they posed a specific threat. During a major military campaign in May 2004, the IDF razed entire rows of houses along the buffer zone and destroyed extensively deep inside Rafah. Armored Caterpillar D9 bulldozers plowed through houses and shops, indiscriminately ripped up roads, destroyed water and sewage systems, and turned agricultural fields into barren patches of earth. 59 Palestinians were reportedly killed in Rafah during a series of incursions from May 12 to 24, including 11 people under age 18 and 18 armed men. In total, these incursions left 254 houses destroyed and nearly 3,800 people homeless. Another 44 houses were razed in the Rafah area during the same month in smaller operations. Disputing Israeli claims that this massive destruction was enacted due to military necessity, HRW found that armed Palestinian resistance was light, limited, and quickly overwhelmed within the initial hours of each incursion. During one attack, the IDF destroyed, in a time-consuming and deliberate act lacking any military justification, a zoo in Rafah. The zoo was one of the few recreational areas in an overcrowded camp whose residents have been denied access to the sea by Israeli settlements for the past 4 years. Thousands of animals, including jaguars, crocodiles, wolves, snakes, and birds escaped from the zoo or were killed during its demolition. Meanwhile, a plan approved by the Israeli government in May 2004 would result in destroying approximately 30% of the central camp and the displacement of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians, already living in one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. Israel's main stated reason for its continual onslaughts against Rafah is that a vast network of tunnels connects weapons smugglers operating on the Egyptian side of the border with homes in Rafah. HRW found, however, that Israel was exaggerating the extent of this underground network and that it had destroyed homes containing inoperative tunnels, tunnel shafts that could have been effectively sealed with poured concrete, and tunnel shafts that had already been sealed by the Palestinian Authority. Moreover, a number of less destructive alternatives exist for the effective detection and destruction of smuggling tunnels. For example, no demolitions of structures were employed to close tunnels on the U.S. Mexico border, even though some of the houses used were also densely clustered within meters of the border. Until just recently, the IDF bulldozed Palestinian homes covering tunnel entrance shafts without even bothering to close. 184 Part 2. The tunnels themselves. This use of puzzlingly ineffective methods for 2 years, HRW observes, contrasts sharply with the stated gravity of this long-standing threat. The real purpose behind Israel's massive destruction of homes, according to HRW, is not to enhance the IDF's security but rather to clear the border areas in order to facilitate long-term control over the Gaza Strip, even after implementation of its disengagement plan. Palestinians have nowhere to turn in Israel for legal protection against unlawful demolitions and forced evictions, HRW concludes. Israel hasn't conducted any investigations into cases of unlawful or improper house demolitions. The Israeli Supreme Court has consistently sanctioned IDF policies that violate international law, including house demolitions, and under Israeli law, compensation is ruled out in cases of combat activity, which includes virtually every IDF action in the occupied territories. Among its recommendations, HRW calls on international donor governments to press Israel to either pay reparations to victims or to compensate donors directly for any funds spent on repairing unlawful destruction, and it calls on the United States to restrict Israel's use of Caterpillar D9 armored bulldozers, Apache and Cobra helicopter gunships, and other U.S. origin weapons systems that are used in the commission of systematic violations of international human rights and humanitarian law. And to inform the government of Israel that continued U.S. military assistance requires that the government take clear and measurable steps to halt its security forces' serious and systematic violations of international human rights and humanitarian law in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The Caterpillar D9 is the main IDF tool to demolish homes, structures, and agricultural areas in Gaza and the West Bank. In a separate recommendation, HRW called directly on Caterpillar Incorporated to suspend sales of D9 bulldozers, parts or maintenance services to the IDF so long as Israel is in breach of international humanitarian law. Otherwise, Caterpillar will remain complicit in the international humanitarian law violations that occurred because of excessive and unwarranted demolitions by the Israeli government while using the company's bulldozers. 30 November 2004 B'Tselem study found that since the start of the new Intifada, more than 2,500 Palestinian homes, sheltering nearly 24,000 Palestinians, had been demolished in the course of the IDF's clearing operations. 31 The following section illustrates how Dershowitz seeks to prove Arab distortion of Israel's demolition policy. Empty houses. On pages 171 and 219 of the Case for Israel, Alan Dershowitz writes, In some Muslim countries television viewers are led to believe that the houses are destroyed with people still in them. Many Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims throughout the world, are shown pictures of houses being destroyed without being told that they were emptied of residents prior to the bulldozers arriving. In its study of Israel's April 2002 siege of Jenin, Human Rights Watch reported that ad hoc warnings were issued on multiple occasions by the IDF, many civilians only learned of the risk as bulldozers began to crush their houses. Jamal Fayed, a 37-year-old paralyzed man, was killed when the IDF bulldozed his home on top of him, refusing to allow his relatives the time to remove him from the home. 60-year-old Muhammad Abu Sabah had to plead with an IDF bulldozer operator to stop demolishing his home while his family remained inside. When he returned to his half-demolished home, he was shot dead by an Israeli soldier. 32 Likewise, Amnesty International reported in its study of the April 2002 siege in Jenin that 8 houses were destroyed, sometimes without ensuring that the residents had left, and 6 people had been crushed by houses, while in Nablus the IDF demolished several houses by D9 bulldozers, on at least 2 occasions while their occupants were alive. They made no attempt to check or to rescue them. 33 Likewise, in its study of the April siege, B'Tselem reported, many residents of the Jenin camp were given no notice before their houses were demolished. In cases where they were given notice, it was too late. They could not leave their houses because of the intense gunra outside. People were buried alive under the ruins. Some were rescued, others were not. The report also stated that when camp residents sought to rescue those buried beneath the rubble, IDF soldiers shot at the rescuers and drove, accompanied by a tank, in their direction. The rescuers that THIRD refused to allow foreign rescue workers to enter the camp and assist in extricating the victims buried under the rubble. That one driver of a bulldozer publicly boasted, "I didn't give anybody a chance. I didn't wait. I didn't strike once and wait for them to leave. I would smash the house really hard so." Return of the Vandals 187. B'Tselem, Operation Defensive Shield. Soldiers' Testimonies, Palestinian Testimonies, Jerusalem, September 2002, p. 15. Testimony of Fatih Suleiman, aged 70. The day that the bulldozers came and started to demolish the houses in our neighborhood, we ran out after dark. There were 7 of us, my husband, my daughter-in-law, my daughter, and my 3 sons. One of my sons, Jamal, 38, is deaf and a paraplegic. We ED to my brother-in-law's house. When the bulldozer approached our house, which is next to my brother-in-law's, we asked the soldiers to let us get Jamal out. The soldiers refused. Other women, a male neighbor who spoke Hebrew, and I continued to beg them. At RST, they told us that the commanding officer was sleeping. Then a soldier agreed that we could get him out. But, he said, only the women were allowed to take him out. We went into the house, but the operator of the bulldozer wouldn't wait even 1 minute so that we could take Jamal out of the house. The soldiers who said we could go into the house called out to the soldier who was operating the bulldozer to stop for a moment, but he refused. We rushed in while the bulldozer was already eating away at the house. Amal, my daughter, some women neighbors, and I found Jamal in the house under the rubble. The house began to collapse, and we ran for our lives. The house was completely destroyed with Jamal underneath. Jenin Refugee Camp, April 6, 2002. 188 Part 2. Amnesty International, Killing the Future. Children in the Line of Fire, London, October 2002, p. 7. Children killed as a result of the demolition of houses in Jenin, Nablus, and other places. The IDF bulldozed a number of houses while residents, including children, were still inside. On other occasions the IDF used explosives to blow up houses without evacuating the surrounding houses, which were also destroyed or damaged in the process. In some cases civilians, including children, were killed or buried alive under rubble of the demolished house. In the cases researched by Amnesty International, no warnings were apparently given for the safe evacuation of civilians before houses were demolished. 3 children, Abdullah, Azam, and Anas al-Shu by, aged 4, 7 and 9 years, their pregnant mother and 4 other relatives died under the rubble of their house, which was demolished by the IDF on April 6, 2002 in the Kasbah, Old City, of Nablus during a period of strict curfew imposed by the IDF. 2 survivors were eventually pulled from under the rubble, nearly 1 week after the house was demolished. Neighbors of the family interviewed by Amnesty International stated that the IDF had given no warning before beginning to destroy the house with bulldozers, and that they had been read upon by the IDF when they did the curfew in an attempt to search for survivors under the rubble of the destroyed house. Mahmoud Umar al-Shu, the children's cousin, told Amnesty International that on the afternoon of April 12 the curfew was lifted for 2 hours and he went to look for his father and sister. When he arrived at the family house, he found that it had been demolished. Mahmoud said that he started to dig with the help of his neighbors, hoping to end his relatives alive under the rubble. Because it started to rain, the mud made the process more difficult. He carried on digging after the curfew was reimposed and was read upon several times. Late that night, the rescuers came across a small opening on the ground door of where the house once stood. In the small space that remained, they found his 68-year-old uncle, Abdullah, and his 67-year-old wife, Shamsa, who had managed to survive. They carried on digging throughout the night and at 1:30 a.m., found the bodies of the rest of the family, who had died huddled in a circle, in one small room, his father Umar, his sister Fatima, his cousin Samir and his 7-month pregnant wife, Nabila, and their 3 children, Abdullah, Azam, and Anas, as well as another cousin Abir. Afterwards neighbors told Mahmoud that they could hear the screams of the family above the noise of the bulldozer but had not been able to help, and that the bulldozer had actually collapsed down on top of the house, which was built on a slope. Return of the Vandals 189. That it would collapse as quickly as possible. 34 In a February 2002 report on house demolitions in Gaza, B'Tselem reported, the demolitions generally take place in the middle of the night without any warning being given to the residents. In many instances, these residents had to flee from their homes after they were awakened by the noise of tanks and bulldozers that were already at their doorstep. An October 2002 Human Rights Watch press release from Gaza reported one case, in a very disturbing pattern, of a 2-year-old boy who was killed after being buried under the rubble of his home. When IDF soldiers demolished a neighboring house, surrounding residents were unable to leave their houses and no warning was given before the explosion. 35. In the case for Israel, Alan Dershowitz maintains that Palestinians accrued tangible benefits from the Israeli occupation. The Israeli occupation, unlike any of the other current occupations, he writes, has brought considerable dividends to the Palestinians, including significant improvements in longevity, healthcare, and education. It has also brought about a reduction in infant mortality, p. 161. Let us leave to one side that Dershowitz never speaks to what other current occupations he's comparing the Israeli one, arguably, there aren't any, and that, historically, many other peoples, perhaps most, under foreign occupation accrued some benefits. It is correct that, especially in the early years of the occupation and by standard indices, Palestinians enjoyed a measure of prosperity. However, the overarching framework of this prosperity merits close scrutiny. But first it warrants recalling that Palestinians during the British Mandate period also arguably accrued significant benefits from Jewish settlement. The authoritative 1937 British Royal Commission, Peel, report, after careful sifting of the claims and counterclaims, concluded, broadly speaking, the Arabs have shared to a considerable degree in the material benefits which Jewish immigration has brought to Palestine. Yet, these benefits vanished, as it were, overnight when the Zionist movement ethnically cleansed Palestine in 1948. It would be one thing if the ethnic cleansing were circumstantial, that is, unanticipated and undesired. But the growing consensus among historians is that the putting of the Palestinian Arabs to it was premeditated, indeed, deeply entrenched in the Zionist goal of creating an overwhelmingly Jewish state in a territory overwhelmingly non-Jewish. From this perspective, it's a moot point whether or not Palestinians during the Mandate benefited from Jewish settlement. Prosperity was an ephemeral moment in their eventual, planned dispossession. The same basic principle applies to the initial years of Palestinian prosperity in the West Bank and Gaza. As individual Palestinians experienced relative prosperity, crucial resources and huge swaths of their territorial base were being alienated while their indigenous economy was being methodically and premeditatedly destroyed, now standing on the verge of total collapse. In an important study, Sarah Roy, a Harvard-trained political economist and currently senior research scholar at Harvard's Center for Middle Eastern Studies, argues that the distortions of the Palestinian economy under Israeli occupation go beyond those typical of colonized and otherwise externally dominated territories. 3. This is because Israel's fundamental aim hasn't been to exploit but rather to dispossess the Palestinians, clearing as much of the occupied territories as is feasible to make way for exclusively Jewish settlement. The vagaries of the Palestinian economy, including a decade of rapid economic growth and marked improvements in the standard of living, must be seen, according to Roy, in the context of its development, that is, Israel's systematic expropriation of crucial Palestinian resources for Jewish settlement, on the one hand, and the dispossession and denationalization of the Palestinians, on the other. If, as Dershowitz claims, the Israeli occupation is unlike any of the other current occupations, it's for reasons rather different than those he cites. Israel's ideological and political goals have proven more exploitative than those of other settler regimes, Roy contends, because they rob the native population of its most important economic resources: land, water, and labor, as well as the internal capacity and potential for developing those resources. 4. In the case of the Gaza Strip, the focus of Roy's study, Israel's discriminatory policy restricting Palestinian access to water has had a particularly devastating effect on agriculture, the primary consumer of water and the traditional focus of economic activity, as well as on domestic consumption. Annual per capita water consumption hovers around 240 cubic meters for Jewish settlers as against 140 cubic meters for Gaza's Palestinians, a ratio of 16:1. Likewise, Israel has illegally confiscated more than 50% of Gaza Strip land and allocated 25% of Gaza land for Jewish settlers who, according to the Israeli Central Bureau of Statistics, number 7,500, representing 0.5% of the Strip's total population of 1.3 million. The increasing absorption of land by the state and the installation of Jewish civilian settlements, Roy reports, have had a considerable effect on Gaza's development. For example, the loss of agricultural lands and the economic and social ills attendant on massive overcrowding. In one of the world's most densely populated areas, each Jewish settler has been allotted fully 80 times more land than a Palestinian. 5 similar discriminatory policies have been implemented throughout the occupied territories. 2 water systems supply Israel and the occupied territories, the mountain aquifer and the Jordan Basin. Israel receives 79% of the mountain aquifer water and the Palestinians 21%, while Palestinians have no access at all to the Jordan Basin, Israel utilizing 100% of its water. Palestinians have not realized their rights to their portion of the shared resources. B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, reports, and division of those resources has gradually become discriminatory and unfair. Annual per capita water consumption of Israelis for domestic, urban, and industrial use is 128 cubic meters as against 26 cubic meters for Palestinians in the West Bank, a ratio of 5:1. As a case in point of Israeli policy, B'Tselem cites this example: several cities in the West Bank are compelled to implement rotation plans, particularly during the summer, to distribute the little water available. Under these plans, residents in a particular area of the city receive water for a number of hours. The ode to their homes is then shut off, and water is supplied to other areas until their turn comes again. The rotation plans are necessary because of the increase in demand for water during the hot season. However, while demand increases both among Palestinians and Israeli settlers, Israel's response is discriminatory. It increases supply to the settlers, but does not increase, or even decreases, the quantity of water supplied to these Palestinian cities. 6. Another B'Tselem study found that the reliance of the Jordan Valley settlements on agriculture denies Palestinian residents the opportunity to enjoy a large proportion of the water resources in the region. Water consumption of the fewer than 1,000 Jewish settlers in the Jordan Valley is equivalent to 75% of the water consumption for domestic and urban uses of the entire 2 million Palestinian residents of the West Bank. 7. In an authoritative study of Israel's settlement policy in the West Bank, B'Tselem found that Israel has illegally confiscated nearly half of the West Bank, excluding East Jerusalem, and allocated more than 40% of West Bank land for 200,000 illegal Jewish settlers representing less than 10% of the total West Bank population. The Jewish settlements prevent the maintenance of meaningful territorial contiguity between the Palestinian communities and the possibility of establishing an independent and viable Palestinian state, drastically restrict the possibilities available to Palestinians for economic development in general, and for agriculture in particular, restrict the possibilities for urban development of the Palestinian communities, and in some cases prevent such possibilities almost completely. B'Tselem's conclusion merits special notice. Israel has created in the occupied territories a regime of separation based on discrimination, applying two separate systems of law in the same area and basing the rights of individuals on their nationality. This regime is the only one of its kind in the world, and is reminiscent of distasteful regimes from the past, such as the apartheid regime in South Africa. 8. Dershowitz proclaims that the analogy between Israel and South African apartheid is demonstrably false, p. 204, yet he makes no argument to refute B'Tselem's conclusion. Likewise, he asserts that there is no intellectually or morally defensible case for singling out Israel for divestiture, p. 198. Yet, if singling out South Africa for divestment was defensible, it would seem equally defensible to single out Israel's occupation, which uniquely resembles the apartheid regime. In a study of prospects for the Palestinian economy published before the outbreak of the new Intifada, George Abed, director of the Middle Eastern Department at the International Monetary Fund, found that the Palestinian economy faces the future severely handicapped by the legacy of a 27-year occupation followed by 4 years of a severely constraining interim arrangement, during which time real income per capita declined by nearly 25%. There is no doubt that the occupation has had its corrosive impact on human and physical capital, on the resource base, on external economic relations, and on all other aspects of life. Some of the advantages the West Bank, and to a lesser extent the Gaza Strip, possessed on the eve of the occupation: a productive agricultural sector with no water constraint, thriving trade with the eastern part of Jordan and other Arab countries, a strong tourism sector, an adequate infrastructure, an excellent basic educational system. For the period, a growing professional and entrepreneurial class have been dissipated during 27 years of economic repression and isolation, so that the economic situation now is worse than it was